The bottom was already there before. So no, it's another redraw. It's in 2. But I'm drawn 2. Oh, it's in 2, it says. I wasn't surprised that you were. Stop it.
I need the shot clock as well.
If you carry the same seed, the button should be the way it If I open it,
a lot easier on 15, isn't it? You know,
22 start. Is that what I put on it? Yeah. It's not the best run.
You've got an extra player. You've got an extra player.
What is it? It's my first kids.
Oh, you have one.
Yeah, but the same seat.
You win some, you lose.
It was, yeah?
I opened it
Isn't it unfair though? Some people win from it, don't they?
Yeah, he's got
Because we had the same seat, well, that's okay.
Elimination pressure has been to day 2 of the Cup, which has been taken at the captain.
It's a million. Because the other just did a redraw, that's why I know that they are. Day 3 of the GUKPT main event. Blackpool is now 6,000, 4,000, 12,000 active.
Morning everybody, good morning, welcome to day 3, the final day in Blackpool. What a week.
We've made it.
What a week. It has been amazing. The numbers for every event, including the Cup, the GUKPT Cup, which I don't know how many bounds for day 2 there were. We'll check that very shortly because we are just about to start. Keith, Jamie and Trig, and the 3 over a million. And LL is Louis, and we're allowed to use his name because he run up to the bar earlier, he run up to the cash earlier and he went, "Who keeps calling me Cool J?" I went, "Me!" He says, "Can you call me Louis?" I says, "I'm not allowed to." He says, "Well, can you change it?" I went, "Yeah, because you can." He says, "When I win it," he says, "I want you to call me Louis." I says, "Well, fine by me." So yeah. So they are the players in. We've got for the Jacks in straight away. This is the story. It was only 40s
Only 40s?
I think he'd been backed in because I didn't look till like 10:30. I think he'd been backed in. Somebody must have had him over 40s because that wasn't. I didn't think that was big, but we never know. Morning, everybody.
Yeah, Jack Oliver in 2, Josh Musson in 3, Jamie Klossick in 4, in 5 is Mick Fletcher, 6 Mark Dyson, 7 Alex Montgomery, and in 8 is Keith Littlewood.
No way it was Wadey 75s. No way.
What's Wadey got? He's 116.
Yeah, I know, but he's got like 10, 11 bigs. But it's Wadey. Wow, 75s. Morning, Tom. Sorry I missed you this week. Dr. Tom is in the building.
How are we doing, Tom?
How are we doing, Tom? Sorry I missed you this week. Didn't get a chance to have a chat and say hello. No, don't see you very often now. You're obviously a busy man. But yeah, good luck to Stu. He's on the outer tables.
How are we doing, Beefy? Good morning, guys. Have a great day today. Look forward to some good poker.
Yes. Exactly that.
7 deuces for Mark. Not going to be opening this one. Could be a long day ahead though, guys. Chips in play. Nearly 11 million in chips. Usually that's the 60, 120k level where it might finish. Won't finish before that. Could still be a few levels after that. So strap in because it's going to be a long one today.
Any eliminations from around the room, we will let you know. Can the man with half a blind last night manage a spin?
Yeah, Mick could definitely just shove this one. Queen 10 suited off of 11. Perfectly fine to move in. Jack in the big blind. Pocket 6 going to make the call.
Chance to double from one yellow chip.
Right then, Kev backs up. Ayla cheering Josh on. Right then, Rich Arthurs.
There we go, the Mickey Blacks.
How does he do it?
The one yellow chip last night, if you were watching.
What a spin this could be. And that seals the deal on the
it.
turn. Jack Oliver gets the double. Mick Fletcher going to be left on fumes.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Michael? And Hodkin. Good afternoon to everyone. Plenty tuned in already, and it's going to be a good day. Plenty of faces left in.
This is the spin for Jack Oliver. He worked it to perfection last night. He did the all-in move, but left one chip behind, which was a yellow. He got put all in, obviously, by Mark Dyson, and he eventually folded after using 5 time banks. He got the ladder, and then the very next hand he was in, and then got 5 times his 5k, made him 25, and then he doubled. So Fletch on fumes now.
Right then, Gallymouth, good afternoon to you. Rooting on Span and Riggy and Zacabello. Glad I had a punt on Jack this morning. I can't believe he was 40s. He was 7 big blinds.
I think he might have been bigger than 40s. I think obviously too overpriced for the stacks. They probably weren't. But Jack and Wadey, if they do get a double each, they're going to be dangerous. So good morning everybody, wherever you are in the world. The live stream is on until we crown a champ.
Is Jack going to opt to raise up the Queen Deuce here? Blind on blind. Looks fairly small, 2.5x. Obviously going to be a function of his stack size, working with around 17 to start the hand, so just opting for the smaller size, even being out of position, and going to be c-betting on the King 10-3 rainbow. 30%, good enough to get the job done. Josh not continuing with 8 height. 66 to 1, that's more like it, Zacabello. Zacabello's got 66s on jack.
I think anybody else in the books, if it wasn't a Jack Oliver, would have been higher. Could have been 150s. Morning, Mehmet. Watching in Northern Cyprus. You're absolutely right. Who said, when he said at the beginning of the day 500 players, he says, who's going to give me an odds on Turkey being in the final 20? And I said, I'll come to Northern Cyprus and I'll buy you a beer. So when I come over to Mehmet, the beers are on me.
Yeah, Mick shoving here for 2 bigs. So we got Mark with a suited ace, got the whole field behind him, but I'm gonna happily call here with the a6 suited, and Alex don't think he can do anything but fold here off of his stack. I know Alex will know Mick's going to be putting it in light from under the gun with the blinds coming round next hand, but once Mark calls, a bit wary there. And Keith with the case ace in his hand, 4 aces sat next to each other in a row. But Mick Fletcher with the most important one, ace king out in front. And Jamie should call the 7-5 here, chance to bust a player, and knows that Keith or Mark won't be bluffing at this. They're just going to be checking it down unless they do have a nutted hand.
Ten, Jack, 6.
So Mick goes from first to third. Going to need a queen or a king.
Yeah. Or a diamond. He's got half the board. Half the deck to it, Fletch. That's a black card. To 10. So we're going to lose Fletch.
Yeah, and Keith will bet now. Like, we want to be checking it down, but like I say, once we do make a really strong hand, it's fine to bet here. And goes for 30k, and we're going to be losing Mick Fletcher.
Unlucky, Mick.
From the field.
Good effort, Mick Fletcher. Good effort. £3,730. Finishing in 21st place. Well done, sir. What a good effort. Back in a card room in Blackpool, where he has so much success. Well done, Fletch. We're down to 20. First elimination.
There's probably a sign that shit, I've just lost all that.
I mean, I was never in doubt. 6 was always covered. Can we have some steering?
So Queen 9 of clubs here for Keith. All the chips, fine to open. Makes it 30k, opting for the 2.5x here into Mark Dyson's big blind. And Mark with a King 9 off. Expect him still to be defending this one versus Keith. Thing is, now we are 6-handed at this table as well, so obviously ranges are going to widen slightly. Keith, although being +1, is also effective hijack. And Mark flops best here. And Keith continuing. King 5-5 versus big blind, 2 spades. Can go fairly small here. 30 into 78 is size of choice. So 40% from Keith on the flop. And Mark's got an easy check call here. Never doing anything else as Mark. Always just going to be calling. 7 of clubs on the turn, and looks like Keith is going to go for the double barrel here, Tower, and maybe this is one, once we get called by Mark on the flop, we want to be slowing down on, start thinking about Mark's range of hands that he calls with on the flop. It's going to be King X, 5X and spade draws. They're the main ones that come to mind, so we're never folding a king or a 5. We just target some of those spade draws, which actually can be in front of some of those anyway. The 7 on the river. And he's going to go for the 3rd barrel here. Fires for 100k with the Queen 9 of clubs. I'm putting Mark Dyson in a really tricky spot here. So the 7's irrelevant. Neither player here is ever going to have a 7 in their hand. If Keith did turn a 7, he's going to start checking that. So 7/7's irrelevant here. It just, from Mark's perspective, comes down to, is Keith going to rock up with ace king, king queen, and then is he going to value bet these? Is he going to go bet with these? Like, sometimes recreationals here, if they have ace king, king queen, something like that, they bet twice, they might check back river, just realising that Mark out the big blind could have a 5, and it looks like Mark is going to pay it off for that reason, and maybe just making the assumption that Keith isn't going to be going 3 streets with a king, so making his range more condensed perhaps. And very nice call from Mark Dyson, and puts him up to 700k early on.
Very nice indeed. Any news on the outer tables, we'll bring it to you as soon as we can.
It's always good having all the chips. You can be aggressive, you can apply pressure on opponents, but always about choosing the right spots to just think on the turn there. Once we get called on that flop, we want to be slowing down more often than not. Just thinking about range of hands Mark can have there. Don't fold out too much of his range with the 2nd barrel. Keith still with all the chips, and he'll continue to be aggressive. 6-3 suited from the gun, makes it 27k. And 5-3 off for Alex.
How many sugars?
1.5 mil for Jamie, 1.5 mil for Keith, and look at Jack, 276,000. If you watched it last night, he had 1 yellow chip to the value of 5,000 with the blinds at 5,000, 10,000. PK's out there with the camera work just in case anything does happen. Hopefully catch a lot of the action on the outer tables while we're on 3 tables. Around Alex in the small. First walk. First walk.
We are going to head over to an outer.
Straight over.
Because Eduardo Silva is all in. This one's gone a 3-way. So no hole cards at the moment.
5, 6, king, 9. So that's you ever thinking he's got something.
Yeah, it is not a
Louis
situation.
folds. No, the nuts.
Just the nuts.
That'll do. Snowy, Danny Melton has just eliminated Eduardo. Good game, everybody, he says. Lewis says I didn't have any of that. Danny Melton scoops in. And Eduardo Sora out in 20th for 3,730. Which means we're down to 19. 19! No. 19. Afternoon, chat. Hope everybody is good wherever you're watching. You hope you're a little flutter this morning on any of the players. 75s for Wadey was mental. 66ers for Jack Oliver. Jack was third in the World Series, indeed he was. Afternoon, Sean, watching on Facebook. What were the odds on Nick Ramsey? I don't know. I only saw a couple. I didn't have myself a flutter this morning, I must admit. I just heard that there were morning. How's things? Oh, what's happening here?
We got more and more food
Not
today.
Jaffa Cake Jones.
No, I couldn't get any chocolate ones because I wasn't any in the shop.
Oh, the hobnobs have arrived. You're a gem. Look at the hobnobs.
I'm the modest that tortures you.
Hope you enjoy the live stream.
Always do, boys. You do a great job.
Thank you very much. We'll do it better.
Even you, Charlie. I never thought I'd bring this on the stream, but even you, have fun, guys.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome.
The donuts and the hobnobs have arrived. We can have a good day now. We just need tea. Oh, it's nice that people just flicking the old donuts and hobnobs.
We've been brought a whole cake as well today, haven't we?
Go and fetch it.
Shall I get it?
Go and fetch it. We'll show you what came in before we even started.
Oh, I've just seen the other bag. I haven't seen this yet.
Oh, have you not seen the other bag of goodies? We get looked after in this place, let me tell you. The waistline expands every single time we do a GUKPT. But I'm not being funny, but there we go. Just a full kit.
That's just for me and Tower as well. No one else.
We've got a spoon each.
Hold on. What else we got in this bag of mystery?
We've got a spoon each.
We've got some cream buns.
Cream donuts. We've got these. Oh my God.
Got some eclairs. Got some more eclairs.
Any salad in there?
No salad.
No salad. No salad in there. That's me done for the day. Because I just can't believe there's no salad. But that is just an amazing gesture. Thanks ever so much. We'll be sharing that with the entire team, let me tell you.
Oh, really?
Well, was it spoon each?
Yeah, we'll just
spoon each.
We'll get a spoon each and just pick it all down.
Brilliant. Thanks ever so much, guys. You do look after us. Oh my days. Aye, Scott, I love you. Oh, it's just so nice. And yes, we will be sharing.
Yeah, it looks nice.
We will need to jog home later though. By heck.
Who probably the cake and the stuff in? Because I thought it was Tim, and then Tim just come in then.
No, Tim fetched the hobnob and said, what biscuits do we want? We just got greeted at the door earlier. Said you were bringing in the cakes. Don't have too much breakfast, he said.
Yeah, he did.
I'm bringing in the cream buns.
He did.
And that was it. Thank you.
Jamie versus Mark here. Mark going for the 50k continue. After 3-betting the King Queen. 9's supposed to be better for Jamie, so does go check. And now Jamie 7-8 of hearts, surely one we have to bluff with. Like obviously not blocking any of these ace highs, ace kings, ace queen type hands that we want to fold out, even king queen on this occasion. And a nice bet there from Jamie and snap fold from Mark.
Is Snowy Josh Russian? No, Snowy is on the outer table. Snowy is Danny Melton. Lived in Blackpool all his life. His uncle is Rob Boone.
Is it?
Yeah. Uncle Rob.
His Uncle Rob, his Grandad Rob.
Yeah. He is indeed. Snowy is on the outer table. He's got a pot on his left hand. Don't know what happened, but he has.
Scott's going to be bringing you in some salad later, Tower.
Good on, yeah, good old Scotty. So yeah, Snowy's on the outer table. I don't actually know why he's called Snowy. He honestly look like Tintin.
His name's Melton.
His name's Melton. Oh, his name's
okay.
Danny Melton.
That makes sense.
Melting Snowy. There you go. We've got a friend called Jagger because his name's Michael. What? True story, Paul?
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. Got a friend called Michael Scott, and his nickname is Jagger. Because they started calling him Mick, he didn't like it, so he says, alright then we'll call you Jagger. He looks not like Mick Jagger, don't even know who Mick Jagger is.
So Jack just jamming 20 here versus cut off with ace jack, perfectly fine, gets it through. It ruins everyone, it is literally this place.
It does. Well, we are going to have to get tea very shortly. The throat starts to go a bit dry. Sat in the back. 321 total for the GUKPT 500 two-day event. 160,500 in the prize pool.
Going to be 40k up top. It's incredible. 25 day 2 buy-ins for the 500. Just the 25 people want to flick it in for 10 BBs.
Wow. For the 500. And nobody wants to go home. Yeah, we told, we asked Frankie if he'd done his hair for the cameras today. He went, alright.
Keith makes it 27 with the ace-8 into Mark's big blind, and 9 deuce of diamonds here for Mark. A little bit more than the min click. Not going to defend the suited one. I usually can defend these, but this stage of the tournament just going to defend tight up. Jacks for Jack.
Jacks for Jack. I tell you what, this is going to be the best spin ever.
It would actually be.
Can't get any better from one chip.
One chip.
You can't get any, especially as late as it was in the day as well.
Half a big blind.
Yeah.
And Alex going to be defending the 9-8 of clubs here. Like off of these stack sizes, 10 bigs, we can still defend out the big. It's not like we have to fold or shove. Can definitely be defending lots of different hands. 9-8 suited definitely falls under that remit. See if we can catch a good enough piece to go with.
9-9 flop, 9-7 deuce. This could, well, yeah. Alex has got top pair, so there's money going in the middle. All in. All in. We're in trouble. Alex Montgomery with 8-9.
Yeah, going to need some
the
help.
The overpair. The Jack Oliver. Alex Montgomery needs to hit an 8 or a 9.
Date with an 8 on the river for Alex.
Montgomery
finds it up to 278.
Wow.
And as that happens, we are going to head over to an outer table because Mangal is all in and at risk here with the ace jack versus the jack. So
Jack's everywhere.
In search of an ace to stay alive, and
that'll do
there it
nicely.
is.
What's he up against? Is
It's
it Trig?
I don't know.
I think it's Trig.
It's always, well, I was about to say, it's always nice when you've got ace jack and they got jacks, you hit the ace because they've only got one out, but now a 10 to fade as well. Oh, the case jack! Wow! Man Gal thought he was home and hose.
Man down.
And
Where's that trophy?
Oh my
you
days.
see that flop, you think you're there, and then Trig finds the case jack out of nowhere on the river. Look at that stack. It looks like it's been a very good start today for Trig. Looks like he's got 1.2, 1.3 milli there.
Man down.
How long have you been waiting to say
Man
that?
down. Out in 19th for £4,010. Wowzers, wowzers. Whew. 18 players left. We'll get the ticker sorted in the right hand corner. The closer we get to the money, the closer we get to the FT. 54 players got the money this year. 54. Amazing. Hey.
Yeah, everyone currently has locked up £4,010.
Indeed, indeed. They jump after the next elimination.
A6 here for Mark Dyson here, going to be opening this one from cut-off. Ace deuce for Jack, and Jack working with 12 bigs here. We are going to shove a fair amount of ace-x versus cut-off or button from the big with his stack size, but is ace deuce going to fall under that remit, and Jack makes the decision. It does, and shoves for 13 here, and back over to Mark. He obviously does have Jack in a dominated spot. If he did call though, it would be chopped up more often than not, but I don't think we can call here as Mark. Don't think we want to be doubling Jack up. I think Jeff's let this one go. 173k the actual jam here from Jack, so even more bigs, 14 bigs here for him. I don't think Mark's going to call this. I personally wouldn't myself. I know we can see the cards, but looks like he is going to make the call. It's going to be a correct decision.
Yeah, a lot of times we could be chopping.
There's the call. Good call, sir.
So Jack Oliver at risk against Mark Dyson. We do have chop outs.
Yeah, I guess Mark knows Jack
Yeah.
well enough and thinks that he's shoving enough hands to make this call fine with the a6. Fair play.
Just ping the two because you're Jack Oliver.
Deuce.
Just ping the two. Write his name on that trophy right now. Unbelievable.
And 8 of hearts on the river. So unlucky there for Mark. Makes a great call, but just gets unfortunate. Maybe the suited factor got him involved there. Obviously was very close after the tank was needed.
We are on YouTube, JK. YouTube.com/GUKPT. We'll get Jay just to flick in the link of YouTube into the chat for. So it's /GUKPT on YouTube. Watch it, rewind it, pause it, stop it, play it again. I didn't see the book. I just got told that Jack was 40s being backed in from 66s, and somehow Wadey was 75s. Mad Turk's on form. Span's on form.
Let's go to Span.
Keith Littlewood in seat number 9 will be, even though he's got a lot of chips, will probably be a bigger price than what it should be.
The thing is, we're six-handed. That's obviously another factor to take in there with the A6 suited. Obviously, a six-handed going to have slightly wider ranges. Mark did make the correct call. Just got unfortunate, and Jamie makes it 26 from under the gun with the Ace-10. I love this from Keith. Mixing one in with the suited king here versus the chip lead up as second in chips. Obviously not just going to take every suited king and free bet, but once in a while, at a certain frequency, fine to use this blocker and the suited capabilities to free bets as a bluff. Jamie here with the Ace-10. A difficult spot here. Not the worst 4-bet candidate as a bluff here. The Ace-10 off, very nice 4-bet hand. Oh, is he going to take it? He is.
The Kloss.
Love this from Jamie. And same again as what we just mentioned from Keith. We're not going to 4-bet Ace-10 off every single time we get dealt in or met with a 3-bet, but at some frequency, definitely using this one as a 4-bet bluff is very, very nice. And Jamie just choosing to make it 200k, just north of 3x out of position. Can probably choose a smaller sizing, but still really like the play, the hand selection, the fact that he's first in chips and Keith's second in chips. We're the only player that's got him covered, and very nicely done from Jamie. 4-bet bluff gets through. Playing some poker today.
Absolutely.
Stop advertising. It was right.
Oh, is that what you were trying to tell me? Yeah, well, it was my fault. Right. Why did you fold everything then?
Because I raised, the guy re-raised, the guy goes all in. I'm thinking, he opens 16, I get to 6 there, and he miles of 4-4.
I kicked straight after it. I left him here and went into town. At times the only bit.
And that Jacob saying out of it.
One gappers under the gun.
Oh, was it right?
And six-handed can definitely open this one as Mark Dyson here. Jack 9 of clubs, expect him to be clicking this up. And does make it 24.
Yeah, as he says, the raise online to another time.
Oh, and Jack Oliver. What a life for him. Is it Jack Stay Tower?
Oh my
It'll be the best story ever.
Envisage. We keep saying it. We know it's Jack Oliver. We know he's third in the World Series. We met him at the Student Championships about 5 years ago.
Yeah, so just time banking here. Just thinking whether to take the dicey approach here and flat, or to just 3-bet. And I think with 2 players behind, especially with Jamie in the big as well, he's going to be defending very, very wide.
He raises it up.
Oh no!
Wow!
And this is just a cooler.
Proper
for Josh. 6-handed aces v ace king. This is ill, and Josh could just jam here, Tower. I know we got Jamie behind us, but I think we can just jam here as Josh for 50 after it goes open 3-bet 6-handed. And if I'm Josh here, I'm just going to be moving all in most of the time when he's gone 180. So I'm guessing this is to do with just in case Jamie wakes up with the goods behind us and does have his cover, then maybe we can make the hero fold. But I think jamming for 50 going to be perfectly fine as well. But how does Jack Oliver get this spot? He is going to be licking his lips. We've got aces and we're met by the cold 4 here. And Jack will know when he's got 298k back. Josh just can't fold any hand that he's 4-bet here now. So no need to get trappy. Josh has put 180 in. We've got 300 back.
And they're going in. And that's it in a call. And Jack's got the boots. Oh, and Josh just taps the table and says, nice hand. And this looks like taking Jack Oliver up to 764,000 chips from 5,000. Anybody got 66s, ladies and gentlemen? Anybody fancy a sweat for the day?
And that's just basically dead for Josh. Needs running Queen Jack or running Kings. Only way we're going to get ourselves out of this one. Oh, there's a king. Imagine this. Deuce on the river. And that's just unfortunate. Nothing you can do about cold decks. It's just always going to go in there between these two hands. And now, as Tower said, Jack Oliver up to 63 big blinds. Josh now becomes the short stack at the table. What a life for Jack. The 1 big blind, less than 1 big blind. Small blind spin. Mark Dyson sitting there thinking, when I had that King Queen yesterday, why didn't I just raise all in rather than leaving 5k behind when Jack left his 1 chip behind and Mark just says the words all in. Jack's not sat there, but decided to check turn yesterday, and then Mark threw the 5k chip in on the river and Jack actually managed to fold an 8, and if Mark just puts it in on the flop after Jack raises yesterday, he wouldn't even be sitting there. It's crazy how this game can work sometimes.
He's still scooping in the chips from Josh Musson, who's sat to his left. And you got to be thinking with 760,000, he might be 6s and he might be 66s.
Yeah, he definitely won't be 66s right now, Tower. I reckon Jack is definitely less than 8s if we had a little in-play running.
Absolutely.
To be fair to Josh, takes it in very good spirit. Everyone at the table still smiling, laughing. Wouldn't think they were playing for 140k.
Exactly. That is the prize pool, scrolling across the bottom. Scrolling across the bottom, £142,220.
So mark the pocket threes here, off of 29. Blind on blind, limp from Jamie. Small pocket pair. So you're just gonna move in. And there it is. Perfectly fine. Blind on blind. Small blind limps. We've got a small pair. Can shove anything up to 30 bigs, even more sometimes as well. And threes. Just gonna take it down uncontested. And as that happens, guys, we are going to head over to an outer table.
What we got?
So we got an all-in and a call. We got Wadey at risk with the A7. Gonna need some help, and there's none of it there. So he needs to see a spade on the turn as Wadey, and that is dead. So we lose Wadey from the tournament. Paul Rick taking him out, and Wadey finishes in 18th place for £4,010.
Well done, Wadey. Great effort.
So it wasn't even Riggy taking him out, it was Louis.
Louis
taking him out.
Louis in 9.
Stands up too much, that Paul rig at the poker table.
You think he's at risk at all times?
Yeah, Mick Fletcher was first out, then we lost Eduardo Sara, then Mangal, and then we've just seen Wadey Ashraf bust in 18th, so we have 17 players remaining, and Jamie going to be opening this one on the button.
Alex Montgomery, who doubled up to 250k.
Ten, 8, 5 rainbow board. Not much here for either player. Jamie not electing to c-bet this one, but should be delayed c-bet now on this ace of diamonds turn. One that just expect to go check, bet, fold. Card that should be having fairly high frequency bets on, especially with King Jack as well. Still equity to make the nuts by the river. And there is the bet from Jamie, fires for 30k. And probably just going to lose Alex now. JD and Co. Afternoon. Afternoon, guys. What happens if you bet on someone and they end up chopping? Do you get it refunded? It's the trophy. Whoever
lifts the trophy. There always has to be a trophy winner. If they chop it exactly ICM, they will say, if we don't play any more hands, you'll get the trophy and be crowned champion. And that's how they'll do it. And that's how it works.
Jack Oliver going to be getting involved again. Pocket fives here for him. Down to 17 now. When we lose one more, there is going to be a 2-table redraw, guys.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
Jack makes it 25. And Alex in the small blind here. 6-handed coup. 18 bigs. Like if this was like button or cut off, I think Alex would feel pretty comfortable about jamming the pocket fours here off of this stack size. Oh, Jack has opened from under the gun, so maybe a little bit wary with the fours here, and does just choose to fold and makes a very good fold. It is up against the fives, and Keith quick defend from him with the ace jack. And Keith flops best, but board that Jack's just going to be c-betting relentlessly. The ace king 6 rainbow goes for 20k, so 30%. And a call from Keith. Just going to be putting our check call shoes on as Keith here. It's a board that Jack could plausibly be representing, and going to be firing some barrels a lot of the time on the ace king 6 board. Jack slows down.
9 of clubs river.
Yeah, well timed check. Now Keith, not looking for value, goes check check.
How many in the seniors? There are 90. 90 in the seniors, and I think that's due to still having about 8 or 9 tables in the 500 and 3 tables in the... oh, we're having a redraw. Why are we having a redraw? Danny Melton stood up. So snowy.
2 active players.
4. Is that 3-way action?
Yeah, it has to be tail up, no cards exposed, so Dan's obviously all in and been called in 2 spots.
8, 7, Queen. Ewan McNicholas and Louis. Louis got chunks, by the way, look at that.
42,000.
Nicholas, as you can see there, Grosvenor, Poker, Team Grosvenor.
Yeah, this
Package winner last year.
This is bad news for Dan Milton.
It is when people are betting. Unless he's got kings or queens or eights.
Check.
Looks like he could be in a lot of trouble. He goes, Louis not slowing down.
$95,000.
I love players that don't even really look at their chips. They just like pick them up and just put them in the middle. Just grab a few from here, a few from here, a few from here. Have that. You're not folding to this double barrel yet. Board is 7-8 queen, king on the turn, 2 flush draws now.
Seconds.
So Ewan does make the call here.
This is big.
This is a very big pot.
Side pot's bigger than the main for Danny, who stood there watching all the action, knowing he can't do anything else.
Check.
There's about 350, 400 in the side and over 200 in the main. So whoever wins this one, whether it be Ewan or Louis, probably going to put them over 1 million chips. And Ewan just with a quick fold.
Showdown, please.
And it's king, queen.
King, queen. 2 pair on the turn and 9s for Snowy. So Danny Melton has been eliminated by Louis. And Danny Melton out in 17s means we're on a redraw. Are you fetching the tea, son? Go on then, I'll let you.
How many tea runs have you done this week?
I've done hundreds.
You've not done one.
Go on.
5 days, he's not done 1 tea run.
Oh, go on.
Not one.
Go on. Go on. I'll get you the bun.
Actually,
go on, I'll get you a donut.
I'll go and get a knife as well because we've got that cake to cut. We've got that cake to cut. We'll have a bit of cake.
We won't be taking it home. There's plenty of cake to go around, let me tell you. We're on 16, so we'll have a full redraw. As you can see there, the Turk's coming. We've got the Spand in C number 3. We've got Trig coming in C1. Ewan McNicholas is in C number 9. And Riggy, oi oi, the Rigster. Have you seen this? I don't know if you've seen this. I don't know if you've seen that it's been announced or anything like that. But a small announcement yesterday. The UK Poker Open is heading to Coventry, the CBS Arena in March. $1 million guaranteed. £1 million guaranteed. Absolutely outstanding effort from Grosvenor. Well done to the team. Well done everybody. They have put their money where their mouth is. $1 million guarantee. 1,500 buying. 10-day festival. The full schedule will be released on the first week of London, when we head to London for the first week of 2. We will be streaming the first weekend, which is a 12.50, and the last weekend, which will be the grand final 2K. Have we announced Christmas Jumper Day yet? Are we going to? We're not sure when though. Have to buy a jumper. We'll have to buy a jumper. We'll do it on the first weekend, that's what we'll do. But yes, $1 million guarantee, 25th of February until the 5th of March. That is amazing. We're looking forward to it. Hope you are too. Get yourself in, because that will be an absolute corker. I reckon that was Ewan. Okay. Sorry about that. Wandering in, as you know, Blackpool, the smallest card room for the setup because of the false ceiling that's only about 8'2", and Ewan's 7'9". So apologies about the camera angle. it does get sorted straight away. PK noticed that it had been knocked, and there was only one person who can reach it. It'd be Ewan McNicholas, and he's still in. Yeah, it's because obviously the setup for us this week is the smallest and lowest because of the size in Blackpool and the false ceiling. The rest of the rigs obviously are a lot higher, and you can't touch them. Blackpool, with the size of the ceiling, I think the guys have done an amazing job. And it's been an amazing 10 days. Ricky Kebabs, there's 5 day ones. 5. A, B, C, D and E. We'll be there for the full duration of it all. Looking forward to Coventry. Wish you could get back in, says Mike. Coventry needs 740 runners to hit the guarantee. And Mehmet, who's in Northern Cyprus, said on day 1A, what price would you give me for Mad Turk to hit the final 20? And he ended up with 543 runners. And I said the price will be pretty high. But I won't be sticking up anything to it apart from a beer when I come and see you in Northern Cyprus. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of online satellites. There's going to be a lot of... I'd be very surprised if I think Coventry are doing like a mini league, or the Midlands are doing like a mini league. More details to come in the next few weeks regarding... Tell you what, this T-boy's been amazing this week.
Do you know what? He filled them up so full I've spilled it everywhere.
This T-boy's been amazing. But yes, there will be plenty of announcements regarding the UK Open, but it has only just been announced and signed off. And when we get to London in 3 weeks' time, we'll give you more information.
Want to cut the cake, Tower?
Are we cutting the cake? Would you like a photo opportunity of people cutting cake?
Is that quads, I see?
Just the quads for Ewan.
Quads and a pair. Oh.
Yeah, Ewan's napper. BK saw it more or less instantly. So just the quads for Ewan. Will be another popular winner as well, Ewan McNicholas. What a table. Final 2 tables.
And line's going to be going up in just over 5 minutes' time.
Did you bring plates?
I didn't bring plates, just a knife.
Might need plates.
Yeah, we might need plates. I didn't think about that, to be fair. I go, cover knife. He didn't even, he goes, what for? I go, we've got a cake to cut. He didn't even mention the plates, to be fair.
Where did all of Ewan's hair go? It went in Luton. He decided Saturday morning I need a trim. He sat in the barber's chair, fell asleep, and woke up, there was none left. You don't have to bet in first position. You can wait to try and trap your opponent. If you're last to act, it's normally perceived that you have to bet with the nuts. Frankie's doing it again.
Is he alright?
I've no idea.
I've told him.
Absolutely no idea why he can stand anywhere apart from me. And we love his beautiful locks. We love he's got a full head of hair. We've just seen it too much. There we go. So yeah, it's if you're betting, if you're first to act and you got the nuts, you can check just in case your opponent wants to bet.
Series registration GJ09ENE. GJ09ENE. Please make your way to reception immediately.
We have a table.
Jamie picking up the old not flush draw now. Just checked over to Keith, who fires for 75. So 100. 100 into 174. 60%. One card to come for Jamie. Getting quite the right price to make our flush directly, but if Jamie thinks that if we do make it, we're getting paid on rivers, may choose to call. There's the call.
Queen of diamonds on the river. That is the same Jamie Classic of carp fishing your fame. It is indeed, Fletch. Good to meet you this week.
Carp fishing fame?
Yeah, he catches £80 carps for a living.
Oh, is he a fisherman?
He is. He used to Croatia a lot. He used to DJ. He's a. If you ever see him with headphones, and it's probably trance or proper dance music. But he was a DJ. He was on Gloss. Not too sure about the switch. Mick Fletcher has bust. Was he first out, Mick? 21st?
Yep. Mick first out today, followed by Eduardo Sara. Then we lost Mangal. Wadey we just saw on the pan with Dan Melton. And that brings us down to 16. 2 tables.
He's still a DJ, but only an average carp fisherman. Nice lad, Jamie. Nice. I think he's from Chorley, all around there. Which is only like half an hour away. Did Ali Malou enter Blackpool? Says Ali, law. Yes, he did. Bust out in spectacular fashion yesterday against Josh Musson.
Yeah, the old 9x hot rip on the flop from Ali Malou.
Was you there?
I wasn't
Did you see it?
there.
Oh, right.
I was sent a hand history by someone that I had a piece of who was on the table. So ace king for Riggy. Is it time? 16 bigs. Open. This one is close ones. Whether to open shuffle. It's just raise it up with a click and just stops with a click on this occasion. I reckon I've Riggy had one, maybe half a big blind left. Less he might have just opened whips. And Josh has got pocket jack, so Josh has just got a standard shove here for 22 big blinds, just sub. And there is Josh's shove, and Riggy will be calling it off. And there's the call from Riggy. So jacks for Josh, ace king for Riggy. It's a race.
I don't need to you. Josh, you don't know.
Does the ace king survive?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
And
Nope.
this is
Jack's look like winning another.
looking bleak for Riggy. Gonna
It
need
is.
an ace or a king.
Ace or king for Riggy, or we lose one. Oh, Riggy.
Of clubs. Paul Rigg out in 16th place for £4,590. Little ladder for everyone. Everyone now like £5,160.
Good week for Spand. You are not wrong.
Unbelievable week. Third in the mystery, I think he cashed the mini,
Yeah.
and then chopped the high roller, and now he's here on day 3 of
Yeah. How many
GUKPT.
bounties did he end up with as a bonus? Did he get lots? Any big ones?
I think got a few grand in bounties. I think
Yeah.
it was like 6.8k cash and 3k or something in
Oh, right,
bounties
okay.
around that. It's around 10k total.
James Gray taking the big one, the 10k.
Yeah, what a week for Spain. Just everything he plays at the moment, just cashing it, running deep.
Yep.
I didn't see anyone losing with 35, you know.
Here is this band. The ace queen suited.
You want to raise out of position. Are you out of your mind? You think I'm going to pull my big
Makes it
blind?
40k. And the Mad Turk with an ace hit, so won't be folding. Coming along for the ride.
Anything with 7 and 5 is okay. Like 7 is good.
King 7-3, all spades.
Yeah, so Mad Turk finds the 3 outer here, but king high board here for Span. All spades here, could just be a really small C bet here. Goes for third, 30 into 92.
There's no space gone.
And Turk has a piece here, so happy to call.
No spade, please. He says perfect. Perfecto. He says, I call you. I think you've only got one spade.
Please make ready to the desk. You'll be in the doctor once again. Up to number 11. Mark that low.
A check and a fold.
The Mad Turk is quite funny, just watching his expressions and stuff.
John Hall, Graham Thomas, and Kevin.
Yeah, Jack Oliver's moved tables as we had a redraw, but he did spin up to 750,000.
It wasn't very strong. I mean, 7-3 offsuit. It wasn't a perfect game, was it, really? Yeah, ace jack. Ace queen. I want the ace on the turn then. Yeah, I had a 7, ace 7. Ace 7, really? Ace would have been perfect on the turn.
Ewan McNicholas finds aces.
The boots.
Makes it 24.
The boots.
And Spand here with the king queen. Going to be continuing, whether it's in the form of a flat or a free bet. Don't mind free betting this one at all, but don't need to go usual size. I like this from Spand. This is fine from him. Obviously we're just running right into the top of Ewan's range here, but need this in there, in the arsenal. Nice hand selection to do it with, just south of 3x. And then back over to Ewan here. Ewan started the hand with just under 40, 38 big blinds at the start. And it is a dreamy situation when you open aces and you see someone counting out the free bet.
Yeah, loving it.
It's just using a time bank here. Figuring out how to proceed. It's either going to be 4-bet to like 150, 160 tower.
Is any 4-bet at the end of the hand?
Yes, then it will be the end of the hand. But if Ewan could find a dicey flat here against this particular hand, it would work a treat. And he is going to take the flat approach tower.
Right, you like it.
I do. Just going to flat here with the boots. And potential trouble brewing for Spand. Oh no.
Ace 5-8.
Oh no.
Back doors.
With the king of clubs. With the king of this king queen as well. King of clubs, queen of hearts. This could spell trouble for Spand tower. This could really spell trouble. It's ace high board here with the king queen. Going to be c-betting, and there's like a lot of turns that we could potentially double barrel on here. There's Spand.
He bets 55.
Yeah, and Ewan's just pure call here. Never doing anything else. Blocking the top pair.
That's what he's just done.
Oh no.
Oh my days, it keeps him involved.
Yes, this is just gonna, I could see Ewan getting a full double here. Tower.
Yeah.
Spand with the king of clubs in here. Spand will make the assumption that Ewan's gonna just rip ace king in pre here, so we can have ace king in our head as Spand and Ewan can't. Obviously Ewan can't have the aces, which would be trapping some of the time, but
yeah.
The thing is, holding this king of clubs is massive. It just means Ewan can't have the king 10 of clubs, the king jack of clubs, the king queen of clubs, all the hands that would pill versus our free bet. So we've got a really relevant blocker here as Spand, and like not really worried about anything else on this board. Ewan can still have a few flushes, jack 10 of clubs, queen jack of clubs, queen 10 of clubs, but that is literally it, only 3 combinations. And so I think we do blast off most of Ewan's range here, other than the pocket eights and the pocket aces, and obviously like ace queen with a club, something like that. Even ace queen off probably might call once more versus this size. So I'm guessing Spand's gone small here to line up the river shove. But can we find a club? That's the other option.
It? Club on the river. That's not the 8 of clubs.
Deuce of spades. It's a black deuce, but it's the wrong one. I'd love to see a jam. It's not going to work, but I think with this particular hand, I think it's going to be fine to go bet, shove with the king of clubs in there. And there's the all-in from Spand and snap call from Ewan. And smelt it from the start. As soon as we saw that flop, I knew it was going to be trouble. Spand just with the perfect hand to be running it there, and unfortunately we've just run into the top end of Ewan's range. But I love the line from Spand, man, and Ewan playing the aces beautifully. Going to leave Andy back short.
Shorty, short.
Not overly short still. I think just under 20 bigs. But well played from both there.
That's some chips for you and stacking in.
No span going after some ace jack suited, ace 10 suited, ace queen with the club, all this stuff that you can still have there. Like Spam will know, once the king of clubs and the nine of clubs, the ace of clubs and the nine of clubs are on board and we hold the king of clubs, it's literally 3 combos of flushes that Ewan can have. And like I say, it's only really in our head. Pocket eights we're worried about. Ace king shouldn't be in there. That's just going to get it in pre with the stack sizes. So we just put every hand in Ewan's range in the bin, other than the pocket eights, the pocket aces, and then the times he might have one of those 3 combos of flushes in that situation. Credit where it's due. Big day 3 and capable of running it. Fair play to Span, but well played Ewan as well. So it does actually have sub 10 now, Spanned. Just looking at his stack size, 9 big blinds.
Your please, Kevin Remley to the desk. Kevin Remley, please have your to the desk.
Hey gents, who do we have left in the running? I can run you through the names that we got.
Go on then. Oh, we got.
So, we have got on this table Rick Trigg, Josh Musson, Span, Andy Back, the Mad Turk, Jamie Klossick, Keith Littlewood and Ewan McNicholas. And on the outer table, Mark Dyson, Tom Aravara, Jack Oliver, Alex Montgomery, Stu Rutter, Louis Leithambler, Maxime Fanner and Nicholas Ramsey.
And there we go.
Yeah, the power of flatting aces, guys. If Ewan 4 bets that one pre, Span just snap folds.
Yep.
Found the flat, obviously got the flop of dreams. And Span had the one of the few hands that are just going to be bet for him. Like the king, queen there, king of clubs, queen of hearts, just always going to be firing it off on the club turn. Yep, you do only need half a blind, Johnny Scott, you're right.
That is true.
10 bigs is heaps.
What stack size has Nick got? We'll try and get a message out to the outer tables, but other than that, it would be the break.
The elderly maniac. I'm watching the stream and sunbathing.
Beautiful. Blackpool's lovely this morning.
Open on the button from Jamie with the suited jack, and both players catching a piece here. And king high board. Jamie looks like he wants to continue. Could mix in some checks here with middle pair as well. But Ewan got an easy check call with the king 8 suited. $35 into 94. And there's the call from Ewan. Jack of clubs on the turn. What a life for Jamie. Just pings it off. And definitely going to be getting another street as well at the very least here. But Ewan checking it over. And there's the second barrel. Of 100k by the looks of things, so just under 2/3. Sizing choice from Jamie here, and Ewan's just got an easy check call again. With the King 8 of clubs, can't be folding just yet. Gonna have to call once more here on the turn. Oh wow, we can fold once more, and just lets it go.
Brilliant.
Just lets it go.
Brilliant.
I'm probably losing another street there. Button versus big blind against the chip leader.
Yeah.
Just folding the top pair correctly as well. Not putting a penny in when we're behind, only putting the money in when we're ahead. That is as good as poker gets. Great fold from Ewan there with the King 8 of clubs. Maybe he just thinks Jamie's never bluffing. That jack turns one that Ewan probably expects Jamie to be checking back fairly often, so once he barrels it, maybe just thinking he is going to be more weighted towards value, but still at some fold. I think a lot of people call there and pass to a river bet. I think I most certainly do, so class fold there from Ewan. So pocket kings for Jamie now in the cut-off. Raises to 35. And Trig defending with a 10-3 suited.
Flop time. Queen Jack 2, 2 hearts.
And Jamie just continuing, and Trig out of the way. Alright then, Sam Webb, afternoon gents, good luck to Span and you sell.
The Mad Turk in the middle.
There are currently 55 remaining. The full breakdown of the prizes will be soon and will be visible on the screen.
£40,000 up top in the 500.
£40,000 for a side event.
When Mark Dyson chopped it with Andy Hills, that was the winning prize.
When Ali Malou, I remember one Reading years ago, he got like 30k for it.
Yeah.
In the 500 pounder. We're getting side events that they get bigger than the main events 5 years ago. Span gets out the way with a king 3 off.
No balmy army in the house then, Will Meister. Yeah, England world champions at T2020. Beat Pakistan this morning. What we're gonna get if it's the FT this time? Are we gonna get the old rendition of ABBA? Just moving across because there will be a player coming in very soon. I'm pretty sure. That's what I think the dealer's just told him.
He's 5 off. Keith chooses to open and Trig defending the King Jack of Hearts in the small as he should be. Gets a delicious flop.
Ace 3 Jack 2 hearts.
Nut flush draw, middle pair, and Keith with top pair of his own here, so going to be some action flying about. Just easy check call here for Trig, I think. Oh, he's going to raise. Okay, no, he's going to check call. Thought he was reaching for the big chip set.
And club's turn.
Yeah, and same should apply on the turn here for Trig. However, it is one that Keith might start checking behind and does check behind because the ace of spades has rolled off on the river, and Trig now leading. Small going for value with his jack, and quick raise here from Keith makes it 100. So Trick goes for less than 20% on the end here with his King Jack, and I'm guessing that is with the intention of folding to a raise here. Obviously, what may be going through his head is Keith did check back the turn, but Trick good enough to understand that there will be plenty of ace-X that check back turn after getting called on flop, especially the weaker ace-X that elected to bet. Ewan's just walked straight into the camera again.
No,
that McNicholas.
He's going to try and fix it again.
That McNicholas.
There's only one person and there's only one spot where you have to dodge, and he's done it again.
Ruining the table, ruining the cameras.
Dear. PK! Everywhere we go, people what to do. They do a lot of singing at cricket. I suppose that's the most enjoyable part of it. 2020 champions.
What about when it finishes and going home?
I'm going home's probably the best bit. Yeah. T20 world champions, England.
It's like that Milton Jones joke when he goes, I lost my job as a cricket commentator by starting every sentence with, I hate to bore you with the details, but... If you like your cricket out there, you like your cricket, nothing against it.
He nearly put it right as well, did you? He nearly twisted it all the way around correctly. Oh dear. Yeah, England cricket champions. Beat Pakistan.
If you enjoy your cricket, Will Meister, then that's fine. I'm just, I'm not a fan. I find it very difficult to watch, and I'm sure you're the same with other sports that I may enjoy it.
Absolutely. Tottenham. It's the Ashes this year in Australia, is it? That's a 4-0 defeat, if ever I've seen one coming.
King 9 suited opens for Jamie with all the chips, perfectly fine, and just c-betting on the ace-10 free rainbow as he should be. Keith peeling once with his will draw here, and Jamie catching some showdown here on the turn with a 9, and does check it over. And Keith going to take a freebie, 6 of diamonds. So King 9 good for Jamie, and Keith going to bluff it here with the 5 high. 60k into 170, so a little bit more than third. This is an interesting one because obviously the check on the turn, but we've already seen that Keith is capable of checking back some top pairs, so could definitely have an ace here that he just checks back turn and goes for value on the river. Don't think he's ever going to go for value with a 10, way too thin, so it's probably from Jamie's perspective here, it's ace-X, maybe pocket sixes, and that's about it, and then could have some King Jack, Queen Jack, stuff like this. On this occasion he's actually got the wheel draw, the 4-5 of spades, and Jamie pays it off with a 9 correctly.
I'll be giving you back, don't worry. I always plan to bet on the river.
So we're on 15. Who was that last? The Rigster. Poor old Riggy. Ace King for Riggy bust out.
Yeah, I just don't think Keith ever getting called by worse if he other than I know he got called by a 9 on that occasion, but don't expect Jamie to have too much 9x9 come on the turn, so I just think a 10's always checking back there. I know what you're saying, maybe go for some value with King 10, target some Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, stuff like that, but I think maybe just a little bit too thin. And Jamie as the opener can still have Jacks, Queens, Kings, these type of hands as well. Sometimes we value own ourselves versus those. I just think a 10. Maybe a little bit too thin to be going for value. I know, simply because I'm saying it's very hard to get called by worse. I know we can see Jamie call with a 9 there, but a lot of the time, not ever going to have a 9 in that spot. Versus certain players maybe as well, maybe it's player dependent. If you got someone that doesn't like folding rivers no matter what their hand, then yeah, maybe we go thinner, but I would have just been happy to check back there with any 10x's, Keith.
265, 2 spades.
How we doing, you chunk? Big up Jan Tower. Brilliant entertainment as usual, keep it up. That first Spurs goal, come on, 2 players wrestled the goalkeeper into the net. To be honest, I haven't even watched the football yet. You?
No, I didn't see much of the day. I didn't catch any of the highlights. 4-3 sounds like a great game though. Might have to watch it on catch up at some point.
I was quite tired last night. Got in and
yeah, fell asleep.
Fell straight asleep, yeah, literally. How then, David Thomas, good afternoon to you.
We'll get a chip count on Alex for you, Mario, when we can. Watching on Facebook.
Who was your pick yesterday, Tower? I can't remember. David asking if the 2 players we picked yesterday are still in. You picked someone. I went with Riggy, didn't I? But I can't remember who you went with.
You did. You did. Who did I go with? Can't remember.
Let me guess, Jamie Klossick.
No. No.
Keith, then it must have been Keith, right?
No, I went with Trig.
Oh, you went with Trig. Oh, yeah, of course you did.
Yeah, I went with Trig.
Yeah, my guess is out. I went with Riggy. And Tower fancies the Trig stuff for his 4th title. And we're going to be going on the first break in 30 minutes' time. If you look in the background there, Tower, it looks like Nick is getting up. If the jacket comes off the chair, then we know. There we go. Confirms it. Nicholas Ramsey out in 15th place for £5,160, which leaves us with 2 tables of 7 and 14 remaining.
Great effort, sir. Great effort, Mr. Ramsey. James Madison went off injured yesterday, says Will Meister. Heard he's out of the World Cup. I don't know if he's true or not. The min cash now is 5,000. Next out, we'll get 5,730. Next out. Next out, 5,000. Nick Ramsey just taken 5,160. So next out we'll get 5,730.
And Trig here, Queen 10 of Hearts opening in the hijack and spanned. Very short now. Thing is with this one, Tower, we're not really going to have fold equity here. Maybe a tiny bit versus some hands. But a lot of the time Trig will be getting 2 to 1, well all the time he'll be getting 2 to 1 when we'll shove, so he will be calling off most of the hands that he's opening, so Span just letting the ace-3 go there, and I agree. How we doing, Spurs fan? Afternoon, Tower and Jay, great stream as usual. Up the yids, I was there yesterday, it was a very stressful game, I can imagine.
It sounded like a great game though.
And to answer your question, Sam, when we come back after the break, we've got half hour till the first break, we'll have 4 chip counts of everyone left in. And obviously we do head out to the outer table for any all-ins and calls. If there's any all-in and calls on the outer table, PK's on the floor usually, and we'll capture it, and then you can see what's going on out there.
Alright.
Are they playing poker on the hill? Ewan is... Ewan, not the camera. Yeah, that's good, not like that Charlie Reid.
Exactly. Ewan does shout to PK, "I've knocked your camera again." The only place it could ever get knocked is Blackpool. The only place it's been knocked is Blackpool.
Yeah, it's low, isn't it?
Yeah, the false ceiling means the rig's not it's full height and it's not full setup. It's a tough place to set up. but we've managed a fantastic stream yet again.
I haven't seen it, Mal, so I can't comment on that. But if you say you should have won, then maybe you should have.
Right.
But it's a good result for us. That's the thing. We're not playing too well at the moment, but we're still finding results here and there. There our PK's over there on the camera, sorting it out for us before Ewan gets up again. So blind on blind action here, and Jamie leads to 16, and Keith having none of it. He's saying, "You've got the chip lead, sir, but I'm not frightened. I've got chips too," and just puts in a raise with the random 10-5 there, blind on blind, just setting a tone, sitting on his left as well, just letting him know that he's not going to be pushed around and he's capable of putting in some light raises himself. And we sell with the football news, 1-0 to Brighton.
What's happening there? Is it a match on, is it?
Yeah, Brighton Villa just kicked off. And Brighton are 1-0 up according to We Sell.
We sell.
Ace King suited for Trig. Makes it 33.
3 and 3, 33. Standard tanking now, looking round at the our table, a little bit like Jack Oliver. We all know what Jack's done since his half a big blind fold.
It was funny when he got it in as well, with the King 6 against the 10s, and the flop come King 6, and he started jumping up around. All from leaving himself that chip back. And the Mad Turk, he's played pretty solid tower so far today, but then he's always got a moment of madness inside him, and 10-9 off here in the cut-off at this stage of the tournament. It's a little bit wide, I must say, but the Mad Turk wants to get involved, and Jamie with a lovely little one to peel on the button, and Keith comes in the small with the 9-8 off, and Ewan in the big blind. What's Ewan working with over there? He's getting an unbelievable price to be continuing. It does make the fold here, but we are 14 players out here, guys, for 142k and a 1k, and we got an open and 10-9 off and 9-8 offer in the pot, and neither player is in the big blind. But this is just Trig's board, and a great hand for him as well to have. And gonna lose every opponent from the pot, 35k size of choice, and should just be folds all round. And I said he has a moment of madness in him, Tower.
And the Turk with the 10-9 off
just makes it 87k here. Like, this is Trig's board. Like, Trig still has 6s, 3s, aces, ace king. Every strong hand on this board Trig can have, and there's some we cannot. We can't have the aces, we free bet those. We can't have the ace king, we free bet those. And Trig's going to be thinking, what's going on here? Bet he wasn't expecting to get raised on this board. It's great that we hold the ace of spades as Trig as well, though. We're blocking some ace-6 of spades and ace-3 of spades. Only a few combos left of those. Only one of ace-3 suited, and only two of ace-6 suited. Obviously, Trig will be wary about a hand like pocket sixes or pocket threes potentially. That's probably what's going through his head now. That's the main worry here from Trig's perspective. But we still are ahead of all these potential club draws. King X of clubs in there. Even a hand like if he's peeling 10-9 off, he might have like a 3-4 of clubs here or something like that. Pair and a flush drop. So Trig, just easy check call, and we'll be taking a river. And this pot is brewing. That's a great card to see for Trig. Now meaning that pocket six is only one combo of that, and so much better than 6 pairs than the 3, because 3x of clubs is a thing, 6x of clubs obviously not a thing. So this is probably one of the best rivers in the deck for Trig. Probably better than an ace rolling off, I'd say. This 6 coming, just making set of 6s so unlikely on the flop. So I think in Trig's head now, we've just always got the best hand. And the other thing as well, we now, ace-3 of hearts has been counterfeited, so even the ace-3 suited we now beat, and there's only 2 combos left of ace-6 suited. So I don't think Trig's ever going to fold on this run-out tower. Is the Mad Turk going to go for it though? Yeah. It gives the give up.
Yeah, it does give it up. It says it's yours. He wants to see what he's playing with. Right thing to do.
So big pot goes the way of Rick Trig, and if the Mad Turk just folds pre there tower, saves a lot of chippies.
It does indeed.
Or even just folds flop, like just went for it on the board, which is all over Trig as the under the gun opener. Always good to be aggressive in this game, but it's all about timing, understanding the boards on which ones we want to beat.
When's the cake coming? We've had us tea.
Yeah, I know.
We missed the tea.
I'll tell you what, I'm waiting for you to bring the cup of teas, and then
that is it.
Then we might have a bit of cake.
Right, that is it.
I've only been here 5 days. I must have done about 28 tea runs. Don't worry. Actually, at the grand final, I'll remember that, because I don't like going in the back at the grand final.
You get your own back in the grand final.
I'll get my own back at the grand final, so I'll get the next.
And we're there
teas,
twice.
Yeah, so I'll get the next teas. Don't worry about that.
I'll need running shoes.
No joke, no tickets up for grabs today. However, we do have our live stream free roll, which starts at 6 PM. We'll give the password out for that at 3 PM. Unless you want to try and guess it. I know a lot of you like to jump on and have a little guess here and that.
I have no idea. Is it GUKPT Black?
You're gonna struggle with this one.
Is it GUKPT Blah?
They could get in now. Should we give them a little teaser?
Is it anything relevant to Blackpool? No?
Yeah, we'll say yeah, it's relevant to Blackpool, but it's not Tower.
Oh, well it should be. GUKPT Rock.
£250 for the live stream free roll. First place gets 110 seat for the 20k closure, and then there's a little 30 and £5 tokens scattered throughout.
Well, it could be Tangerines. That's a good shout, good enough. Tangerines, the nickname of the Blackpool football team. GUKPT looming seaside. They're all guessing. They're all having a guess. Take with the Queen 8, raising an EP to 42. Yeah, with the King Queen on the button. Pretty big raise to 42, the blind's 816.
Yeah, it's bigger than 2.5x. It's rare you ever seen anything above 2.5x at this stage of a tournament. But the Mad Turk has his own game and just gets it through with a raise and take. How are you doing, James Gill? Good afternoon. The free roll is at 6 PM.
It is. It's at 6.
Is that North Berwick, James Gill?
Tom Gill.
Tom Gill. Ah, okay.
No. Tom.
Of course, it's Tom.
It is. Nickname Ferrari Tom.
Ferrari Tom.
Yeah.
Let me guess, you got a Ferrari.
A 1968 Ferrari.
That's an old Ferrari.
A 365.
It's older than you, Tower.
It's exactly the same age as me.
King Two Hearts for key raises 232. Ewan in the cut-off here with a pair, just happy to peel with position on the opener. Triggs out of there. Josh going to do the same in the small blind, and over to Spand in the big. Who? Queen 10 of spades. This is it for Span Tower. He's going to use his time banks probably, but this should be going in, I think. Or it may just call. We'll be defending at the very least here. He's got 4.5 bigs behind. He's going to put at least one in to defend here with the Queen 10 of spades. It's just whether he wants to go with it all now, and looks like he does choose to go with it now. Leave himself a few chips back. Try and do the Jack Oliver just in case. We're not in the worst of shape here. King 4 betting the King Deuce of Hearts to 200k. And now Span going to be tanking.
Yeah.
Looking for ladders.
Absolutely. Not too sure he's going to get one. He's going to flick in a couple of time banks just to make sure. Now I think he realises that there's no need if the hand's finished.
There we go.
I don't think he minds to see the Queen 10. I don't think he minds seeing Queen 10 at all.
Well, Spand like what he sees after seeing the 4-bet. Can we get the spin going? Queen or 10 needed. Oh, that is just dead on the flop to run in spades.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, that is it. But what did Ewan have? Did Ewan have 5s? Ace of Hearts just improves to the nut flush. Unfortunate for Span, we lose Andy back in 14th place for £5,730.
Well done, sir. Great week, Andy. Fantastic effort all week. 3 finals.
Yeah, it was 4s Ewan had. 4s, yeah. I thought if we had 5 that would have been mad flop if Span just defended. But it was 4s that Ewan had, not the 5s.
Oh dear. Ian Roberts, afternoon guys, home from the Bournemouth game, kicked off at the end, players came to the fans, he Warby threw his shirt to the fans and they threw it back. Brilliant. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Oh dear.
So pocket 10s for Ewan. Going to be opening this one. And the Mad Turk will be defending the Jack 10.
Newcastle winning the league, says Kieran Cook. I tell you what.
I said it to Goliath. I said tip of the year, Newcastle top 4.
And I said Newcastle won't finish in the top 6. How wrong you can be. They're having an amazing start to the season. They don't really want the World Cup to start, that is for sure.
So ace 9 deuce board here. So a good board for Ewan in terms of range. So we're going to be happily continuing here on the ace 9 deuce, even with the 1 over card to our 10s. And it's just going to be c-bet fold, and Mad Turk's cards already in the muck. And we were going to head over to an outer.
Who was that?
Because we have just lost one, but I don't think.
No, that was Danny, wasn't it?
PK's got it in the pan for us.
Well, so we have got news. We'll try and show it you on the outer very soon. Trig over a mil. We've just lost Andy back on our table. Josh Musson in seat number 2. The Mad Turk has had a mad half an hour and is down to under half a mil. Tens again.
Here are the twins, Anthony Smith and Michael McGrew. Please make way to 10 and
Da, 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 da. Tens again for Ewan.
Yeah, and against the Mad Turk again, but this time Mad Turk has flopped a decent piece. Flopping the 9 high flush draw here, 2 overcards to the pocket 10s of Ewan, so going to choose to check on this occasion. 5 of hearts on the turn. You may see the Mad Turk start leading now.
Yes.
With his flush draw, and just 9 high.
Dropped his stack to 4-11. We can see with a bet of 43,000. The 10s of Ewan.
Yeah, difficult spot here for Ewan. Blocking some of the bluffs here, like the 10-9, the King 10, these type of things that Mad Turk could peel in the small. Diamond draws obviously out there as well.
Yeah.
And then for value, obviously, main one is going to be Queen X of Turk, King Queen, Queen 10.
Oh, the 10 of clubs on the river.
Yeah, and Ewan loves to see this.
Ewan Jones.
Ewan Jones?
Ewan Jones.
And the Mad Turk slowing down now, and Ewan has to go for value. Mad Turk's never got Ace King. 8-9 and King 9 are just going to be leading. And Queens and Jacks shouldn't be in there because they're going to be getting it in pre. Offer just over 20. We started the hand, we're closer to 30. Easy value bet spot for Ewan, and it will be a fold from the Mad Turk once again. So Ewan wins round 2, and now we are going to head over to the hour.
What's happening here?
So it is.
Oh, it's Rutter.
Stu Rutter.
I thought Stu would build his stack up to chunks.
He's got like 300 and a bit there, Tower.
Whoa.
So Stu with the deuces, Louis with the sevens. Stu needing a deuce.
Louis.
No help at all there.
No.
9-10 on king, give us a lot of chop outs. But it is an ace of diamonds, so no chops here. Needs a deuce, and only a deuce. Stu.
Oh,
next door. 3 of clubs, and look at Louis' stack. He's got heaps and heaps now.
He's pulling them in himself.
Probably close to...
Big chip leader. 1.5 mil by looks like.
Yeah.
That's the card I wanted.
Stu Rutter maybe made a move with the 2s, but wrong timing. Sometimes it's bad timing, and that was it for Stu. Another good effort for Stu Rutter.
Yeah, 13 for £6,310. 2 tables of 6 remain. And Ewan from under the gun raises to 32. And looks like Trig going to put in a free bet here with the Jack 10 suited in the hijack. And should be the end of Ewan here. Ewan's not calling here, King Jack off out of position. Gun versus +1, although we are 6-handed, but we've already seen 1 light 4 bet today. But I think Ewan will choose a better spot, and there is the fold. As we've got just under 10 minutes to go, guys, for the session. When we come back, we will get the outer table on the feature, probably likely to hit the final as well in the next couple of hours. So
yeah,
look how deep this is. Look, you got Jamie and Keith both sitting with over 100 bigs. You got Trig sitting with 80 bigs. You got Ewan with heaps as well.
I've been playing this game 20 years, like, I've lost all the emotion I ever had. I am dead inside. It's a lot. It takes a lot to get it from my house.
Trig 1.3 mil, 8-7. Won't be doing anything with that. Josh won't be doing anything with 10-2.
Blind on blind between Ewan and Keith. Keith calling with the Queen 9 of hearts.
Please start the usage of the sun on 2 minutes. Once again, 2 minutes remaining, please take a chance.
So
Here's side flop.
Checks his option.
Ace 4-5.
And flops best with second pair. And if check 2 here, expect Ewan to bet with his 5 here. Going to have the best hand fairly often. Second pair here, and just denying equity to overcards. And Keith gets out the way. So it's going to be a 25-minute break, so we're going to be back at about 5-2, guys.
No, so we lose 7 minutes because of the table draw.
Oh, okay.
Table draw took 7 minutes,
right,
so we're going to break at 37.
Right, that makes sense. And this 20-minute break, yes, okay, that makes a lot more sense.
We'll be back about 2 minutes to 3, so we'll be back at 5 to 3, and a couple of minutes spare.
That still means we've got
Get you back in.
Still over 10 minutes, Len.
Classic's watching the stream, is he? Tut. He's got his phone turned upside down and the dealer doesn't see it.
Fishing for information.
Yes, fish. I like it.
Yeah, I'm here all week, guys.
Da-dum boom, like it. Fishing for the house. Oh. He's carping a load of information.
Yeah, it's been a real performance so far. Was it Stevie Wolves that year you done the interview with? Yeah, it was Wolves, wasn't it? With the bread puns, yeah.
I got it pumping through my ear. You got to mention how much dough have you won. You must be on the right crust this week.
Yeah. Slice of luck, all that stuff there.
And halfway through the interview, we went, "Are you doing this on purpose?" And I've got the earpiece in, and so I can't try and keep a straight face. It was really hard. Oh dear.
So Josh opens the ace-9 suited for under the gun, raises to 32. Turk's in with the jack-10 of clubs. Ewan calls fours in the small blind, and Trig defending the 5-3 of spades. Four-way action.
10, 7, 8, 2 hearts.
So top pair here, and gut shot for the Mad Turk jumps out into the lead. However, Josh has flopped it up and down here, but board we want to be checking as the under the gun opener, and does check it over to the Mad Turk, who just comes out firing here with his jack 10. That will be the end of Ewan and Trig, and depending on size, I expect Josh to call once here. Prefer backdoor diamonds here as well, but with the overcard up and down here, we can definitely check call here as Josh getting 4-1 on our money. There is the check call. Two of hearts on the turn. So flush draw does complete here, and for that reason Turk with the snap check behind, and it's a great river for him. Deuce of spades, so jack 10 of clubs for the Mad Turk gets the check mark, and difficult spot to bluff here as Josh. I think it might just be white flag territory for us, and agree with the check. And now the Turk with the jack 10. Is he going to go after some value here? Maybe some pocket 9s, some 9-8 suited, ace-8, this kind of thing suited. It does just choose to check it behind, maybe thinking he's never getting called by worse. Sometimes we can open ourselves up to getting bluff raised, so just taking what's in the middle and checks it behind.
There's only about 7 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a 20-minute break takes us to 5-3, and we'll be back for the next session, and probably the session where we get to a final. I'm not saying it will be, but even Matty. But careful, Matty. See, Matty walks right round and gets out of the way. Ewan looks round. He's like, now what can I hit? Thanks, Ewan.
If he jumped, he'd literally hit his head on the ceiling.
He would.
He'd actually hit his head on the ceiling.
He would indeed. When the TV cameras came in the first year, they had to put the TV table in the pit because their rig wouldn't fit anywhere else, and they moved the entire pit. There were no table games. No. Yeah, absolutely. There were no table games. They had to move the entire pit. They could not get anything else in.
Yes, Alex is still in. Colt, he's on the outer table. Will be on the featured when we return from break, unless he busts in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, there will be a full chip count at the break. When we return, we'll show it yet.
Yeah, we'll let you know who's on the outer. So if you are going to be joining us when we return, we've got the password to give away for the free roll as well. Outer tables going to be bringing on Mark Dyson, Jack Oliver, Louis Liflambert, Tom Aravara, Keith Littlewood. Sorry, Keith's here on this table. Tom Aravara, Louis Lambert, Jack Oliver, Mark Dyson over on the outer table, as well as Maxime Fanat and Alex Montgomery. Cut off open from Keith with the 8-9 off, and Ewan flatting the Queen 9 suited on the button, and Josh here could definitely just rip this one, and does choose to rip it. There's the all-in triangle, and they're going to get this one through. Just good understanding here of stack size. 19 bigs here, cut off open from one of the big stacks. Ewan flatting on the button, probably not going to have too many traps here, so just becomes an easy shove for us here as Josh, and nicely done, gets that one through. Tell you what, when we come back after the break, I'll bring the teas, you bring the plates.
Deal.
Is that a deal?
Deal.
I guarantee one of us forgets one of the things. I can guarantee one of us forgets one of the things.
It's true. To be fair, that's a true story. Brighton 1, Villa 1. Ings penalty. Thanks to all you guys keeping it up dated with the football. Final games today, and then they're off for 6 weeks. 6-week break.
That's an 8 for Trig on the bottom, raises to 32. Josh out the way in the small blind, and over to the Mad Turk with the ace queen suited.
Yeah, won't be folding anything.
Yeah, well, he's got 31 here, 31 big blinds, so probably just happy to free bet this one. Like, I think if we have like 5-6 bigs less, 25 bigs or less, I'm happy to just shop this one versus Trig. I don't really want to free bet Trig call and then start playing post and a free bet coup out of position to Trig, so I think on 30 though, fine from the Turk to just free bet that one, free bet call off. Free roll is at 6 PM, Matt, and the password is being given out at 3 o'clock. When we return after the break, we head out on break in just over 5 minutes time, and then it's a 20-minute break, and we'll be back at 5-2, just after 5-2, 5-3. Good afternoon to you, Bernie.
Madam Bernie, how are you doing? We're good. We are good, thank you very much. Hope you are too. We're down to the final 14 in Blackpool. Crowning the champions sometime tonight.
An interesting spot here for Jamie with all the chips. Like, we're always continuing here. We can definitely defend, but this is one we could definitely mix in to squeezing this up. With Trig there opening cut off. Trig's been opening a fair amount of hands. We got the flat of the Mad Turk. We make the assumption that the Mad Turk is always going to free bet his strongest holding. So don't mind this at all here from Jamie and taking the aggressive route. I'm actually a big fan using this particular hand as well. And look at this, gets the 7s out of the way, gets the Queen 9 out of the way, just 2 quick snap folds, and nice play there from Jamie with the ace 4 suited. Really nice sizing choice as well. Big 5x after an open and a call just south of. Everything there seems good. He's not been staying at home, Gary. They put him up in the most lush hotel in Blackpool.
Too far away to go, so we
can't drive 20 minutes to work, so he's got to stay in a nice hotel.
You know what it's like.
You wait till GUKPT Birmingham in a few years.
You're upstairs.
I know. I'll be like, alright.
The hotel will be further away. Any hotel to where you live will be further away. Next week, if you're in Blackpool, it's Strictly Come Dancing in the Tower Ballroom, and all the well, I'm not saying all of them, but some of them do descend on the casino every now and again. So if you're in Blackpool next week, Strictly Ballroom Dancing, malarkey's in. Not that I watch it, I ever.
No, King 6 for the Mad Turk on the button. Raises to 36k, and Jamie here, ace 3 off. Is he thinking about it again? Once again, not the worst. The offsuit ace in the small versus button open to free bet here with the blocker in there, especially versus the Mad Turk as well. He may be opening a lot of hands, but what might be going through Jamie's mind is he's just free bet the hand before, so maybe thinks he's going to be given less credit, so just letting that one go. Like, they're good free bet bluffs, but we can't just free bet them every single time. It's all about knowing when to and at a certain frequency.
We'll have a 20-minute break. 20-minute break after the hand in progress.
20-minute break after the hand in progress, says Mr. Frankie.
Yeah, Mad Turk just continuing. Keith's going to be folding the Jack 6, and we will be back at Okay, he's going to check raise the Jack 6 on Queen 5-7 Rainbow. Keith's got some moves in him, Tower. Just a random check raise here with the Jack 6 and gets the man.
Sheffield's finest, Mr. Keith Littlewood.
And Keith up to 1.7 million. We're on a 20-minute break, guys. See you at 5 to 3.
See you 20.
Ian can decide to make a decent sized raise here against a pretty tight player in the big blind, or he can decide to call. Either's fine. Just decides to call. Anthony check his option. It's fine. Whoa, this might be bad news for Ian because he's got the nut low, and he's going to decide to barrel this at least one street, and let's see if Anthony just decides to call. Good trap from Anthony here. I half expected him to raise it, Tower, but he's playing it well. Now this is a spot where if I am Ian, I'm betting pretty big now. About pot 50,000. He goes for 27,000. Again, Anthony, if I'm Anthony, I'm just calling.
Yeah, me too.
Got such a disguised hand, Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just calls again.
Yeah,
great play from
any
Anthony.
Low sets really disguised, aren't they?
Yeah.
And now a queen. Queen of spades on the river. Are we going to rep the king? Are we going to rep something like ace, king, king, jack, king, queen?
I'm betting massive here, Tower. At least pot, maybe pot and a half. We've got the nut low. Anthony can't have many kings in his hand. What can he really have? He can't have ace kings. He just defended pre without squeezing it up. Wow, I like this play. I really like this play. I really like this play. And if Anthony finds the call, good luck to him. But I really like this play. There's not. Let's think about it. Ace king. He can't have ace king. He can have king jack. Anthony can and make a pretty tight check back on the flop before the flop. But what other kings can he have, Tower? He's got to have something to call the flop with. So he's got to have a king to call the flop with. So king 10 he could have. That's reasonable. Turns a pair, calls the bet. Queen king, possibly. But then that's about it, Tower. He can't have ace king. He can't have two kings. And whereas Ian, we could have any king. We could be bluffing in the pot there. We could have. He's decided to call, and that's pretty sick. And I think it's really unlucky for Ian. I think he played the hand really, really, really well, and just got unlucky that Anthony had a set. I mean, how can he have a set? That set of fours is kind of like the only really strong non-king hand he can have, Tower. And obviously he can have a hand like ace six. He's got to call twice and fold. There's just so many hands that he's got to fold. And although Ian did come in, didn't he, Tower? And Ian did come in and try and ask if he could explain his decision, but I thought he played the hand well.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't need to go quite all in. Maybe pot and a half, something would suffice. But I said as soon as I saw the river bet that I'd go over pot.
Yeah. And
I think it's a fine play. He just ran into someone who had a set and wasn't in the mood for folding it, Tower.
Yeah.
But if you think about the actual King X combos, it's not that many, Tower. It's not that many at all. Ian's got way more King X combos. If Anthony just had an ace, for example, he has to call the flop, he has to call the turn, and he has to just immediately fold the river.
Yeah.
Same with his two pair combos, but he had a set and he could have folded the set. He had a long tank about it. I think he played that hand well.
So Carl, Queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with one suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5 3 3 closing the action. Oh no, he's not, he's got nil on the 50 behind him, my mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? He's just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9 6 deuce makes it 1.2, and Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7 8 8 9 10 queen,
and Gary good enough to fold kings now tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
Double suited?
Yeah, they're double suited, but the thing is, like against ace X of spades, ace X of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically, call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush. But maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil, not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch
scenario,
has put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called.
Wow, Mitch
Neil's never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen Jack 10 9 8 7 rundown's unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. Because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all in?
He's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flatting the kings. We're not closing the action behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on a call here.
Absolutely. 5 all in.
6 to 1.
We're talking a 15k pot going on.
It's going to be a biggie tower, I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. pray for the dealer tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. We'll go with that.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10.
I'm going on the dead cards tower, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often. Yeah. So Carl and Gary both just getting the lot in.
Well, he can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, Queen.
You could have jacks.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. Something like that for Mitch.
Spread him, Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the King, Queen, Jack, 10, Queen, 6, 7.
There we go. 6, 7, 10, Jack, Queen, King.
Having a little gamble. Neither his suits lives. Heart's not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the Shablammer.
The Shlabama, I do like that word. So we have a 5-way all in, 15k pot, and it's 4, 5, 9. There is a side betting because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. 9 on the river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Does someone have 10s? Carl's got 10-9 for Carl Shaw.
Carl Shaw, baby, the gentleman.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table, but Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
He's felting everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, turning river. Wow. What a game. Well done to the dealer. Big round of applause, please.
It's just Kelly,
Sean.
Kelly and Mark weren't in that one. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, Tao, because I think Carl's got everyone covered. So it's not. It's just everyone give Carl their chips, I think. I think that's how this is going to go. I think everyone's just going to be giving Carl sure money. And we got day 1G tomorrow, which is now an ordinary flight, and then the turbo kicks off at 6 p.m.
And then Saturday for day 2, get down to about 60 players, and then the final on the Sunday.
You're spot on, Donna. You are spot on. Too many. That's how many days. I'll make you right.
Ace 5 for Danny in the big after an initial raise from Keith in C number 1.
A nice 3-bet spot, I think, Tower here. We got Keith covered. Keith's third in chips. He's not really going to want to get involved too much. Definitely one we could be mixing in a 3-bet here as Dan Gormley. And on FTs, we don't have to go as big as usual, the normal 4x size, because of ICM. We can choose like 3x, 3.5x here as Dan, so make it somewhere around 700-800k. That's what I'd like to see, and he is going to take the spot tower. Very nice from Dan, just recognising the situation and recognising where Keith is in chips and how he has to play tighter here because we have him covered, so this should do the trick a lot of the time. Back over to Keith here, and personally could go either way. I think Keith is probably more tight to let this one go. Oh, he's just going to quickly call tower here, so Keith happy to go float post flop here with the King Jack.
Off to the flop, another pot brewing. Queen 2-3.
Yeah, so this is a big pot tower already. 1.6 milli in the middle here, and Danny does flop a wheel draw here with the ace 5. So probably one we're probably going to continue small, 400k, 500k, something like that. Somewhere between the quarter pot and third remit is the size I'd like to see here from Dan. As always in these 3-bet situations, can go a lot smaller. So it does choose the 350 sizing, goes even smaller than the 400. So south of quarter, between fifth and quarter pot from Dan Gormley and Keith here with the King Jacks. Jack of diamonds working, getting this price. Is he thinking about pulling out the float with this candidate? It's probably, if we are going to float the King Jack, it's probably one of the better combinations we can have. King of spades, Jack of diamonds. Let's see what Keith does. Like folding would be fine here as well. Just because tangling with Danny, who's got us covered, could put us in a world of hurt. It would be a disaster for us to come 8 from this FT when we go in with the chip lead. But big pot brewing here on the FT, guys. Oh, and there's the call from Keith. He does pull out the float, and pot has got 2.3 million here, working with 1.25 SPR behind. Effective stack of Keith.
Whoa, King of diamonds. Brings in the flush draw top pair.
Yeah, so Keith loves to see this tower. And now Dan, what's the play on the turn here? Obviously this King's supposed to be a lot better for the R range here. Does Danny ever expect Keith to be floating? That's the question. Does he expect Keith to have some floats with some King Jack here, some Jack 10 suited with backdoor spades, hands like that? That's the question Danny's got to ask himself. Because from a range perspective here, this King of diamonds rolling off, he shouldn't really have any kings here, Keith, other than King Queen specifically. Ace King's going to 3-bet pre, King Queen's going to call flop and then turn 2 pair. So it should only really be from our perspective as Danny, King Queen, the hand that Keith has here, and Danny goes for the second barrel here. So maybe going after some 4s through jacks, these type of holdings, although jacks or 10s might choose to 4-bet pre, but also perhaps going after some Queen Jack, Ace Queen that didn't 4-bet, as well as some Queen 10 suited that could be in there, Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited. So it's a really nice bet that targets that proportion of Keith's range, the pocket pairs, the Queen X. These type of hands are going to be in a really tough spot now faced with this double barrel. However, Keith has the one hand that he has pulled the float out with and does contain a king, so Keith's going to have to call once more with the second nut flush draw as backup. So it should just be an easy call here from Keith, and we
if he owes me 20 and I owe you 20, he can owe you 30, 40
chips are on this table, PK? All the chips are on this table.
Does that work? If he's going to pay me,
You part of this. You play the GG game as well? Both them games. Who runs that? Don?
Sean runs it. He's getting rake off the playing. He's charging rake.
Ah, does he spend the rake? Fuck it, I'm not like that then.
It's only small, but it's not the point. You can get apps for free, so why would you?
I don't know if you take your rake, why not like put it in a pot and you have a drink with it? Have a drink with it?
Have a little tournament to
Aye. At the end of the year or every quarter or every month.
just have something to win.
And even if you take I hear you. I have the same as you. Ah, but they must pay Sean to take the chips.
Yeah, but he waits till the end of the event and asks for the money and then sends it out. And I've been paid straight away for some people.
All the chips are on here, Trey. All the chips are on here. All the chips are all on this table.
I know. I was just seeing who'd seen that the mic was off and I was chatting here. I weren't talking, I was just going like that. What did you do? Here we go. We got the chip counts. We have indeed Louis Lambert, 2,150,000. Jamie Klossick has got 1.9 million. Keith Littlewood has got 1.7. The Trig's got 1.1. Maxine Farner down the bottom on 200. Alex Montgomery on 280. Tom Aravara on 365. Josh Mushin on 425. The Mad Turk on 460. And Jack Oliver, who, as we know, yesterday had one chip on 5,000 chips when the blinds were 5,000, 10,000. 10 minutes to go from the end of the day. No spanned, no. Quickly run through who's been eliminated today. The Spand was eliminated. Mick Fletcher was first out, then Eduardo Suara. Mangau was eliminated. Then Wadey. Here comes the T-boy.
Oh, he's got the place.
He's got the place as well.
Here we are. You know what? I was walking in, I thought, there's no way he's remembered the place. Shall we get the cake?
Straight down. There's your plate. So do you want to do the honours?
Yeah.
We got given a massive chocolate cake earlier, and I mean massive. It was about 24-inch round. We then lost Wadey, who doubled up first 5 minutes. He then went. Then Riggy, and then Nick Ramsey. Andy Back, the Spand, was eliminated, and the last person out before the break was Mr. Stuart Rutter. So we're on 12. 12 players are left. The cake is being cut. Thanks to everybody that brings us in, obviously, goodies for the week. You really do brighten up us lives. We love it. Thank you very much. Are you all right, son?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Are you all right? Do you know what to do?
I'm figuring it out.
Has Alice showed you how to use a knife yet?
Yeah.
Has she?
I was chopping some peppers the other day.
Was you? No way. I'm not with that.
For about 10 seconds.
I'm calling that, and then you did it, and then Alice went, "Come here, let me do it."
Something like that.
Nah, something like that. So we're back. The next session, no table change because we had a redraw at 16. That makes sense. So we'll stick with the table with Keith Littlewood in 8, Ewan McNicholas in 9, Trigg in 1, Josh in 2, the Mad Turk in the middle of the picture in seat 5, and Jamie Klossick, the DJ stroke fisherman stroke poker player. Jamie Klossick. Let's do it. Next, is this the session we get to a final? Is this the one? Here he comes. Here comes the chocolate. How do we eat this in silence?
No table change.
No, they had a redraw at 16.
Okay.
So they said we're just keeping it as it is. There's 12 left, so we're just keeping it as it is. That's what they said.
Your completion.
Excuse me. So we're on 12. We've done the chip caps.
Double barrel incoming.
We're both on a flush draw, and Keith has second pair.
Yeah, Ewan just donking the flop on a board that's going to be so much better for us defending the big blind. We're going to have the straights here. Neither our opponent should have, plus all the 2-pair combos as well. Well, he's not going to double barrel here, Ewan. Decides to check this one behind, maybe a bit wary of hands that Keith can have in the small blind. I thought after this king come on the turn we might see the barrels come in, but it just goes check check.
Keith takes a small one off Ewan McNicholas, NPL winner last year.
What do you have on the last 10, Keith? What do you have?
How are your grapes and your bananas? You alright?
It's really good, Tower. Really, really nice.
No, I'm not. I'll have some later.
You'll have some later? Some more?
No, I'm not having any food. Not having it at all.
Yeah, Tower just said, Mark, we've done a table draw at 16. So.
Yeah, we had a redraw at 16, and it was only half an hour before they did the break. So the next, there's no table change now until we hit the final, and then there'll be a redraw for the final.
31.
So Josh opening under the gun, Queen 6-3 Rainbow. So fairly dry board, takes you here, overcard, backdoor clubs. Could definitely just see continue.
$1.9 mil for Jamie Klossick in 7 and 1.9 mil for the player to his left, Keith Littlewood. The old Mortal Kombat. I remember queuing up for that outside some game shop, can't remember what the name was, when Mortal Kombat came out on the Mega Drive. Amazing.
I remember having all the codes written down on a piece of paper for like the PlayStation for the fatality moves for each character, all like on a piece of paper, all wrote down and like just in pencil.
Finish him.
Yeah. Fatality. Yeah, that one. Mortal Kombat. Blast from the past.
We do have an alternate list, so we will continue to keep those players on the alternate list, but we'll have no more new entries once we restart level 5.
Josh ace 4. Calling out the big. Hi Dennis, we got told because there were a redraw at 16, we weren't changing tables. We thought they were changing tables, but we got told at the break that they weren't changing tables because they had a redraw at 16 and we're only on 12.
40k here from Keith. And Josh thinking about hero with ace high. Let's pay it off.
Keith, 2 mil. Trig with the king queen. How did Span bust? He had chunks.
Ewan open from early position. Span 3-bet king queen. King of clubs, queen of hearts. Ewan just flatted aces. Flop come ace 8. Brick 2 clubs. Span continued. Ewan just called with top set. Turn come the 9 of clubs, bringing in the club draw. Span had the nut blocker, so fired again. Ewan just called again. River bricked out and Span moved all in. And Ewan called with aces, as he should. So I like the bluff, to be fair. That was run by Span. Unfortunately, just ran into the top of Ewan's range. He then was short. Got it in Queen 10 of spades versus King Deuce, and King Deuce flopped trips. Oh dear, man, a straw. What a flop for Trig.
Yeah.
Speaking of the King Queen. Now that's Josh Musson in seat 2. Brad Trig in 1, Josh in 2, Mad Turk in 5.
Yeah, he has got to look at Hendrik Getchy around him.
Jamie Klossick in 6, Keith Littlewood in 7, and Ewan McNicholas in 8. Ewan and Trig both with GUKPT titles. Ewan winning London opening leg after COVID last year in 2021. Trig winning Reading earlier on this year, also won Manchester the year before. Trig's going for his 4th GUKPT title, and to be up there by himself, no one ever winning 3. Mad Turk had a 2nd last year at the grand final for a 6-figure score. So
20 minutes earlier, he was looking to be 5 out of 5. That was incredible. 20 minutes. If you want to re-watch it,
easy shot for Josh.
I think that 20 minutes from last year should be a dinner clip for next year, for when we get down to London, because that was amazing.
And after this hand, well, there it is. We are going to reveal the password for the giveaway.
Are we?
So, what do you think it could be, Tower? It's something to do with Blackpool.
Something to do with Blackpool, and it's not rock. Not to the Tower. Not rock, not Tower.
Has there ever been a horse in the Eliminations at Blackpool? A famous horse?
Yeah.
Which one?
Red Rum turned on the lights about 15 years ago, before he died. Obviously, before he died, obviously. Red Rum turned on the Eliminations back in the day.
So the password
is Grand National.
It's red rum.
All right.
Red rum. Reason for the password: Red rum was renowned for his jumping ability. Not falling is an incredible 100 races. Never fell once. Red rum also appeared at the Blackpool Eliminations. Switch on following his treble-winning
I remember turning the lights on
in 1977. And the password for the free roll is red rum, all lowercase, no space.
But unfortunately, that's the year I realised it weren't real. It was the year I realised that the person who counts down from 10 to 1 and presses the big buzzer for all the lights to come on weren't real. Because Red Rum didn't actually do it. Somebody else did it, and that's the year I realised that it was all fake. I'm just like Santa Claus. So, Red Rum.
Double barrel from Trick. Keith just floated with King 6 there on the flop. But Keith and Jamie set for a final table, both of them with just under 20% of the chips in play. This is what they're going to be playing for. Louis got about 1.5 million on the outer table, but two big stacks here sat next to each other, Jamie Klossick and Keith Littlewood. How do you get in the free roll? All you got to do is download the Grosvenor client. If you go on Grosvenor Poker, download the client. If you don't have an account, set one up. It doesn't take too long. You don't need to deposit any money. If you go to the tab for GUKPT, the live stream free roll will be in there, and then you just need to put the password in and you will be in. That starts at 6 o'clock. £110 closer ticket up for grabs in that one. Ace Queen for the Mad Turk. Should be opening here off of 18.5. Flop hit, neither Keith or Turk connecting with this one. 3 of clubs on the turn. Turk now going to delay see that hit with the Ace Queen. 100 into 300, third exactly, and Keith just out of the way.
You raise him with the Ace 10. Do you have a different hobby?
Yes, this is not this is a hobby. This is my only hobby.
But you take another hobby if I was. If you're gonna play like that, it will cost you money, this hobby. Nah, so I'm just joking. You agree, yeah? You knew the deed, I never folded, yeah.
So, no surprises, not far from the final now. 12 players left, 2 tables of 6. Need to lose 3 more players.
Yeah, nearly 100,000 second place.
Yeah, everyone locked up £6,880. Decent payday, no matter what happens from here.
You definitely need to take another hobby. I have 400 before.
Trick completing in the small here, and Josh off of 20, suited ace here. Definitely going to be taking an aggressive route, I think. It's just whether he shoves or opts to raise it up, and he does go for the shove, and quick fold from Trig.
Jamie 1.9, Keith 1.7, 86 bigs for Keith, 60 bigs for Trig, and 23 bigs as a short stack is Josh Musson.
I could go all in, or I could also
How's your cake tower?
Delicious.
It was nice, wasn't it?
Absolutely delicious. Far too much to eat between two of us.
Yeah.
I must admit, they're far too much. Be handing that round to the staff, that is for sure.
Yeah.
And thanks ever so much for bringing in the cakes and the donuts and the salad. No.
Yeah, someone said they're bringing in some salad for you later.
Yes.
King Queen for Keith raises to 40k. Josh with an easy shove here from the small blind. 22 bigs, ace queen versus late position.
Oh, snaps! What? Whoa, no way, man.
Keith's had enough. He's had enough.
Is he a £20 rebuy in Sheffield to go to?
He's had enough.
Wow, Keith.
I think he's just fed up with people keep ripping on his opens, and he's just making a stand. I think it's like, I'm not having it. I've got the chips. I can call it off. Fed up with people keep shoving in over my opens.
Oh, the queen hits, but we've both got a queen. Keith needs a king. Josh needs to fade a king. But that was just loosey-goosey.
Yeah, and Josh mustn't. Could be Merry Christmas early for
Absolutely.
him if this river doesn't contain a king on it, and it's the ace of clubs. So
wow.
Early Christmas present for Josh Musson there. Keith, I think that's just a bit of frustration. Tower,
yeah.
Keep getting his opens ripped on, and I think he's just frustrated and saying, you know what, I've had enough of this. And obviously it's a torch call. We're burning a lot of equity within the prize pool, calling this off here with King Queen, like. But he's bought into the tournament and plays his stack however he wants to play it, and that's what we always say.
Yeah.
If these guys want to put their chips in, let them put their chips in. Obviously, in theory, it's not going to be good making us money, the King Queen call here for 23 big blinds, but I think it was just a fact of I'm fed up with people keep jamming over my opens, I've had enough, and just makes the call.
There we go.
Yeah, that's going to put Josh near a milli, I think, Tower. 900 odd K. I think that's Josh's peak in the tournament so far. He'll be happy, and should mention as well, he got called earlier, probably about an hour and a half ago now, losing Ace King versus Aces of Jack Oliver for a fair amount of big blinds, and just didn't let it affect him. Just continued playing his stack in terms of big blinds, and takes a lot of character. Some players might lose that one and head may go sometimes, but just kept cool, waited for his spot and found a double there through Keith, and now Keith is gone. Tower, he's gone.
Wowzers.
10-8.
There's a £10 rebuy somewhere in Sheffield he's got to get to. Paying for £140,000 here. Turk makes it, well, Turk makes the call. If this comes 10 high, this could be Keith hitting another £500,000. Jack 10-5. Check from Turk. 40k bet and a call.
Oh, that is one that's probably going to lose Keith another street here.
Yeah.
Once the Jack pairs, making it less likely that Turk contains one in his hand. And Turk's got another easy check call here, especially getting 5-1 here. There is the call. I'm guessing this is always going check tower. Like Keith's never getting called by worse for 3 streets there, and shows the 10-8 off, and the Mad Turk's going to show the King 10 of spades, and Keith gone from 2 million to 1.1 million in a couple of hands. Just maybe needs to, like in situations like this, Tower, like he's probably realised that the King Queen call is a mistake by now, and sometimes it can be good just to get up, just stretch your legs, get the blood flowing, have a little walk, clear your head, and then come back and sit down. Like that hand personally would have been a perfect time to do it. Fold the 10-8 under the gun, and then just go for a little walk, a little quick wander outside for a minute, get some fresh air, get the blood flowing, calm yourself down, and then go again. But we'll see if he can turn it back around. Queen 8 of diamonds for Josh in the cut. I've got some chips to open now. I think personally we could have opened that as Josh off of just sub 50, especially with Keith playing the way he is right now. But Jamie here with the 6s in the small blind. Too many bigs to be shoving, so just going to be raising this one up from the looks of things. Can definitely complete this one as well as Jamie. Does.
Keith's calling. Could be any two. There it is any two.
And Keith calls the 3.5x with a 9-6 off.
10-2-4. It's 20 past 3, but it's 10 to 4 and half an hour time.
It is. You're right, Sal. And just a bet from Jamie and a fold from Keith. 6s are good.
Somebody text him sharpish. Just chill out, Keith. You want a coffee? Go and have a coffee. So with Queen 10 in the cut-off.
That makes it 55k. Well, Ewan probably would have defended if Turk just clicks that up, but when we go near that 3x remit, start isolating a better range of hands that are going to defend against us. And 9-7 off probably would have flicked in the call versus a min click, but versus 3x or close to. Yeah, I'm just letting that one go. So raise and take for the Mad Turk.
The delay is 30 minutes. We're watching on a 30-minute delay, so we can chat to you in the chat boxes. So whatever's happened in the room 30 minutes ago, we're watching it live with you. We don't know what's happening out there. We chat with you guys. We're on a 30-minute delay.
Turk 7-4 hearts here. I'm going to choose to open this one. Makes it 40k, and Jamie's picking his spots so well, Tower, over the last 2 days. Like, seems really on point. Like the free bets he's been pulling out. Like this one, maybe we don't have the free bet yet, but like the read on the situation's great. Turk is really light here. He's just opened to 55k now. He wants to open to 40k, so maybe Jamie thinking choosing this smaller size and he might be lighter, and really nice play there. Queen 9 suited gets the free bet done, and he's got all the chips, so he can do this. Jamie, he can apply pressure, can mix in some lighter free bets, and seems like his timing has been on point the last couple of days he's been on the feature table. The Mad Turk's got the boots.
Oi, oi. He went on a bit of a rage, didn't he? 10 minutes before the break. And the break, calm down, come back to the game.
I think it was a very well timed break for the Mad Turk after running that bluff against Trig just before it with the 10-9. It does make it 40 again, and it's just going to be raise and take from the Mad Turk. No action with the boots, not what you want to see. But look at Keith now, Tao. He was chip lead with 2 million about 10-15 minutes ago.
Half his stack's gone. Yeah, Russ, unfortunately on Facebook there's not a lot we can do about it. The algorithm from Facebook means the live is over some of the cards in the top left. We advise, if you want to watch it obviously without the live sticker, YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah, twitch.tv/GUKPT or YouTube/GUKPT. And if you've got a smart TV, you can bang it up on there.
Did you see if you turn your phone sideways?
Yeah, and if you're watching on your phone, download Twitch on the App Store. It takes 2 seconds, make an account and just watch via Twitch, and then
that makes sense.
That takes you a couple of seconds, probably no more than 3 minutes to get it downloaded. And then set up an account, search GUKPT, and you will see us on Twitch. As Ewan finds a hand in the cutoff, raises the jacks to 40, and Mad Turk going to defend in the big blind.
King 8-4.
Mad Turk flopping best here. Top pair for him, and board expect Ewan to have fairly high frequency bets on. Not the best for our actual hand, obviously one overcard here, but we are against big blind range, so still plenty we can get value from. 8x, 4x, some 5-6, 7-5, 7-6, these type of holdings. And Mad Turk going for the old check raise with his top pair here. Making it 80. And you're now in a tricky spots with our jacks because we don't beat any value obviously of Mad Turk, and what bluffs is he going to have on this board? And versus late position, don't mind mixing in some raises with some of the stronger top pairs. King 10 on this occasion from the Mad Turk, but still needs to be wary. Ewan will still have some stronger King X in his range, as well as all the sets and aces. So throw hearts on the turn. This is going to go check check. Mad Turk slowing down now for that reason. Once Ewan calls, he'll know can still be up against King Jack through Ace King, as well as aces and potential sets. And Ewan's got probably a clear check here now, Tower, unless he goes really small, just to get a free showdown, like a little block bet on the turn. That's what we could potentially see, and there is it, the little block bet on the turn from him. It looks like 65, and it is 65, so it goes for the 25%, and that's just a check back river here. Maybe get some values from some 8s that chose to just raise flop or something like that. 5-6 now picking up and up and down.
Oh, what a river card, the Jack of Hearts.
Oh, Ewan McNicholas, what a life. Was planning on checking back, but you love it when the plan changes. It's river in the second nuts and the effective nuts, because Turk's never got kings here. So now, Ewan, what size do we go? And he went fairly small, and the Mad Turk.
Big wry smile from the Turk, just 85.
It went really small there, Ewan. Maybe going after an 8 or something like that. Maybe thinking that Turk doesn't check turn too often with his King X. Went for the really small size there, but did get paid. So Ewan up to near $1 million now as well.
I was waiting to bet on the level for you to bet. Of course I had a
Did you have a king? Yes.
You bet it on the turn, I thought check it, and he was going to bet the river. More like. That's what I mean, you're going to bet for the value.
like Keith doesn't have the chip lead anymore, Tal, so I think we don't need to be opening these hands from under the gun, but
no.
He is going to choose to open the 10-8 of spades. It's just, I still think that hand's going to be going through his head. The king-queen, why did I call it off? Just maybe a rush of blood moment, snapped it off, and Ewan going to be free betting the ace-king here versus Keith. Makes it 120 to go.
Ewan looks down. What's Keith doing? Has he made the call?
Yes, he has.
He's made the call. There's definitely a £10 rebuy to get to somewhere.
Gun versus +1. Yes, we are six-handed, so ranges are wider.
Oh my days!
And
we
now
got the flush draw. We got top pair, top kicker.
This could now just spell trouble for Keith Tower.
Is that chunky? Wow, he's moved all in with a flush draw and a call top against the flush draw.
Oh my word.
Oh my days, man.
And Ewan could be up to 2 million and up there with the chip lead with Jamie Klosick, but he's still got to fade a spade.
Yeah.
This is a huge hand at this part of the day. Keith just rips it in with his flush draw.
Wowzers.
Not sure we should be in with the 10-8 suited anyway, but...
Not UTG, that is for sure.
Keith's last 20 minutes, Tower. Well, now picked up more outs.
Any more outs, would you like, sir?
8, 10 or a spade.
Feels like half the deck to fade.
And it's a big brick on the river, Queen of Diamonds. And Keith going to be left on fumes, Tower. And Ewan up to 2 million chips. Keith was the man with 2 million chips less than 20 minutes ago. He was sitting there top of the pack, 1 of 12, and now going to be favourite to be busting in 12th place.
Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. 10 minutes to stack them up.
Josh there in seat 2 was the one that started all this.
Yeah.
He was playing okay.
I think the Turk was getting into him as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was playing pretty snug and like he was doing okay things with the chip lead, and then I just think that one hand he was a bit annoyed. He got shoved on a few times by Josh and he was like, I'm not having this youngster push me around. I've got the chips, I'm going to call it off with King Queen for 23 big blinds. Didn't win that one, and then obviously straight after the 10-8 off opened under the gun. And, you never know, he could still spin it up. We've seen less big blinds be spun in this tournament already. But Keith sitting there with 20%, over 20% of the chips in play over 15 minutes ago. And it can all go wrong so quickly in this game. Ewan with the jacks, getting some nice distribution. Ewan, you don't want someone as capable as him to be getting dealt hands. Ace King, jacks, had 10 twice as well, had jacks versus the Mad Turk. Yeah, JB, it does. It shows the value of a strong mind at this stage of the tournament. Like, classic example, Josh in C2, he lost a brutal caller earlier, button versus small blind, Ace King versus Aces, and was left with, I think, around 15 bigs and just sat there quietly and picked his spot, and now he's back up to 1 million, and so important to just have a strong head on your shoulders in this game.
So Keith is in, he needs a miracle. But we've seen one of those already. Jack Oliver's still in.
Yeah, and, does have an out, Tower.
It does.
Can find a...
He needs a really nice turn card.
Can find a 5.
Jack's for you and 8 for Triggs. Triggs going to try and make us a little side pot. You've got to be young, Ewan. Do you think Triggs is just betting the ace? And the player all in?
Yeah, it's a difficult spot here for Ewan, Tower, because they've obviously got Keith all in. I don't think there's already a side pot though built between us two, because Keith's only in for 1 big blind.
He folds the jacks. So Trig, Ewan shakes his head as if to say, why are you betting? And Trig wants the chips. So Keith needs a 5, running 3s, running 4s.
Needs to find the wheel. Oh, it would be the 6 high straight, but 5 is needed for Keith to stay alive. He was chip leader when we come back, and now he is out the door.
Out.
We lose Keith Littlewood in 12th place, which means we're down to 11, and that is just
a bit of a shock, to be fair.
Mental 20 minutes hour. I think it's just a mad 20 minutes.
A shock.
If you're walking down.
Wowzers.
It's just.
Is it just? I don't know.
It's one of them things. Like I just think he got annoyed at Josh shoving on him a couple of times, and then thought I'm making a stand, and then just couldn't mentally recover from the King Queen hand, and just wanting to try and get all his chips back quickly.
Absolutely. Unfortunately for Keith, he's heading down the M62 and across.
And if you see any tyres rolling down Blackpool Promenade, they might be Keith's, because his wheels definitely did come off in the last 20 minutes.
On so that note,
if anyone finds Keith's wheels on the prom, let us know. It's a hard one. It is hard. We're playing for lots of money. I know it might not mean much to him. Obviously, it's life-changing money for some, but we don't know people's situations. 140k might not mean much, and he might have just been happy to play his game and try and get the job done quickly. I think it was one of those things. I had 2 million chips. I want to get back to 2 million as soon as possible. Was just trying to force the action after losing that one versus Josh. Josh had ace queen. Keith opened under the gun. Josh shoved ace queen, 23 big blinds. Keith snapped it off with the king queen off. But there was obviously, Josh had already shoved on him twice before that. So I think he just got annoyed that Josh kept shoving on him, and just was like, I'm not having it. I'm not having this youngster push me around. I'm going to call it off with king queen and try and get lucky. How are we doing, Shad Abdul? We will put it up after this hand for you. Tim Blake probably got to catch an early flight. You don't know the situation. He might have to be somewhere. You get some people that play the tournament that can't have got to be somewhere Sunday evening and just play it, knowing if they're there on the Sunday evening they got some money anyway. Could be a whole host of things. We won't know. We don't know what's going through that man's head. We don't know if he's fussed or not about what's up top, or he's just there for a bit of fun. There's so many different factors, but we won't know the answer. There's the king 10-6 2-diamond board rolls off, so we got gut shot for Ewan, and we got a top pair here for Trig. Jack 9 for Ewan. After raising pre, fires for 35k, and Trig's got an easy call with position. So Ewan opted in for the 20% sizing, 5 of diamonds on the turn, so Ewan does pick up third nut flush draw now on this 5 of diamonds. Are we going to see the double barrel here with the Jack 9? Definitely a nice candidate to do it with. Holding that Jack of diamonds there we've got the gut shot. We can start blasting Trig off some ace highs, some 6x, maybe some just gut shots that he's peeled flop with. And here is the double barrel from Ewan, opted in for 80k here on the turn, so a little bit less than 40% sizing choice. And Ewan gets there on the end. 10 of diamonds. And is he going to go value hunting with this one? This is a close one because I guess we're trying to get called by what, 7 through 9 of diamonds. Do we ever get called by some 10x without a diamond in their hand? So Ewan does just decide to check now, and Trig probably going to check this one behind with the 8 of diamonds, and Ewan shows the Jack 9. Yes, Colin, there is a free roll later. The password is Red Rum. That kicks off at 6 o'clock. So 11 players remaining, guys. I'll get that changed for you now. As Jamie opens the King Jack, makes it 40. And triggering the small blind here with the King 5. Going to put in a free bet here, going after the chip lead up, just with the king blocker in here. Makes it 155, nice big sizing. Jamie going to have a tough time continuing King Jack off here. I think it could just be next hand. Obviously, we are now 5-handed on this table, so ranges are going to be a lot wider than full ring. See how Jamie is going to proceed here, but I think fold is probably the best option. Trig hasn't really gone after us too much. I know we can see we got him in a dominated spot here, but always try and look at hands without the whole cards. They're kind of irrelevant. I know it does help to see them, but always try and look at the hand without the whole cards in question. And here personally I think Jamie probably should just let the King Jack go here. Trig hasn't really got out of line against us at all yet, so I'm just going to give him credit on this occasion. Well, look at this, just the 4-bet with the King Jack off, and Jamie gets it through. 4-bet bluff, second one today, second successful one I should say, and finds it with the King Jack. Fair play, sir. Maybe just it's an interesting one because we make it 400k, Trig shoves for 880. What are we doing? Do we have to call? That would have been a really weird spot if Trig actually had a hand there and ended up shoving, because we've just been getting a ridiculous price. But absolute on point there, Jamie, with his reads today. His timing has been impeccable, Tower.
The class up to 2.3 mil.
How we doing, Sam? No all in Vin today. He busted yesterday from the tournament, did get in the cash. I think he finished 27th off the top of my head. Took home around £3,000. So Ewan in the cut-off, ace-8 will be opening this one. Ewan up there with the chip leaders. King 9-4 Rainbow. So Mad Turk flopping best here with top pair, and King High Rainbow Boar, one that Ewan's just going to have high frequency C bets on, probably third, around that sort of size. So it goes for 30k. So just under 30%, and 5 of clubs on the turn. Probably where we might start slowing down here as Ewan, with the ace-8, and there is the check, and King of clubs on the river. The payouts are at the bottom of your screen now.
Scrolling. Get those playouts scrolling. Blackpool.
Yeah, so the Mad Turk going for the 65k here on the end. And Ewan tanking about this one, thinking the Mad Turk could have some Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10. He is going to have all 16 combos of each here, so there are obviously 48 combos that we beat, but is he always going to be bluffing these on the river? He could also be value betting a 9. This is a very nice run out for a 9 to value bet once Ewan checks back turn, and good to see that Ewan doesn't pay it off. And we are going to head out to an outer table, guys.
What's happening?
Because we've got a pot here between, I think it's Alex Montgomery. It is Alex Montgomery versus Jack Oliver. 7 of diamonds.
So is that King Jack is Jack? Is that Jack Oliver?
No, I think that's Alex's.
Oh.
And it's a Jack on the river. So Alex Montgomery doubling up through Jack Oliver. Jack is left short. Blind on blind, I think that must have been tower. I'm guessing that's gone just open rip from Jack, blind on blind.
Right.
And Alex calls it off with a King Jack of hearts. Slight equity favourite with the ace-4 is Jack Oliver, but Alex Montgomery getting the double, and Jack is going to be left really short. I'm not sure what happened to Jack Hardcastle yesterday.
No, I don't know the exact. I don't think it was just one hand. It was 2 or 3.
And Jamie, bottom of range here, could definitely raise this one tower, and nicely done. Plays well, this man. Plays very well. Do you know, you obviously from Blackpool, you know Jamie quite well.
Yeah, he's played for years. He has. He's played a lot of 25s in Blackpool, and deep stacks and all the summer sizzlers and all that.
So it seems like he knows.
He's played well.
Knows what he's up to, tower.
Yeah.
Seems.
He knows his game.
Very competent.
I think obviously with COVID and whatever, we all had a couple of years out, but before that he just slowed down a little bit. And obviously got back in the game. I don't know if he's playing a lot online and reading a lot, or he's doing some coaching or some teaching or whatever, or he's having lessons. I'm not sure, but he's playing very, very well.
He is.
Seems to be situational as well, and he's getting it all correct.
Credit where it's due. I like it when we cover an event and there's an unknown to me that I've never seen before, and it just seems like they're playing very well. And the last few days, Jamie's just been crushing. Like I said, the timing been impeccable throughout. Just every single bluff spot seems to be getting through, making correct folds, finding some 4-bet bluff spots correctly.
And Bob says Jamie's won some very good comps and some very good scores, especially online. And there you go. And he's turning it now. What's happening on the outer table? Everybody's there. Even the Turk's there.
Who is unlucky than me? There's no one is unlucky than me, bro. My wife left me 4 days ago, and yesterday she phoned me, she said she's coming back. That's how unlucky I am.
So we'll let you know what was happening on the outer table as the Turk comes to sit back down again.
I was thinking that when I go home she won't be there. You don't have that problem, do you?
How are we doing here? Needleman. Hello chaps, tournament change at Luton. Dealer dealt £100 no longer on, replaced by a cheaper self deal. should imagine lack of dealers, so we'll play online and enjoy your comms instead.
Oh, that's a shame.
But we'll try and keep you entertained on your Sunday.
£100 dealer dealt sounds great. Is that what it was? Lack of staff, lack of the dealers. I know it's been really tough for hospitality and casinos since lockdown, and we're all coming back out of it. Shame.
The alternate, once all players are in, we will start your prize pool. Your returning bet, the small bet of 200, a big bet of 400, and a 400 big one empty. Just be aware there is a new chip in play, a yellow chip worth
So Jamie barreling on this ace turn, and Trig going to have to call once more here with second pair. Like, yes, an ace is rolled off, it's good for the opener range, but Jamie with all the chips is supposed to be barreling on this card fairly often, and Trig will know that, so he's going to have to call once more here with his king 7, as he does like a board that's probably going to be over bluffed as well. Like, the opener will just understand this is their board and going to be firing relentlessly, especially with a chip lead like Jamie has here. And one thing we haven't seen from Jamie yet, actually, Tal, we've seen some bluffs pre-flop, but I don't think I've actually seen a 3-barrel from him, and let's see if he's got this in the locker. There we go.
Yeah, it's up to 250.
So 60%-ish. And now putting Trig in a really gross spot for a decent proportion of his stack. It's around 40% of Trig's stack here. So if we call and we're wrong, only going to be left with less than 20 big. So it's really, really key decision here for Rick Trigg. We can see he's got the best hand, but this is a tough spot because Jamie is the opener. Yes, he is going to have every single strong hand here. He'll have the Jack 10, he'll have the sets, he'll have all the 2 pairs, or Ace King, Ace Queen, King Queen, these type of hands. But Trig does flick it in and make the call.
It's a great call.
Yeah, what a call by Trig.
Good call.
Calls it down with the king. And first sort of chink in the armour of Jamie, if you like. Very nice call from Trig. Just thinking there that with the chips, Jamie is just going to be over bluffing this board, if you like. It's ace high, it's just going to have lots of strong hands that Trig can't have, as he just flatted from the big. So credit where it's due. Nice call there from the Trigster, and that puts him up to 1.3 million.
Do the casinos train dealers? Yes, they do. I know Grosvenor in Blackpool are going to be running a dealer school. Bobby told me this week that they're going to be hiring here in Blackpool. Well, he's one of 11. He's got. He's in the final 11 to win his 4th GUKPT. He has chances. He has chances.
Pocket 8s for Jamie. Raises to 45 in the cutoff, and Josh 10-4 of spades here. Like, usually when we're far out in a tournament, probably usually defend any suited cards facing a min click in the big blind, but at this stage of the tournament do need to be defending tighter, especially to a player that has us covered, and Josh does make the laydown with a 10-4.
Excuse me.
David Toms, yeah, casino does train dealers. You wouldn't mind a job. Would my age of 57 matter? No, it wouldn't.
Absolutely not.
But Ian Nealman underneath goes,
get to Luton.
Seems they need some at Luton. Ring them up.
Milton Keynes to Luton's not that far.
No, it's not. Not at all.
Half an hour. That's it. Ring Luton.
Bit, I'd say 40 minutes.
They should all be hiring. Go, go, go!
And just raise and take with a Queen Jack of Hearts for Ewan in the cut-off. Gets that one through. See, they got the roast dinner on today as well.
Have they really?
Yeah, on the thing.
Whoa, it might have to be veg then for dinner.
Yeah, we might be able to get some actual veg in us.
Veg and salad. No, things you crave for. Donuts. Cake.
Chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake. Donuts. Cake.
Ace 10 for trick here. Raises 240 in the cut-off, and Josh with pocket nines. Josh just choosing to call here, don't mind this. Obviously Trig going to be opening fairly wide from cut-off. Can free bet some of the time, but getting this close to the final table, obviously are going to be wanting to keep the pot smaller, play tight up. Both players flopping a piece. Gut shot for Josh, middle pair for Trig. Check on the flop, 4 of diamonds on the turn. And check once more.
10 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, and Josh is going to be in a really tough spot now, Tower. After Trig checks twice, and now going to be firing this river. Like 9s here. Tough spot. Obviously Trig can have 10x, it checks twice, hands like Jack 10, King 10, Ace 10. 10-7 suited. Josh is going to pay it off. Sees the bad news. And Trig up to 1.5 milli.
The trigger is on the case.
Get yourself a roast dinner, boys. They're unbelievable. Highly recommended. As a reg says, nobody likes a chop.
Wow, nice one. I love chops. Absolutely love chops.
Yep, the claim up. Going for his 4th GUKPT title, trying to put himself up there by himself. Only Julian Few and Ben Windsor are the other two to win 3 GUKPT mains. Rick Trigg looking for his 4th, and Josh finds a hand in the cut-off, opening the ladies.
Attention all finalists of the new event, please reach your seats now. That's all. Main event.
You with Jack Deuce, yeah, Josh with the ladies.
Not going to be defending this one, Tower.
No. Raising it up, taking it down. So we're on 11. Start of the day with 21. Mick Fletcher's first out this morning.
Let's see how the GUKPT Cup's getting on, Tower.
Go on then.
Should we have a look at the cup?
320 odd runners.
33 remain in the cup.
Whoa.
So they're on the bubble, right? 32 paid, I heard in that one.
32, is that right?
I think so.
About 320 runners. Sounds absolutely spot on.
Oh wow, Mike Allen's busted in the cup. He had heaps and heaps. He had first in chips with like 760k, and I think second in chips had like 400.
Oh right, okay.
I'd love to know what happened there. But let's have a look who's still in the cup.
Go on then.
Wendy Watson still in the cup. Mitch Hynam, Ben Teague.
Oh, as you do.
Leo's still in the cup. Brandon Shields, Swanee. Matt Davenport's still in the cup, obviously.
Really?
Rob the Ras, Paul Maguire. Will McMurray, Renee's still in the cup. Navas Robles. Barry Grimes still in there. Just some notable names that are in our side event for you guys. There we are, David Thomas has just called Luton.
2.1 mil for Ewan McNicholas. Jamie Classic 1.8. Tree 1.4. Senior's got 125. 125 seniors.
Haha, Jim called Lou and mentioned my name and now he's barred. Ace 4 of clubs for Jamie in the cut-off will want to be opening. Situation has changed slightly for Jamie now with Ewan having the chip lead and being on our direct left, so can't just go as wide as what we were. Still obviously can open a lot of hands, but if we start opening too much, I think Ewan won't let it happen. We'll start mixing in some lighter free bets. Sitting on his direct left, then Josh here at 9-7 off. Just going to let this one go. Shrevelin Pokler got Ewan at 28-1 this morning thanks to a bet boost.
Beautiful.
Shirt 11 poker. Good luck. Imagine all the people that have got. I know he's shortening out a table because we saw the hand between Alex Montgomery, but Jack Oliver at 66s.
Still in. Still in. What about Mehmet saying that Mad Turk will get into the final 20 on day 1A after about half an hour? That was amazing.
A 10-8 off here for Ewan as the chip leader in the cut-off. Happy to open, makes it 50k.
Yep.
And Trig on the button with Jack 7 off here. Should just be folding. Don't think we're ever going to be tangling with Ewan.
Once again, players registered in the turbo, your CDs on screen. If you have been drawn to table 32, please make your way to cash 2 just in front of that.
Trig does fold. And Josh, ace 3 of hearts here. Versus chip leader here. I think could just flat this one tower. Definitely a nice hand to free bet, but as I say, you can't free bet it all of the time. But don't even need to go normal size if we want to as well, Josh. We can probably go like 160, 170 here with the ace 3 suited. If he does elect to free bet in this particular spot.
All the way through today. Your book has been drawn to seat number 6. That's 6-6 for your buttons.
It would be a very well timed free bet with Ewan's particular open here. 10-8 off. Yeah, I like this from Josh. As I say, I don't think there's need. Sit him sort of probably say 7 of 11, maybe 6 of 11. I don't think need to be tangling too much with the chip lead up, especially Ewan out of position. I think I can get behind flat on this occasion, but was thinking about free betting. Is definitely a viable candidate to mix into the free bet bluff range. So to the flop we go.
Jack 9 deuce rainbow.
Yeah, when you open the 10-8, there's Ewan here. Lovely board to be c-betting on. The Jack 9 deuce. We'll be wary obviously about Josh's tank pre and what he could have in the small blind. Still will have some Jack 9 suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack, King Jack, and Ace Jack that didn't elect a free bet in there. However, just sitting with 10 height, do expect a bet here from Ewan. And there is the bet, and it'll be 2 quick folds. Well, Matt might pick one off here. He does have a deuce, so it looks like he is going to make the call here for 45k. No, he's not. He's going to raise his bottom pair, the old Mad Turk. Raising bottom pair with the ace deuce makes it 140, leaving himself 220 back. And Ewan getting a really nice price here, over 3.5 to 1 on a call. Can't see Ewan folding. Does he ever just 3-bet rip this and set the Mad Turk in, or does he just call here and take his equity with position? The thing is, if I'm Ewan and Turk's raised off of this stack size tower, I just don't think we're going to have fold equity with a 3-bet shove, because Turk's put in a fair percentage of his stack here, over 30%. It's in my head, if I'm sitting there as Ewan, I'm not thinking that Mad Turk's ever going to be folding to a shove, so maybe he might just flat for that reason and see a turn card. And there we go. I agree. I know we can see he might get the 3-bet rip through, but I think you just make the assumption once Turk puts in such a big percentage of his stack.
Boom!
Run like Ewan.
Boom shakalaka, Ewan McNicholas. What does Turk do now? He decides to check, goes check, check.
Ewan with a quick check back, knowing that we can get all the chips on the river, just keeping his range wide. Ewan just understanding the SPR in question.
Just extended the lot.
And there's the check from the Mad Turk, and now Ewan just going to set the Mad Turk in, and that will be the end of him.
Puts him in. Now he has to fold. And he does.
And we are going to head out to an outer table, guys, because we know Jack was short, and he has got his short stack in from under the gun. You can see 80k, 3 big blinds. He span up from less before.
Yeah.
140 is fine, yeah, 140, apologies.
Tomo Rivara here in the tank in the big blind.
Yeah, not seen much of Tom, have we?
Don't think we've seen him on the feature table all tournament tower. I think he's the only player left in that hasn't been on the featured table.
Oh, what shirt? Is it? We've got a pair. Jack 4.
There we go. Against Jack 4. You're a flat tyre.
Not far off.
Good luck, mate.
Ace 3 10.
Don't walk away,
Just
fella.
that kills
Stay
it.
like. See.
That kills it.
That kills it.
So we are going to lose Jack Oliver in 11th place, guys. Great run from him. Great spin up from the half a big blind as well he had yesterday. Cashing for £7,450. Good run from Jack. I'm sure we'll see more of him.
Absolutely.
In the next 12 months.
Well, most of London, hopefully.
Yep.
Won't surprise me if he shoots off to play a couple of events, but he'll be playing the grand final, pretty sure.
Yeah, Ewan opening the 4-5 of hearts here. Now just going to have to fold to the jam and the Mad Turk. Turk jamming here for 8 big blinds, and Josh will call it off though. If Turk's stack size is correct, Josh will call this off tower, and there we go. There's the call with the 6s, and Turk with the ace queen. Going to need to hit. We're down to 10. If Josh holds, we'll be at a final table. If Turk can find an ace or a queen, we're still going to be 2 tables of 5.
You can dance, come on.
You can dance. You can dance comes out. It will do if he doubles.
Kill him on the floor. Ace.
Kill him on the flop, he says. Ace queen, we need an ace or a queen or the Turk's out. We need an ace or a queen.
Lovely turn card for Josh.
Yeah.
That's as good as it gets. Robbing the Turk of 2 outs, so only 4 outs to get there.
Oh.
And it's a brick on the river. Deuce of hearts. Great
good
run
effort
from the Mad Turk. He is our final table bubble boy. He takes home £8,000, and we are at a final table.
How long's the break?
We
15?
are 22 minutes, Tower. We're going to be back at 4:30 for
22.
the final table. Well, it was 20 minutes, but 25 minutes. They start around 33, I've heard. So we'll come back at 4:30 for all the build-up.
He knows everything. He just knows everything. We will see you with the redraw and the final table of Blackpool, £142,000 up top. Who's going to win it?
See you in 20, guys.
See you in 20.
Ian can decide to make a decent sized raise here against a pretty tight player in the big blind, or he can decide to call. Either's fine. Just decides to call. Anthony, check his option. It's fine. Whoa, this might be bad news for Ian because he's got the nut low, and he's going to decide to barrel this at least one street. And let's see if Anthony just decides to call. Good trap from Anthony here. I half expected him to raise it, Tower, but he's playing it well. Now this is a spot where if I am Ian, I'm betting pretty big now. About pot. 50,000. He goes for 27,000. Again, Anthony, if I'm Anthony, I'm just calling.
Yeah, me too.
Got such a disguised hand, Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just calls again.
Yeah,
great play from
any
Anthony.
low sets, but really disguised, aren't they?
Yeah.
And now a queen. Queen of spades on the river. Are we going to rep the king? Or are we going to rep something like ace, king, king, jack, king, queen?
I'm betting massive here, Tower. At least pot, maybe pot and a half. We've got the nut low. Anthony can't have many kings in his hand. What can he really have? He can't have ace kings. He just defended pre without squeezing it up. Wow, I like this play. I really like this play. I really like this play. And if Anthony finds the call, good luck to him. But I really like this play. There's not. Let's think about it. Ace king. He can't have ace king. He can have king jack. Anthony can and make a pretty tight check back on the flop before the flop. But what other kings can he have, Tower? He's got to have something to call the flop with. So he's got to have a king to call the flop with. So king 10 he could have. That's reasonable. Turns a pair, calls the bet. Queen king, possibly. But then that's about it, Tower. He can't have ace king. He can't have two kings. And whereas Ian, we could have any king. We could be bluffing and they've got there. We could have. He's decided to call, and that's pretty sick. And I think it's really unlucky for Ian. I think he played the hand really, really, really well, and just got unlucky that Anthony had a set. I mean, how can he have a set? That set of fours is kind of like the only really strong non-king hand he can have, Tower. And obviously he can have a hand like ace six. He's got to call twice and fold. There's just so many hands that he's got to fold. And although Ian did come in, didn't he, Tower? And Ian did come in and try and ask if he could explain his decision, but I thought he played the hand well.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't need to go quite all in. Maybe pot and a half, something would suffice. But I said as soon as I saw the river bet that I'd go over pot.
Yeah. And
I think it's a fine play. He just ran into someone who had a set and wasn't in the mood for folding it, Tower.
Yeah.
But if you think about the actual King X combos, it's not that many, Tower. It's not that many at all. Ian's got way more King X combos. If if Anthony just had an ace, for example, he has to call the flop, he has to call the turn, and he has to just immediately fold the river. Same with his 2-pair combos, but he had a set and he could have folded the set. He had a long tank about it. I think he played that hand well.
So Carl, Queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with 1 suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5 3 3 closing the action. Oh no, he's not, he's got nil on the 50 behind him, my mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? He's just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9 6 deuce makes it 1.2, and Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7 8 8 9 10 queen,
and Gary good enough to fold kings now tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
Double suited?
Yeah, they're double suited, but the thing is, like against ace X of spades, ace X of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically, call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush. But maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil, not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch
scenario,
has put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called.
Wow, what's Mitch
Neil's
got?
never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen Jack 10 9 8 7 rundowns unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. Because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all-in?
Oh, he's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flatting the kings. We're not closing the action behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on the call.
Absolutely. 5 all-ins.
6 to 1.
We're talking a 15k pot going on.
It's going to be a biggie tower, I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. Pray for the dealer tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, I'd still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. We'll go with that.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10.
I'm going on the dead cards tower, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often. Yeah. So Carl and Gary both just getting the lot in.
Well, he can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, Queen.
You could have jacks.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. Something like that for Mitch.
Spread him, Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the King, Queen, Jack, 10,
Queen,
6, 7.
There we go. 6, 7, 10, Jack, Queen, King.
Having a little gamble. Neither his suits lives. Heart's not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the Shablammer.
The Shlabama, I do like that word. So we have a 5-way all-in, 15k pot, and it's 4, 5, 9. There is a side betting, because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. And 9 on the river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Does someone have 10s? Carl's got
10-9
for Carl Shaw.
Carl Shaw, baby, the gentleman.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table, but Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
He's felted everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, turning river. Wow. What a game. Well done to the dealer. Big round of applause, please.
It's just
Kelly
and Mark weren't in that one. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, Tao, because I think Carl's got everyone covered. So it's not. It's just everyone give Carl their chips, I think. I think that's how this is going to go. I think everyone's just going to be giving Carl Shaw money. And we got day 1G tomorrow, which is now an ordinary flight, and then the turbo kicks off at 6 p.m.
And then Saturday for day 2, get down to about 60 players, and then the final on the Sunday.
You're spot on, Donna. You are spot on. Too many. That's how many days. I'll make you right.
Ace 5 for Danny in the big after an initial raise from Keith in C number 1.
A nice 3-bet spot, I think, Tower here. We got Keith covered. Keith's third in chips. He's not really going to want to get involved too much. Definitely one we could be mixing in a 3-bet here as Dan Gormley. And on FTs, we don't have to go as big as usual, the normal 4x size, because of ICM. We can choose like 3x, 3.5x here as Dan, so make it somewhere around 700-800k. That's what I'd like to see, and he is going to take the spot, Tower. Very nice from Dan. Just recognising the situation and recognising where Keith is in chips and how he has to play tighter here because we have him covered. So this should do the trick a lot of the time. Back over to Keith here, and personally could go either way. I think Keith is probably more tight to let this one go. Oh, he's just going to quickly call Tower here. So Keith happy to go float post flop here with the King Jack.
Off to the flop. Another pot brewing. Queen 2-3.
Yeah, so this is a big pot, Tower, already 1.6 milli in the middle here, and Danny does flop a wheel draw here with the ace 5, so probably one we're probably going to continue small, 400k, 500k, something like that, somewhere between the quarter pot and third remit is the size I'd like to see here from Dan. As always in these 3-bet situations, can go a lot smaller. So it does choose the 350 sizing, goes even smaller than the 400. So south of quarter, between fifth and quarter pot from Dan Gormley and Keith here with the King Jacks. Jack of Diamonds working, getting this price. Is he thinking about pulling out the float with this candidate? It's probably, if we are going to float the King Jack, it's probably one of the better combinations we can have. King of Spades, Jack of Diamonds. Let's see what Keith does. Like folding would be fine here as well. Just because tangling with Danny, who's got us covered, could put us in a world of hurt. It would be a disaster for us to come 8 from this FT when we go in with the chip lead. But big pot brewing here on the FT, guys. Oh, and there's the call from Keith. He does pull out the float, and pot has got 2.3 million here, working with 1.25 SPR behind. Effective stack of Keith.
Whoa, King of Diamonds. Brings in the flush draw top pair.
Yeah, so Keith loves to see this, Tower. And now Dan, what's the play on the turn here? Obviously this King's supposed to be a lot better for the R range here. Does Danny ever expect Keith to be floating? That's the question. Does he expect Keith to have some floats with some King Jack here, some Jack 10 suited with backdoor spades, hands like that? That's the question Danny's got to ask himself. Because from a range perspective here, this King of Diamonds rolling off, he shouldn't really have any kings here, Keith, other than King Queen specifically. Ace King's going to 3-bet pre, King Queen's going to call flop and then turn 2 pair. So it should only really be from our perspective as Danny, King Queen, the hand that Keith has here, and Danny goes for the second barrel here. So maybe going after some 4s through jacks, these type of holdings, although jacks or 10s might choose to 4-bet pre, but also perhaps going after some queen jack, ace queen that didn't 4-bet, as well as some queen 10 suited that could be in there, queen jack, queen 10 suited. So it's a really nice bet that targets that proportion of Keith's range. The pocket pairs, the queen X, these type of hands are going to be in a really tough spot now faced with this double barrel. However, Keith has the one hand that he has pulled the float out with and does contain a king, so Keith's going to have to call once more with the second nut flush draw as backup. So it should just be an easy call here from Keith, and we're going to take a river tower.
Off to the river. Fourth diamond.
So over to Danny here. We'll know that he's never going to be good here with the ace-5, but has he got the shove in the locker here? We're probably going to have more bare ace of diamonds than Keith in this spot. Like, Keith shouldn't really have too many flushes once the king and 10 of diamonds run out. I guess he's going to have like some 7, 8 of diamonds, 8, 9 of diamonds, ace, jack of diamonds, jack 9 of diamonds. But with these particular diamonds on the board, the king 10 and the queen, those being higher diamonds, hands that Keith will probably peel a free bet with, let's say for example king queen suited, king 10 suited, these aren't a thing, and Danny does go for it. He does find the jam here, and Keith sitting here with the second nuts, backdoors into the flush, and Dan Gormley making a big move early on and just applying pressure to Keith. Keith coming in with the chip lead, and he'll be thinking he could be going home in 8th here if Dan has backdoored into the nut flush himself. Dan could still plausibly have turned a flush here. He could be free betting some ace-4, ace-5 of diamonds, these type of holdings. Even ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 of diamonds could probably all be in there as well. So this is a huge move from Dan Gormley early on in this final table. And back over to Keith here. And I think with a jack of diamonds tower, it's... It's pretty gross, but
it's a gross spot.
It's horrible because Dan's only ever making this move for value with the ace of diamonds. He's not going to shove like 9s here or ace 9, so if he elected to free bet that and double barrel. He's not going to shove ace 9 with a 9 of diamonds. So Keith's jack of diamonds here, although it is the second nuts, it's pure bluff catcher here. We're either behind to the bare ace or a turn flush of Danny, turn nut flush, or he's just got a bluff in this scenario, and Danny with the bottom of his range just going for it here, and notice rubbing the left arm there, caressing. Usually that signals is something people do to calm themselves down, but this is what we wanted to see, Tower. It's what we've been waiting all day. Yeah, exactly. It's just trying to, if not, try and put the heart rate down, perhaps try not to give anything away. And Keith here in a really tough spot because yes, we've backdoored into the second nuts, but the problem we've got, Tower, like I say, it becomes a bluff catcher the way this hand's played. Like, Dan could plausibly have turned a flush with ace-x of diamonds. He could have plausibly double barreled as a bluff with the bare ace of diamonds. So this is a gross spot for Keith here, and rather him sitting there than me, because this is one that's going to take a while, and rightly so. A tank's going to be needed here, Tower. This is a big pot, and it's going to be for over a third of the chips in play if he can make the call and be correct. And fair credit to Dan, though. Let's go back to Dan. He's capable of running it in these spots. People aren't capable of making moves like this. Free bet, shove as a bluff on final tables. There's only a small percentage of players that have that in them, and it's a gift, if you like. I know this time it may leave Dan short if Keith makes the call, but I think it's you've got to be a certain calibre of player to be able to pull this move, the free bet, the bet shove, without having the goods. Only certain opponents are capable of that, and if Keith's aware Dan is one of those that can have these bluffs, he may veer more towards call. But this is a fascinating hand, guys, and Dan Gormley just running it for chunks of equity here on the mystery bounty final table and putting Keith in the blender. What's he going to do, Tower? What do you think?
He has the second nuts. He can only put him on the ace to fold. He flicks it
does
in.
Make the
it's
call.
the call of the final so far.
And he does make the call, and Dan went for the lots, and he's going to be down to 11 big blinds now. But credit to Keith, coming with a chip lead, extending it to 8.1 million chips.
Wow,
and what a hand that is. That is a highlight of the week for me so far in terms of hands played. Everything that hand had. Really, really nice line from Dan. Unfortunately, we just run into it. It works if Keith doesn't have the jack of diamonds, if he doesn't have the ace of diamonds. This is probably going to work. But unfortunately for us, we've just run into it. And Keith up to 8.1 million chips, third of the chips in the play going to that man. And Dan now sitting with 11 big blinds.
What a call. So good to see Carl back at the tables, one of the Thanet boys. Ryan Spittle raises to 8, Harry with the pocket 5s. Who's going to make the call? Jess could feasibly come in with the old Jack 8, yes she does, which will bring in the small big blind.
Simon not folding this one. Suited King getting this price, closing the action in. It goes 4-way to the flop.
Yep.
Ryan with the betting lead.
Oh, we flop a set.
Yeah, and Ryan's flopped the straight flush draw tower. So this is action time. Ryan with the 8-6 of diamonds on an ace high board. Great flop for us once opening in the cut-off. Not only have we flopped the straight flush draw in terms of range, going to be better for us. And Harry here with his set of 5s, like it. Just going to flatten position. Don't want to set off any alarm bells. If Ryan's got a hand like ace king, ace queen, we've got that drawing dead to runners.
Quadzillas, baby! Quadzilla, baby!
Table 32, please make your way to cash 2.
Welcome back to the final of Blackpool 2022, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. We are just about to start. Mark Dyson in 1. Tom Aravara in seat number 2, and as Jay says, this is Tom's first trip to the feature table, and it's on the final. Ewan McNicholas will be in 3. Hopefully not bashing any cameras around. Alex Montgomery in 4. Rick Trigg in 5. Jamie Klossick in 6. Louis Leith Lambert in 7. Josh Musson in 8. And Maxim Farner in seat number 9. Don't think the chip counts are there. Nope, they were the last half a dozen, weren't they? So that was off the thing. Chip counts will be underneath the players when we start. Good luck one and all. Welcome back everybody. We are on the final. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the best part of the evening. The final. So we're on. We're ready. We are off and running. Let us do it.
Tom for 180,000 in seat 2. A1 2.3 mil in seat 3.
First end. Oh, the button's in seat number 9. Good luck everybody.
If you're ready for the result, your staff will be in play for the race, so please do take your seats now. Your players are I don't need that yet. Watcher has been drawn seat 9.
you have an all-in triangle, it's binding. If you put it in, that means you're all in. Please be careful, be mindful of that. You start with 6 time banks. It won't be replaced anytime soon. Blinds continue. 10,000, 25,000, 20,000 on tick, please.
Let us do it. Here we go. Let's run through all the rules and regs. First hand of the final. Let's go. Let's go, Steve. Let's go. Final 9, Blackpool. £142,000 up top. Final 9, £8,890 locked up, as you can see.
Can I get a J2O or something like that? Can I order some of those you can get? I think there's some kind of coffee on the thing, you know. There's coffee on there. I'll just have some of those chicken and chips.
Good luck, everybody. Good luck, one and all. Jay's quiet because he's just ordered his roast. He fancied one. Somebody told him it's the best meal that they do in the building. And he was like, get me in, I've just got time. And he'll be back in 2 minutes. He'll be back in 2, the old lad. Enjoying his roast, that's what he said. Get me that roast. Go on, Alex, says Phil Fee, watching on Facey. Josh for the win, says Russ. Who's still got bets running? Who's still got a couple of quid on any of the players? Let me know who you've got. Josh, Ace King. Arthur Harvey? Whoa, Arthur Harvey's jumped in the seniors. Go on, the Colonel. $10-5-3 flop, 2 hearts.
I found someone.
You found somebody.
I just had a roast dinner. Do you want to go and have one? Too?
Oh yeah, roast dinners. What's that all about? We've got somebody for you to entertain us for an hour. Here he is. Oh,
yeah, lovely, unbelievable.
We could have had the story of all stories. We could have. It was amazing to watch last night. But unfortunately, just busting shy of the final table, Mr. Jack Oliver. But he is coming in to have a bit of a chat with Jay, which is great to hear. So this hand is more or less just about nothing. So I'll let these two guys sit in.
Yeah, go and have a.
And we're going to have a quick roast it, and Jay and Jack Oliver will be entertaining for half an hour. An hour? Maybe I might just go on.
It's 47 minutes from the next break.
There you go. There we go. Incoming, Mr. Jack Oliver. Oh.
Yeah, I'll put the comms cam on. Welcome, Jack, joining me for this session. I think we've got just under an hour until the players have a scheduled break, so Jack going to come in the booth.
Would you like pain and cake?
Yeah.
We've got plenty of cake. Just saying.
That's Ewan here, 7, 8 of diamonds in the big blind, and now going to be bluffing here, 95k. And Josh going to hero it off with Ace King height. After it's checked all the way down, and there we go. Nearly a story for you, Jack, in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we had half a big blind, a small blind.
Yeah.
And managed to spin up to like 700 from 5k, but not to be. But, I mean, I'm not complaining. Yeah, That was like when there was like 24 left,
Yeah.
and it came like 11th. So I mean, double the money from that point. So free rolling. Not complaining.
What's playing with poker with you now? Obviously, you had the massive bink. You probably don't play as much as you need to.
I do.
Right?
I do because, as I said at the time, I love the game and I play to play poker. Not really like that's my goal, just to play poker. So it's nice to come to these stops, and Blackpool's obviously the best one. Just everyone's having fun, and yeah, just grand finals next, and we'll try and. I mean, I think I came 11th in the mini and 11th in this. So actually, to make an FT would be nice. So.
Yeah. Looked like you were going to come 24th at one point though. That hand against Dyson, we weren't sure if you was going to flick the extra 5k in or not. Getting 26 to 1 or something on a call, and it was.
So this is.
So Louis opening +2. We've got Mark here, Mark Dyson. With the Kings.
I mean, the thing is, what's the big blind here?
25k, 21 bigs for Mark.
Yeah, like you just get to have free bet and all ins here. Like most people think for 20 bigs, you've got a free bet just all in, but like you just get to be really polar and have like aces and kings, and then have like some ace deuce offsuit or like ace deuce suited or something. Like you get to just really be polar and having the nuts and not the nuts. But I mean, now Ewan's woke up with ace king. He's not allowed to fold. Pretty grim, but
yeah. It's a bit of a setup early on here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to let Louis get away from his eights, which would have been a tough spot.
We're going like 300 here as Ewan.
Oh, they can't hear me.
There, you got to sit, speak up. He goes to 225 Ewan, so clicks it, literally.
Yeah, because you have to, because he's so polar, he's just going to fold his bluffs and then he's going to stick it in with the value. So, like, there's no point in having any size other than the min click.
And there's the all in, and there's the call. And Mark Dyson.
Chance to double up and get a stack here. What are we up to? A mil? 1.2 mil on the pot. Ewan does run pretty well though, so
he's run well today. To be fair, he's been running pretty pure today. Mark Dyson, very good player as well, not one you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, he was really good on the. He had a really good price on him on the exchange this morning. It was 20 to 1.
Oh, okay.
And Mark had average stack, so it was a really good bet.
Oh wow, ace on the turn. So Mark Dyson down to 1 out. Gonna need the king of hearts, and it's the queen of clubs. So early bust out on the final table. Unfortunate for him. Always going to go in pre with those two hands. Just unfortunate, couldn't find the hold. And Ewan up to 2.8 million. Great start to the FT for him. Unfortunate for Mark. Bogey, this will probably be over. I reckon could be 12, between 12 and 1, something like that.
How much did I back myself on the book? 0. I was not a good price. Not to kill the action on the book, but yeah, I don't know. They have 66.
That's what Tower yesterday. He goes, we were in the book. I don't know if you watched it back, but he goes, Jack's probably. What do you reckon? Jack will be about 25s tomorrow. I was like, 25s? Do you think he's going to win this 1 in 25 times with that stack?
No, I had enough of myself in the actual tournament not to back myself for a little bit more. I do luckily have a little bit of a swap with Ewan, so if I'm biased on the commentary towards Ewan playing well, that is why. What a name.
Yep, Joy Boy, Jack Oliver. What's the question, Triple?
Did you have any luck in the comps early in the week?
No good. I've had a decent week though because of other things and
not complaining.
Yeah, so could have got even better because one of my men was here, 2 tables out, but actually bluffed into the bloke you got a piece of. So
Into you?
yeah, when he actually see the aces hand.
What, key?
No, I had a little piece of span, so
sure.
all week long. Span's been just.
Is it bad etiquette to ask? No, you're more than welcome to ask. Some people won't answer, Matthew. I had all of my own action. I just I had a swap with Ewan for a small amount at the start of the tournament because Ewan's a very good player. Just so if one of us runs deep, then we both do well. So triple. I called in the big blind off like 4.5 big blinds versus Mark Dyson with 8-3 of clubs. So we had 3.5 big blinds behind, and it came ace 8-2. I checked. Mark bet 1 big blind. I went all in with all but 5k. He calls, and then it goes check on the turn, on a jack turn, and then he goes all in on the river for 5k more into a pot of like 120k. It was a queen river, and I just thought that he was never had a bluff, and if he had never has a bluff, then actually maybe I can fold for my 5k, and with the 5k I can still win the ante and the big blind, or like half the big blind next hand. So I did fold, and he had a queen that he hit on the river.
Got him to show as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I said I'd fold if he showed.
Alex here, off of 8, shoves the jack 10 on the button. Alex coming in as a short stack to this FT. He's already earned himself a ladder though after Mark busting. This is what we're playing for. How'd you enjoy the cash game, Jack, the other night? It was a great game, wasn't it?
It was a great game. It was an interesting one. Like, they're all friends, and I don't really know many of them very well, so it was a bit of a interesting dynamic. Like, I felt like I was gate crashing their game a little bit, but no, they were all really nice, and it was a great action. There was some 7-deuce shenanigans going on, but yeah, it was a great game. Did reasonably well, so we'll. Definitely not complaining. I mean, Mitch's bluff in that was magical.
Yeah, what the King 9 of Hearts had. That was some hand. I was speaking to, I was sat there with Stato and Mitch at the bar the other night, and we'll see what happens here first. Tom raises to 50.
Tom's got 470.
So just raise and take. But I was sat there with Stato and thinking Stato and Mitch are really, really good pals, and Stato was like, I was watching the hand, I was watching it on the stream as it was happening, and Mitch hadn't texted him anything about the hand, and he was like, if Mitch lost the big pot I would have known about it. So I was sitting there watching it thinking, how on earth is he going to win this hand with King 9 of Hearts? And Stato is going, he knows that he must have won the hand because Mitch would have had a moan up or something on text. So he was sitting there thinking, how on earth is he going to win this one with King 9 of Hearts? And
I mean, what a fold it was Simon, right? It's like,
yeah, Simon.
How Simon folded, fair play to the guy, like, can fold in that spot, but just assumed that he wasn't bluffing. But I mean,
you don't often see that though. 3-bet pot, donking the flop, getting raised, and then donking the turn as well. I've never seen that. I don't think I've ever seen that line, to be fair. The old donk flop, get raised, and then donk turn when like board doesn't even change.
So Max opens, Jamie's on the button with 8s. I would just call here, I think. Like, there's no real short stacks behind, so you're not going to get jammed on very often. You don't really want to 3-bet fold, you don't want to 3-bet call. So this is just a sort of spot where you're just allowed to call and see a flop.
Yeah, especially from gun as well.
Yeah.
Maxim. Don't know much about Maxim. He's the only player actually, and Louis actually. Louis N7 I'm not too familiar with or their games.
Maxim chopped the mini at the start of the week.
Oh, okay.
He chopped it 3 ways, I'm sure of it. I played actually in that I was 10th. I 3-bet Jack 6 offsuit in the big blind and tripled it off into him. So that was a bit of a punt, not gonna lie. So he went and chopped that. So what's happened to it?
So it's just check from Maxim, checking the ace here on A7 4 2 clubs. Checking it over to Jamie on the button.
Yeah, Jamie should just check here. Like, a lot of the time. Like a small bet and maybe getting like King Queen or King Jack to fold wouldn't be too bad, but
like we expect them hands to continue this board, though. I think a lot of the time. I think.
Yeah, it's just like the strange dynamic now with like, the ICM and like the having to like be a bit more careful. That's why Maxim has managed to fold, find the check with the Ace 10 is that he realizes he can't just bet. So he's got to be a bit more careful. Hence the check call. I don't mind the bet by Jamie. I think that's fine.
7 hearts on the turn. 7 pairing. I think once Maxim calls those, Jamie, we're just happy to check this behind there on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, I've played with Jamie a little bit, and he can be a bit on the aggressive side, so this doesn't surprise me that much.
Yeah, so goes for 120 here. On the turn, 120 into 290. And Maxim just got a call here. There we go. It's horrible for us, though, Jack, if we check on a brick river and Jamie sets us in. Jamie just waving the white flag. Snap checks back. Going to show the pocket eights, and Maxim going to win this one with the Ace 10 up over the millie. Any plans for next year, Jack? Like poker-wise, you're doing a bit of travelling. You going Vegas?
Yeah, I'm travelling at the start of next year for a couple of months. Off to Iceland.
Iceland?
Yeah, just gonna go out and live there for a couple of months. Just play online, and then do a bit more travelling before the series, I guess. And then yeah, we'll play the series, and then we'll come back and see if there's any GUKPTs happening.
Well, we've got the UK Open, which has been released, obviously.
When's that? That's in March, right?
End of February, start of March, 25th of Feb, until the 3rd of March, I think.
What's the buy-in for that?
1,500, 1,350 plus 150, million guarantee.
A million guarantee?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. I'll chuck it up after this hand. You guys haven't heard about that yet? Big news this weekend. The UK Open coming to the CBS Arena next year, guaranteeing £1 million for the main event.
That's huge. Have we had a million guarantee for Grosvenor before?
Never a mil guarantee. We obviously hit the million at the Goliath this year, but never been guaranteed before. So the schedule for that's going to be coming up at the grand final, full schedule of all side events. So here it is, the UK Poker Open, 25th to the 5th of March, and full schedule for that coming out in a few weeks' time at the Vic. Are you playing everything at the Vic? Is it just going to be 3 weeks of poker, or are you going to come down for a certain week?
I would love to. I just I might have a trip planned somewhere else, but yeah, we would love to. I mean, it's going to be great. It's huge series.
There's lots going on in December. You've obviously got Prague EPT, the Win Millions as well is on.
I mean,
so.
But yeah, it's a. There's 3 weeks of. There's a mystery bounty, right? That like it's going to be a huge mystery
900
bounty.
buy-in, 400 plus 400.
That's going to be insane. I think there's like multiple flights.
Yeah, 5 flights for that as well. So that there's potential 50k bounty in that one.
Thanks, Alan.
Do you know Josh?
No.
I don't either.
I have no Josh's. I'm glad he's enjoying the commentary, that's all. I mean, so how many GUKPTs have Trig won?
Trig's won 3.
And what's the record?
3. Ben Windsor and Julian Few.
So this is Trick trying to go for his.
Yep. His fourth one.
Must be a pressure on his back a bit from that. 2 greats and sponsor pros on the.
Ewan won the National League, didn't he?
Yeah, of course.
Jamie obviously was deep as well. Busted his last hand of the night yesterday.
That was sick. I mean, what a great call. And just gets unlucky.
Louis with the deuces makes it 55. And Maxim, Jack 9 of hearts on the button. Like when we're one of these middling stacks, Jack, are we just trying not really to get involved with hands like this? And
yeah, I mean, you just got to be a bit like when you're the middling stack versus a big stack. You have a lot of pressure on you because they can bust you out the tournament, and they can put a lot of pressure on you. So as much as like Louis, I personally wouldn't open 2s. It's kind of okay because he just has lots of chips. The only problem with this is that you're raising into Ewan's big blind, and then when Ewan's got more chips than you, Ewan can put pressure on you, as we're probably about to see, and then that makes you have to fold a lot. With Maxim's medium stack, I would just fold Jack 9, but I definitely could be wrong with that. And
unless there's 4 left in the WSOP main event, then you're just going to rip it in.
That's Jack 7 suited.
I thought it was Jack 9 suited. Jack 7 suited.
I think it was Jack 7 suited. Maybe it's Jack 9 suited.
I thought it was Jack 9
Maybe,
suited.
well,
How can you not even remember that? Like
it was all a blur.
So Ewan does 3-bet, makes it 200k, and manages to get it through 2 quick folds.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem of having someone that as aggressive as Ewan with all the chips, is that unfortunately for the rest of the stacks, they're really going to have to just let him win lots of pots. I mean, Ewan's going for a second GUKPT win.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in 2 years. First, it was his first like tournament, wasn't it? The one at the big, just went and shipped it.
Yeah.
And Trig makes it 50k from gun with the Jack 10.
There's 8 runners left, Juice Man. These are the final 8.
And Louis here with the ace-3 suited. Does have Trig covered and going to 3-bet this one versus his gun open.
Yeah, again, like here, like he's allowed to have some good hands, and then he's allowed to have some hands that like block Trig's calling range or 4-betting range, and like ace-3 suited with the ace blocker does really well. So he's just able to 3-bet and kind of just takes it down a lot.
Yeah, and Trig can't do anything but fold with Jack 10 off.
Is there any update on the National League, and if there's?
It's updated up until the Luton closer, so it should be coming out soon. Are you anywhere in there?
Oh, I feel like I'm getting close to the top 75, and I might flick in the turbo tonight if.
Well, it's gonna be a lot more than the top 75, ain't it? Because obviously, how many packages it is, then 75 come back for the playoffs. So
exactly.
And this event's probably created another package in itself just by itself. So
yeah. So I mean, we'll be playing the closer tonight.
Yeah, Maxim raises to 50k. I mean, tomorrow closes on tomorrow, Monday.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. I got the day wrong.
So Maxim makes it 50k, and Ewan here has the chip lead up with the ace-9. He's just going to be applying pressure here with the ace in his hand. 3-betting this one. Yes, he is. Incoming 3-bet.
Free bet to 125k?
Looks like it. Yeah, now Maxim got no choice but to get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think Maxim. I played with Maxim a little bit, and I think he's probably going to find a call here. But these are the sort of spots, but you can't get involved too much because you lose 125k, and you kind of you start to get really into the short stack territory. And with the ladders as they are, like the pay jumps are quite big at this point. You don't want to be getting involved too much.
Yeah, there's prizes at the bottom. Like at the moment, everyone's got 10.6, so I'm buying ladder now. But when it gets
the sixth left is 17,000, so it's just like there's 2 people bust, and you nearly get
7k.
Yeah, you get 7k, which is huge. That's all I got.
It's enough.
Yeah, no, I'm not complaining.
Yeah, this is the final table, guys. Joined by Jack Oliver. He did cash this event. How doing, Eddie? Alright guys, how many left? This is final table, so there's 8. On the way from Mam back to Copenhagen, sat on a train, few beers, watching the live stream. Cheers, Eddie.
Folds around to Ewan in the calf. Ace Jack and diamonds. Nice hand to open from here. Show much of Tom. I know Ewan knows Tom very well. Sitting on Ewan's right.
He's pretty new. He sort of arrived around about Leeds. I hadn't seen him before Leeds, but maybe he came a bit before then. But he seems to play well. He's very aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, he put me in a couple of spots today. But he plays well and very young as well.
Yeah. It's a trick just choosing to flat the 9s here, sitting 4 of 8. Ewan having him covered and Ewan just flopping top pair, top kicker again.
Triggs is in a horrible spot again. Like, doesn't want to 3-bet fold 9s, doesn't want to go all in for 40 big blinds. Just has to call and try and hope for a good flop.
Still going to be check all in once, I think, here is Trig. Especially versus Ewan, he knows that he's going to be opening lots of hands from cut off and fairly dry board texture. He's going to have plenty of C-bets, 40k into 150.
You're the three players remaining in today's cup. You have just over 3 minutes on the break. You're welcome to.
And now as Trig, we're just really hoping Ewan just gives up on the turn. Just finds a check back. Or a 9.
Yeah, that will work too. So 4 of spades, not changing anything. I guess Trig might have some 7-8 suited that he pulls from the small versus cut off open. Obviously 6s and 5s going to be in there. But other than that, we're not really too worried about much as Ewan. King Jack suited, Queen Jack, Jack 10 suited, these type of hands still can be there for Trig and get another street of value from.
Yeah, I think Trig's good enough to get away from here. Yeah, finds the fold. Well played.
Yep, this will be on, Eddie, until we finish. It's going to be a long night for us, I think, here. Look at these stack sizes. It's only one player below 20 bigs. Why? Is Tom from Finland?
He doesn't sound like it, but I think he is.
Okay.
He's got a surname that I would assume is
Yes,
from Finland.
yeah, that's true. Chris, I don't really know Louis at all. Louis in seat 7. First time I've seen him is this event.
I think from speaking to him, he plays a lot of PLO, a lot of cash games. He played very well, very aggressive. Made me fold the best hand in the big pot I played today. That would have been for about 1.5 million chips. I folded pocket tens on some 9, 8, 7, 5-3 board, and he barreled into me, and he had A6 for the bluff. But yeah, no, he plays very well. Louis does.
Sounds like a straight A6 on 9, 8, 7, 5, 3.
9, 8, 7, 4, 3 then. It wasn't. There was no.
So that sounds like you made a good fold, mate.
It wasn't a good fold.
A7 of spades. Alex just rips it in from the cut-off. Alex made a couple of final tables already this year. It just seems when he comes in, he always seems to be the shorty. But let's see if he can get something going here. Does have the best hand, but this is close to a coin flip.
And that will pretty much seal it.
Yeah, that is what you want to see. Just no sweat at all.
That's how I felt with the King 6 yesterday.
Oh yeah, that was funny when you got up and started still 1 time 10-10. That would have been.
Yeah, it's not what we wanted to see.
But Alex doubling back to 5-8-5 gives him a lot more room to work with now. 23 big blinds.
Yeah, he's really got chances now.
Yeah, and I think that now makes Tom the short stack off of his 20. Yes, password Matt for the free roll is red rum. Spurs fans got money on Alex. Andy Sullivan is not still in the GUKPT Cup, Bovey. And Tom repping the Edinburgh Uni Poker Society. I thought do they still do all the like poker societies at universities? I thought they stopped doing them a few years back.
They still do the poker society. I just don't think there's a UKSBC anymore.
Yeah, there's definitely not a UKSBC.
Which is a bit of a shame because obviously that's how I really got into poker. Was my first success was a UKSBC. So a bit of a shame, but like the poker society's still around.
Okay. Because I heard some unis didn't allow them.
Yeah. Some unis don't allow them because obviously it's gambling. But I mean, you have to be a bit careful. But I think it might still go on. Not saying it should. So what's Louis' 3-bet 9s and Trig's probably just gonna put the chips in and say good luck to you, sir. And then Louis. This is kind of the reason why you might not want to 3-bet 9s in some spots, because when you do get 4-bet jammed on, you have to fold.
Yeah, Louis Lambert, Sir CPB on Twitch. We're trying to use a time bank chip, but just expect him to pile it in here. What's he got? Like 44, 45. I know, he is just going to call with position.
It's been an interesting one.
Yeah, because probably going to see small bet from Louis and call from Trig. So
and then Louis in a bit of no man's land on turn, and yeah, looks like about 135.
I think it is, yeah. So 135 into 430 here, so just over 30%. And Trig, as expected, still calling here with the ace king, as he should be.
Ace on the turn.
Things you love to see.
Things to love to see if you're Trig, not so much if you're Louis. I mean, in a way, it kind of gets Louis out of it pretty easy now, because yeah, there we go. It goes check. Trig checks back.
That could be a 9. Oh no, it was an 8. Yeah, 8 of spades. So backdoor spades coming in. And now Trig has to go for value here. Just go after some queens, jacks, stuff like that.
Yeah, even if Louis got like the like ace 5 suited, that he then checks the turn, like he's gonna have to find a call on the river. Yeah, he snap folds.
Yeah, so the flat there from Trig probably got him maximum, because Louis would have been We'll expect him fold into a jam pre.
Yeah, it's all very congested. Ewan with a bit of a chip lead, and then a lot of 60 to 50 big blinds. You can't really wait till other people bust, and with how deep it is.
And 6-5 of diamonds. See him opening this one with the chip lead.
Yeah, no one really gets to attack Ewan now, so Ewan gets a bit of more of a free reign because he's just got so many chips. I mean, Trig might find a free bet with that if the stacks were a bit different, but because of Ewan having all the chips, he just only gets the call.
In Trig's shoes there, just as hypothetically, let's say Ewan open, what hands does Trig free bet here versus Ewan? Is there, like, what hands can we free bet?
I mean, with them both being really deep, he has to play like most of his range as a call, because he doesn't want to put in, when he's got so many chips, he doesn't want to put a lot of them in versus someone that covers him. So he's just got to play really polar, like finding the free bets of the aces, finding them with the kings, and then probably even flat queens. Like, probably just works really well.
Yeah.
And then, like, you then get to have like some ace-5 suited and some ace-4 suited sort of hands.
To balance it out, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. That's just really polar. Ewan's actually in the lead here with just a pair of sixes.
Checks through, and Ewan is going to take this with a pair of sixes if it does get to showdown.
I mean, this just shows the power of position in a way, because it's likely to check to Trig. Maxim's really thinking about this here. Might take a stab. Does.
He's going to have, obviously,
that is a bold move.
Most flushes here out of any player.
Yeah, it's the problem is, in a way, that Ewan has a lot of king X. Trig also can just have like a king jack, a king 10 that he checks back the flop. But I mean, he's read the situation perfectly here and gonna get it through, most likely.
Is Ewan raising? Is he thinking about? No, he glanced at his chips and
he felt like something was off, but he just didn't find it.
Yeah, that's nicely done from Maxim there. Ewan, another hand.
It's nice when you pick up hands.
Trig keeps getting a hand as well.
But
every time Ewan opens,
this shows it again. Like, Trig understands really well that he really can't find lots of free bets versus Ewan, and like you can see again, like he's got to be really polar with just having those aces and kings, and can't free bet tens, even though tens is such a strong hand. We're gonna see another Trig, Ewan showdown. Maxim probably going to come along. Oh no, he's in the small blind, isn't he?
Yeah, Tom out of the way with the Queen 6. So here we go again. Ewan and Trig show so far. He's just always like...
he just runs the best.
says the man who finished where was it, third in the WSOP main event.
Yeah.
Just runs the best coming out of Jack Oliver's mouth.
Ewan will have a lot of percent of himself for sure. He'll have a few swaps maybe, but probably that's it. So he has a few swaps maybe. I mean, he has one with me, so.
So quarter exactly from Ewan on the flop, 40 into 160, and Trig making the call. Calling once.
Ewan just understands here he has the nuts. He has the best hand. There is no way Trig can have a better hand than him.
Can't call fours. Wouldn't call any 4x. So.
Yeah, just finds the free bet with Ace King because Ace King plays really well as the free bet.
Ace 4 of diamonds not a thing.
Yeah, I mean Ace 4 of diamonds just has to muck pre-flop
yeah.
with just how many people behind. So Ewan just understands he has the nuts and just can really put the pressure on here. Look, he's bet 300k, I think. Just goes for the overbet. I mean, it's great because even if Trig has like Ace 9 suited there, what do? You just have to call, and then on the river you face another overbet and you fold. So Ewan playing some really good poker. Alright, Chef Brad. Didn't fancy coming to Blackpool?
Louis 10-8 of hearts folded to him. Going to open into Ewan's big. And Josh, who hasn't got involved yet, looks like he is going to come along with the Ace 4 of diamonds in the cutoff. And Ewan will not be defending the 10-4 off. So 10-8 for Louis. Josh with Ace 4, both suited. Wow.
That's an interesting flop, that is.
So we've got Louis here with his up and down backdoor hearts, and Josh with the overcard and nut flush draw, so potential to see some chips in the middle here. And Josh just happy to call. Just always call in, I'm guessing Jack. I don't think we're ever raising here as Josh with the Ace 4 of diamonds.
I don't think so. Maybe you can, but yeah, I think call's really good. I mean, wow. So Louis' hit is straight. So a diamond on the river here would be.
Yeah, it's a 270 into 340. So it's a bit of a sizable bet here on the turn. It's 80%, just over. So it does put Josh in a bit of predicament here. Obviously we have position, so we do get to dictate the action on the river. Times that we make our flush, it's checked over to us. It's a really annoying size to be faced with. Could see him going either way. I think once he postures like that, there is the fold.
It's a good fold, that is. That is a really good fold. He'll watch that back later and think, pat himself on the back. Would you fold there?
Probably versus that size, yeah. It's really annoying size, ain't it?
Yeah.
Like, just so much better if we 120, 130, 30, 40%. Much prefer to see that and then we can just call. But Louis sizing up there, it's...
I mean, that's the predicament I had versus Louis. Louis just sized up the turn, jammed the river, and just put me in the world of hurt. Louis is very, very capable.
I don't think it's long till break, guys, but what I can tell you, when we do get there, we are going to be on a 40-minute dinner break. The boys have been promised a carvery for making the final table. Free carvery, Jack. If you knew about that, you might have tried to ladder a couple more spots to the FT.
That's an outrage.
I didn't let you know about that, did they? 2 tables out. They used to do that years ago. I remember they used to give you a £25 meal voucher for making the FT.
I came 5th in Blackpool in 2018. And I remember I had a nice steak from my... But I didn't know they still did it.
Yeah. Don't usually. It's just a one-off for this one.
Come to Blackpool, guys. They're very generous here.
So, Ewan here with the ace-9.
Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of thing. Ewan just gets to really put pressure on people. I mean, he doesn't in this scenario, but like... If he finds a free bet there, then they both just have to fold and kind of wait for another hand.
So Tom going to float here with the 2 overs. Some nice backdoors versus this size. Not the card he was looking for on the turn though. Ace of spades giving Maxim the best hand. He's on the table a lot, Maxim. I expect him to check here from what I've been seeing from him a lot of the time. He's a known top pair checker, if you like. He has a lot of them in there. Saw it a few times yesterday already, saw it once today with the ace-10 and once more here on the turn, does turn the top pair and checks. And Tom going to take the bait, goes for quarter, just the Jack-10 of diamonds here. And Maxim now with an easy call. Yeah, we know, Michael. It's literally just because next door they're bringing loads of rubbish through and they're bringing loud, so we're just trying to keep it nice for you guys on the stream rather than hearing loads of banging. They're just bringing some rubbish through, and so just muting it in between. And an ace of diamonds on the river.
This is interesting because it reduces the amount of combos that Maxim can have with his ace-X, so there's potential that Tom just says good luck. But I mean, it's not the best combo, but like you get to this point, you've got half pot behind or slightly more, you might just say good luck. Nah, he has the discipline there just to check. Now Tom is very short, down to 11 big blinds. And I think that's break time.
Is it break time? Yeah, it looks like it is. And Frankie's just coming over.
Telling them they can have a carvery that I can't have.
I'm sure you can wangle your way in there, Jack. To be honest, Mark Dyson's probably gone home already, so you can just say you're the other final table list, saying there's 9. That might be something. But cheers to Jack joining me for 50 minutes or so. Good to get some of his insights. I know most of you that watch the stream will know who he is, even if you don't usually watch the stream. I'm sure you watched the WSOP last year, and might see more of Jack in the comms at the grand final. But we're going to be off for 40 minutes, guys, so we're going to be returning just after 6 o'clock. So we will see you at 6 for the remainder of the final table. 8 remain. We will be back in 40 minutes.
Ian can decide to make a decent sized raise here against a pretty tight player in the big blind, or he can decide to call. Either's fine. Just decides to call. Anthony, check his option. It's fine. Whoa, this might be bad news for Ian because he's got the nut low, and he's going to decide to barrel this at least one street. And let's see if Anthony just decides to call. Good trap from Anthony here. I half expected him to raise it, Tower, but he's playing it well. Now this is a spot where if I am Ian, I'm betting pretty big now. About pot, 50,000. He goes for 27,000. Again, Anthony, if I'm Anthony, I'm just calling.
Yeah, me too.
Got such a disguised hand, Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just calls again.
Yeah,
great play from
any
Anthony.
Low sets really disguised, aren't they?
Yeah.
And now a queen. Queen of spades on the river. Are we going to rep the king? Or are we going to rep something like ace, king, king, jack, king, queen?
I'm betting massive here, Tower. At least pot, maybe pot and a half. We've got the nut low. Anthony can't have many kings in his hand. What can he really have? He can't have ace kings. He just defended pre without squeezing it up. Wow, I like this play. I really like this play. I really like this play. And if Anthony finds the call, good luck to him. But I really like this play. There's not. Let's think about it. Ace king. He can't have ace king. He can have king jack. Anthony can and make a pretty tight check back on the flop before the flop. But what other kings can he have, Tower? He's got to have something to call the flop with. So he's got to have a king to call the flop with. So king 10 he could have. That's reasonable. Turns a pair, calls the bet. Queen king, possibly. But then that's about it, Tower. He can't have ace king. He can't have two kings. And whereas Ian, we could have any king. We could be bluffing in the got there. We could have. He's decided to call, and that's pretty sick. And I think it's really unlucky for Ian. I think he played the hand really, really, really well, and just got unlucky that Anthony had a set. I mean, how can he have a set? That set of fours is kind of like the only really strong non-king hand he can have, Tower. And obviously he can have a hand like ace six. He's got to call twice and fold. There's just so many hands that he's got to fold. And although Ian did come in, didn't he, Tower? And Ian did come in and try and ask if he could explain his decision, but I thought he played the hand well.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't need to go quite all in. Maybe pot and a half, something would suffice. But I said as soon as I saw the river bet that I'd go over pot.
Yeah. And
I think it's a fine play. He just ran into someone who had a set and wasn't in the mood for folding it, Tower.
Yeah.
But if you think about the actual King X combos, it's not that many, Tower. It's not that many at all. Ian's got way more King X combos. If Anthony just had an ace, for example, he has to call the flop, he has to call the turn, and he has to just immediately fold the river.
Yeah.
Same with his two pair combos, but he had a set and he could have folded the set. He had a long tank about it. I think he played that hand well.
So Carl, Queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with one suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5 3-3 closing the action. Oh no, he's not, he's got nil on the 50 behind him, my mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? He's just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9 6 deuce makes it 1.2, and Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7 8 8 9 10 queen,
and Gary good enough to fold kings now tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
Double suited?
Yeah, they're double suited, but the thing is, like against ace X of spades, ace X of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically, call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush. But maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil, not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch
scenario,
has put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called. Neil's never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen Jack 10 9 8 7 rundown's unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. Because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all in?
He's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flatting the kings. We're not closing the action behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on the call.
Absolutely. 5 all in.
6 to 1.
We're talking a 15k pot going on.
It's going to be a biggie tower, I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. Pray for the dealer tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, it's still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. We'll go with that.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10.
I'm going on the dead cards tower, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often. Yeah. So Carl and Gary both just getting the lot in.
Well, he can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, Queen.
You could have jacks.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. Something like that for Mitch.
Spread him, Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the King, Queen, Jack, 10,
Queen,
6, 7.
There we go. 6, 7, 10, Jack, Queen, King.
Having a little gamble. Neither his suits lives. Heart's not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the Shablammer.
The Shlabama, I do like that word. So we have a 5-way all in, 15k pot, and it's 4, 5, 9. There is a side betting because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. 9 on the river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Does someone have 10s? Carl's got 10-9 for Carl Shaw.
Carl Shaw, baby and gentlemen.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table, but Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
He's felting everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, Turning River. Wow. What a game. Well done to the dealer. Big round of applause, please.
It's just
for Sean.
Kelly and Mark weren't in that one. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, Tao, because I think Carl's got everyone covered. So
Yeah.
it's not. It's just everyone give Carl their chips, I think. I think that's how this is going to go. I think everyone's just going to be giving Carl Shaw money. And we got day 1G tomorrow, which is now an ordinary flight, and then the turbo kicks off at 6 p.m.
And then Saturday for day 2, get down to about 60 players, and then the final on the Sunday.
You're spot on, Donna. You are spot on. Too many. That's how many days. I'll make you right.
Ace 5 for Danny in the big after an initial raise from Keith in C number 1.
A nice 3-bet spot, I think, Tower here. We got Keith covered. Keith's third in chips. He's not really going to want to get involved too much. Definitely one we could be mixing in a 3-bet here as Dan Gormley. And on FTs, we don't have to go as big as usual, the normal 4x size, because of ICM. We can choose like 3x, 3.5x here as Dan, so make it somewhere around 700-800k. That's what I'd like to see, and he is going to take the spot, Tower. Very nice from Dan. Just recognising the situation and recognising where Keith is in chips and how he has to play tighter here because we have him covered. So this should do the trick a lot of the time. Back over to Keith here, and personally could go either way. I think Keith is probably more tight to let this one go. Oh, he's just going to quickly call Tower here. So Keith happy to go float post flop here with the King Jack.
Off to the flop. Another pot brewing. Queen 2-3.
Yeah, so this is a big pot, Tower, already 1.6 milli in the middle here, and Danny does flop a wheel draw here with the ace 5, so probably one we're probably going to continue small, 400k, 500k, something like that, somewhere between the quarter pot and third remit is the size I'd like to see here from Dan. As always in these 3-bet situations, can go a lot smaller. So it does choose the 350 sizing, goes even smaller than the 400. So south of quarter, between fifth and quarter pot from Dan Gormley and Keith here with the King Jacks. Jack of Diamonds working, getting this price. Is he thinking about pulling out the float with this candidate? It's probably, if we are going to float the King Jack, it's probably one of the better combinations we can have. King of Spades, Jack of Diamonds. Let's see what Keith does. Like folding would be fine here as well. Just because tangling with Danny, who's got us covered, could put us in a world of hurt. It would be a disaster for us to come 8 from this FT when we go in with the chip lead. But big pot brewing here on the FT, guys. Oh, and there's the call from Keith. He does pull out the float, and pot has got 2.3 million here, working with 1.25 SPR behind. Effective stack of Keith.
Whoa, King of Diamonds. Brings in the flush draw top pair.
Yeah, so Keith loves to see this, Tower. And now Dan, what's the play on the turn here? Obviously this King's supposed to be a lot better for our range here. Does Danny ever expect Keith to be floating? That's the question. Does he expect Keith to have some floats with some King Jack here, some Jack 10 suited with backdoor spades, hands like that? That's the question Danny's got to ask himself, because from a range perspective here, this King of Diamonds rolling off, he shouldn't really have any kings here, Keith, other than King Queen specifically. Ace King's going to 3-bet pre, King Queen's going to call flop and then turn 2 pair, so it should only really be from our perspective as Danny, King Queen, the hand that Keith has here, and Danny goes for the second barrel here, so maybe going after some fours through jacks, these type of holdings, although jacks or tens might choose to 4-bet pre, but also perhaps going after some queen jack, ace queen in the 4-bet, as well as some queen 10 suited that could be in there, queen jack, queen 10 suited. So it's a really nice bet that targets that proportion of Keith's range. The pocket pairs, the queen X, these type of hands are going to be in a really tough spot now faced with this double barrel. However, Keith has the one hand that he has pulled the float out with and does contain a king, so Keith's going to have to call once more with the second nut flush draw as backup. So it should just be an easy call here from Keith, and we're going to take a river tower.
Off to the river. Fourth diamond.
So over to Danny here. We'll know that he's never going to be good here with the ace-5, but has he got the shove in the locker here? We're probably going to have more bare ace of diamonds than Keith in this spot. Like, Keith shouldn't really have too many flushes once the king and 10 of diamonds run out. I guess it's good. He can have like some 7, 8 of diamonds, 8, 9 of diamonds, ace jack of diamonds, jack 9 of diamonds. But with these particular diamonds on the board, the king 10 and the queen, those being higher diamonds, hands that Keith will probably peel a free bet with, let's say for example king queen suited, king 10 suited, these aren't a thing, and Danny does go for it. He does find the jam here, and Keith sitting here with the second nuts, backdoors into the flush, and Dan Gormley making a big move early on and just applying pressure to Keith. Keith coming in with the chip lead, and he'll be thinking he could be going home in 8th here if Dan has backdoored into the nut flush himself. Dan could still plausibly have turned a flush here. He could be free betting some ace-4, ace-5 of diamonds, these type of holdings. Even ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 of diamonds could probably all be in there as well. So this is a huge move from Dan Gormley early on in this final table. And back over to Keith here. And I think with the jack of diamonds tower, it's... It's pretty gross, but
it's a gross spot.
It's horrible because Dan's only ever making this move for value with the ace of diamonds. He's not going to shove like 9s here or ace 9, say if he elected to free bet that and double barrel. He's not going to shove ace 9 with a 9 of diamonds. So Keith's jack of diamonds here, although it is the second nuts, it's pure bluff catcher here. We're either behind to the bare ace or a turn flush of Danny, turn nut flush, or he's just got a bluff in this scenario, and Danny with the bottom of his range just going for it here, and notice rubbing the left arm there, caressing. Usually that signals is something people do to calm themselves down, but this is what we wanted to see, Tower. It's what we've been waiting all day. Yeah, exactly. It's just trying to, if not, try and put the heart rate down, perhaps try not to give anything away. And Keith here in a really tough spot because yes, we've backdoored into the second nuts, but the problem we've got, Sal, like I say, it becomes a bluff catcher the way this hand's played. Like, Dan could plausibly have turned a flush with ace-x of diamonds. He could have plausibly double barreled as a bluff with the bare ace of diamonds. So this is a gross spot for Keith here, and rather him sitting there than me, because this is one that's going to take a while, and rightly so. A tank's going to be needed here, Tower. This is a big pot, and it's going to be for over a third of the chips in play if he can make the call and be correct. And fair credit to Dan, though. Let's go back to Dan. He's capable of running it in these spots. People aren't capable of making moves like this. Free bet, shove as a bluff on final tables. There's only a small percentage of players that have that in them, and it's a gift, if you like. I know this time it may leave Dan short if Keith makes the call, but I think it's you've got to be a certain calibre of player to be able to pull this move, the free bet, the bet shove, without having the goods. Only certain opponents are capable of that, and if Keith's aware Dan is one of those that can have these bluffs, he may veer more towards call. But this is a fascinating hand, guys, and Dan Gormley just running it for chunks of equity here on the mystery bounty final table and putting Keith in the blender. What's he going to do, Tower? What do you think?
He has a second nuts. He can only put him on the ace to fold. He flicks it in. It's the call of the final so far.
And he does make the call, and Dan went for the lots, and he's going to be down to 11 big blinds now. But credit to Keith, come in with a chip lead, extending it to 8.1 million chips.
Wow!
And what a hand that is! That is a highlight of the week for me so far in terms of hands played. Everything that hand had. Really, really nice line from Dan. Unfortunately, we just run into it. It works if Keith doesn't have the Jack of Diamonds, if he doesn't have the Ace of Diamonds. This is probably going to work. But unfortunately for us, we've just run into it. And Keith up to 8.1 million chips, third of the chips in the play going to that man. And Dan now sitting with 11 big blinds.
What a call! So good to see Carl back at the tables, one of the Thanet boys. Ryan Spittle raises to 8. Harry with the pocket 5s. He's going to make the call. Jess could feasibly come in with the old Jack 8. Yes, she does, which will bring in the small big blind.
Simon not folding this one. Suited King getting this price, closing the action in. It goes 4-way to the flop.
Yeah.
Ryan with the betting lead.
Oh, we flop a set.
Yeah, and Ryan's flopped the straight flush draw tower. So this is action time. Ryan with the 8-6 of diamonds on an ace high board. Great flop for us once opening in the cut-off. Not only have we flopped the straight flush draw in terms of range, going to be better for us. And Harry here with his set of 5s. Like it, just going to flatten position. Don't want to set off any alarm bells. If Ryan's got a hand like ace king, ace queen, we've got that drawing dead to runners.
Quadzillas, baby! Quadzilla, baby! Woo woo! Am I getting the chips off Ryan? Woo woo! Oh, just I look down again. Yep, there are definitely 2 5s here. Now there's 2 5s on the board.
So Ryan firing
That's 4
again.
5s.
Maybe just trying to fold out some weak ace X, some suited ace X that Harry can have here, as well as that 9X is going to have a hard time calling a double barrel. And obviously Harry flattening in position. Going to try and get the max on the river with a shove.
So there's 1 out.
7 of diamonds is straight
Oh, he thought he got it done it! No! What's this dealer done?
Where's the bad beat jackpot in the tournament? No way! £245,000! That is incredible. I've never seen this tower on stream. Quads over straight flush. This is a setup of all setups.
Oh!
No
All
way.
in. Harry can't wait to turn him over!
No way. Quads
Oh my
straight
God!
flush.
Look at the table!
Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. That we'll never see that again.
Ludo says I never take pictures at poker table. I'm taking a picture.
We will never see that again on stream. To get that hand here on stream. Look at the cameras, they're all out.
Oh my God.
Quads over straight flush on stream.
Somebody go and get Jim. Ask him if they have a bad beat jackpot. For
Imagine, imagine that on the
GUKPT.
imagine that on the cash table.
Oh,
that is gonna be
wow,
wow.
Right, that's the end of the stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
We'll see you again tomorrow. Oh my days!
Wow, wow, wow. Just speechless. How does that even happen?
Hurricane he says, "Get me a pint." Oh my days! Wow!
I just can't believe it.
Wowzers, wowzers.
Oh, stuff we live for on stream. It's something we'll probably never ever see again. Over the years, the chances of that happen are astronomical, and to actually get it on our featured table. How'd you go out? Oh yeah, had quads. No good. And if there's a story to tell, that is a story for the ages.
I don't even mind listening to that one.
Ian can decide to make a decent sized raise here against a pretty tight player in the big blind, or he can decide to call. Either's fine. Just decides to call. Anthony check his option. It's fine. Whoa. This might be bad news for Ian because he's got the nut low and he's going to decide to barrel this at least one street, and let's see if Anthony just decides to call. Good trap from Anthony here. I half expected him to raise it, Tower, but he's playing it well. Now this is a spot where if I am Ian, I'm betting pretty big now. About pot. 50,000. He goes for 27,000. Again, Anthony, if I'm Anthony, I'm just calling.
Yeah, me too.
Got such a disguised hand, Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just calls again.
Yeah,
great play from
any
Anthony.
Low sets really disguised, aren't they?
Yeah.
And now a queen. Queen of spades on the river. Are we going to rep the king? Or are we going to rep something like ace, king, king, jack, king, queen?
I'm betting massive here, Tower. At least pot, maybe pot and a half. We've got the nut low. Anthony can't have many kings in his hand. What can he really have? He can't have ace king because he just defended pre without squeezing it up. Wow, I like this play. I really like this play. I really like this play. And if Anthony finds the call, good luck to him. But I really like this play. There's not. Let's think about it. Ace king. He can't have ace king. He can have king jack. Anthony can and make a pretty tight check back on the flop before the flop. But what other kings can he have, Tower? He's got to have something to call the flop with. So he's got to have a king to call the flop with. So king 10 he could have. That's reasonable. Turns a pair, calls the bet. Queen king, possibly. But then that's about it, Tower. He can't have ace king. He can't have two kings. And whereas Ian, we could have any king. We could be bluffing in the got there. We could have. He's decided to call, and that's pretty sick. And I think it's really unlucky for Ian. I think he played the hand really, really, really well, and just got unlucky that Anthony had a set. I mean, how can he have a set? That set of fours is kind of like the only really strong non-king hand he can have, Tower. And obviously he can have a hand like ace six. He's got to call twice and fold. There's just so many hands that he's got to fold. And although Ian did come in, didn't he, Tower? And Ian did come in and try and ask if he could explain his decision, but I thought he played the hand well.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't need to go quite all in. Maybe pot and a half, something would suffice. But I said as soon as I saw the river bet that I'd go over pot.
Yeah.
And I think it's a fine play. He just ran into someone who had a set and wasn't in the mood for folding it, Tower.
Yeah.
But if you think about the actual King X combos, it's not that many, Tower. It's not that many at all. Ian's got way more King X combos. If Anthony just had an ace, for example, he has to call the flop, he has to call the turn, and he has to just immediately fold the river.
Yeah.
Same with his two pair combos, but he had a set and he could have folded the set. He had a long tank about it. I think he played that hand well.
So Carl, Queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with one suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5 3-3 closing the action. Oh no, he's not. He's got nil on the 50 behind him. My mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? He's just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9 6 deuce makes it 1.2, and Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7 8 8 9 10 queen,
and Gary good enough to fold kings now tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
Double suited?
Yeah, they're double suited, but the thing is, like against ace X of spades, ace X of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically, call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush. But maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil, not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch
scenario,
has put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called.
Wow,
Neil's never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen Jack 10 9 8 7 rundown's unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. Because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all in?
He's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flatting the kings. We're not closing the action behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on the call.
Absolutely. 5 all in.
6 to 1.
We're talking a 15k pot going on.
It's going to be a biggie tower, I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. pray for the dealer tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. We'll go with that.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10.
I'm going on the dead cards tower, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often. Yeah. So Carl and Gary both just getting the lot in.
Well, he can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, Queen.
You could have jacks.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. Something like that for Mitch.
Spread him, Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the King, Queen, Jack, 10,
Queen,
6, 7.
There we go. 6, 7, 10, Jack, Queen, King.
Having a little gamble. Neither his suits lives. Heart's not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the Shablammer.
The Shlabama, I do like that word. So we have a 5-way all-in, 15k pot, and it's 4, 5, 9. There is side betting, because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. 9 on the river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Does someone have 10s? Carl's got 10-9 for Carl Shaw.
Carl Shaw, baby, the gentleman.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table, but Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
It's felting everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, turning river. Wow. What a game. Well done to the dealer. Big round of applause, please.
It's just Kelly and Mark weren't in that one. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, Tao, because I think Carl's got everyone covered. So it's not. It's just everyone give Carl their chips, I think. I think that's how this is going to go. I think everyone's just going to be giving Carl Shaw money. And we got day 1G tomorrow, which is now an ordinary flight, and then the turbo kicks off at 6 p.m.
And then Saturday for day 2, get down to about 60 players, and then the final on the Sunday.
You're spot on, Donna. You are spot on. Too many. That's how many days. I'll make you right.
Ace 5 for Danny in the big after an initial raise from Keith in C number 1.
A nice 3-bet spot, I think, Tower here. We got Keith covered. Keith's third in chips. He's not really going to want to get involved too much. Definitely one we could be mixing in a 3-bet here as Dan Gormley. And on FTs, we don't have to go as big as usual, the normal 4x size, because of ICM. We can choose like 3x, 3.5x here as Dan, so make it somewhere around 700-800k. That's what I'd like to see, and he is going to take the spot tower. Very nice from Dan, just recognising the situation and recognising where Keith is in chips and how he has to play tighter here because we have him covered, so this should do the trick a lot of the time. Back over to Keith here, and personally could go either way. I think Keith is probably more tight to let this one go. Oh, he's just going to quickly call tower here, so Keith happy to go float post flop here with the King Jack.
Off to the flop, another pot brewing. Queen 2-3.
Yeah, so this is a big pot tower already, 1.6.
Once again, main event finalists, please start to make your way back to your seats.
Right, that's 15,000, 30,000, 30,000 ante.
Here we go. Welcome back. It's me and him. It's him and him. Oh, Jack. Thanks to Jack.
Jack was good. Jack was good.
Thanks to Jack.
Good insights.
Knowledge he knows his stuff. Thank you very much indeed to Jack. How was the Sunday lunch?
Yeah, it was really nice. Really nice.
I had one. I had veg. Oh,
cabbage.
Oh, it was lovely.
Yeah, it was nice.
It was lovely.
All of it was
vegetables.
Really good.
Veggie bubbles. It was good. It was nice. I enjoyed it. We're now back.
Okay, do the chip count.
Missed
no.
Missed mark in seat number 1. How's Tom played? Has he been short all the time?
He got involved in one pot where he floated and barrel turn, but made a good decision to give up on river.
Yeah.
And now we're getting the jam through with the King 6 suited. The meats were beef and pork on the roast.
They were. It was really, really nice. And I mean, really nice. I really enjoyed it. It was literally, you could have your meat, which would you like, beef or pork? I had the beef, and then he said, right, help yourself. Well, okay. Okay. So we did. It was nice. Nice touch. So welcome on board, everybody. We are here now for the remainder of the final.
Yep. Yep, they're like Matthew. Yorkshire's, roasties, bit of cauliflower cheese.
Yeah. It was sweet and carrots and cabbage. It was amazing. Really enjoyed it. So the FT well underway. Who wins from here? 3.3 mil for Ewan, twice as many chips as Louis Lambert in seat number 7. Rick Trigg 1.5 mil. Jamie Klossick 1.5 mil. Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody is good.
Oh, and then Apocalypse, good evening. Final 8 for us. Played an hour.
Good evening, and everybody who's coming back to tune in after the dinner break. I know there's been a couple of breaks to split up the play, but there's not a lot we can do about it. We just get told what's happening.
Yeah.
And fingers crossed now this should be it all the way down to the end now.
I think Alex can fold this one. Here, tower. Thinking about opening. Does have an ace in the cut off, but much prefer just letting this one go. Jack 9 for Jamie here in the small.
Good luck if you're in the free roll. Password is red rum.
Jamie completing and expecting to raise this up. Really big sizing from Louis here. Ace King suited. I don't think we need to be going that large, but over 4x there was position, but takes it down nonetheless. Even south of just south of 3x would be fine. And he keeps some hands in that we're going to be way in front of. Jack 9 there, just folding versus that side.
Evening, Elliot.
104 in the free roll.
Brilliant.
And the password is red rum.
Red rum. How's the snooker going, Sless? Practicing hard? Where are you playing next? Hope you're well. Watching the final of the GUKPT Blackpool with record numbers 543, and that's what we're playing for at the bottom.
Folded to Ewan here, suited Jack. Does have all the chips, so obviously can open very wide. applying pressure to everyone else, but Jack 6 suited just a bit on the wide side, so just elects to let this one go. And Trig in the cut-off is going to take the initiative here with the Queen 4 suited, makes it 60, and Jamie Ace 8 of clubs here on the button. Could definitely just flat this one here, tower. Trig has us slightly covered, so probably just happy to flat here and go post as Jamie. Definitely one we can usually mix into a 3-bet range, but when Jack was here, gave us some really good insights regarding obviously the ICM and how these stacks sit in 3rd, 4th and chips. Don't really want to be getting involved too much with marginal holdings, but Jamie is going to choose to 3-bet that one, and nice hand selection for it, suited ace, and versus a cut-off open as well is going to work versus a fair amount of Trig's range, especially if he's opening the Queen 4.
Wonder what the numbers will be in London next month. Massive, I'm guessing. Yeah, for just about everything, I reckon. We'll show you the schedule for during the final. We've got 2 weeks. Is the free roll entry closed? You don't see it in the lobby. Well, there's 104 in it. It's usually an hour.
Back-to-back ace 8 of clubs for Jamie. That's hard to do. I'm going to go for back-to-back 3-bets here versus Ewan. I'm not sure. Do you want me to mute the mic and we can check? The table audio wasn't playing when we muted the mic when Jack was in it, so...
Okay. We will check it. Good luck if you're playing the free roll. Oh, the big one was out of sync as well. That one.
Oh.
Oh. The UK Poker Open, 25th of Feb till the 5th of March. The big one. $1 million guarantee. I'm off. That's it. No. Full schedule to be released very soon, but the $1 million guarantee in Coventry, 1,500 buying. We will be there. Hope you will be too, because that is a big one.
And Ewan happy to open here from under the gun. Raises to 60.
Maxine in seat number 9 gets out of the way. Back now to Tom with 10 bigs.
Yeah, and King 10 here versus Gun Tower. We just want to be defending off of our 10 bigs. Ewan's open from under the gun. Yes, he is probably going to have the widest range at the table with all the chips, but should just be happy to call here, getting 4.5 to 1 on the call as Tom and seeing a flop. He's going to use the time bank. Seat 9 chop the mini, says Span. He's having a great week.
Maxime.
Is going to choose to shove it for 325. We're by far the shortest stack as Tom, so not waiting for someone to bust and ladder as the shorty, and just happy to get it in there, and nicely done. Does get it through.
Drop the mini. It was like 34,000 each, wasn't it? Between three players. Indeed, that's all we can say.
Ewan receives a walk. I see Frankie standing there, so I've warned him already today.
You have you?
Yeah, I've told him.
You can stand anywhere you want to, Frankie.
I go, as long as there's not a camera behind you, you're alright.
Just look behind you or above your head. If you see a camera, move out of the way. So Maxime in now with the Queen 5.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this tower. Queen 5 suited here, as Maxime sitting as one of the middling stacks. I think we should just be folding this one. Could be wrong, but just from the standpoint of we're sitting middle of the pack here, ladder's starting to get a lot more significant, and still got Ewan who has us covered in the small blind. Ewan has folded, and it's over to Alex with the ace deuce off. Alex with 15 just chooses to fold that one, and he's going to get it through though, Maxime, so fair enough.
3.2 mil for Ewan, 1.7 mil for Jamie. Classic.
So I spoke to Charlie earlier when he was standing there, Tao, and he goes, "Look." I went, "What?" He goes, "Look." And the camera was about 3 inches above his head. He goes, "It couldn't have been me. It couldn't have been me that knocked the camera the other day."
Yeah, that's on.
Oh yeah, he did have that on. You're right, Chow. That's a very good point.
I know his dad's watching. He says every time you reference Phoenix Nights, he says he has a triple.
Jamie, ace queen, raises to 60 from under the gun. And over to Trig in the big, 10-9 off, happily defending this one. Yeah, obviously, Span, I think in a normal stage of a tournament, like, we probably can open that one from the cut-off, but like you say, ICM implications at the moment. He's one of these stacks that doesn't really want to get involved, maybe thinking that just because he's got Tom and Alex covered, can open slightly wider, but still with you in there in the small blind who can just apply heaps of pressure, can just bin us a lot of the time, putting in a light 3-bet out the small, and just think it might be too wide.
3 diamonds turn.
Going to be checking now as Jamie, I hope. Sour. Don't think this is one we want to double barrel. Ace queen with a diamond, probably could start double barreling, but without a diamond here, I think we have to check this one. Trig's obviously got a lot more flushes than us after defending in the big blind, and
goes check check, and the 10-9 for trig, going to be good.
Trig pulls in a few more, still on 1.5, classic on 1.6. Who wins it from here, guys? Who's still got a couple of quid on any of the players that's still in? Who's still got a bit of money? King Queen for Maxime in seat 9, who'll chop the minute for 34,000 and a few change. 3-way chop.
What price was Ewan at the start of the day?
I think it's about 16s.
Span saying he's put a few quid on Ewan.
I think it's about 16. I thought somebody saw. I thought I saw 17s, which is a bit of a strange number.
Well, you had a tenner on at 16, Span. Do you want to nick your 160 quid? So you thought you'd give all your chips to him with King Eye? Is that what happened? 140k up top.
Beautiful.
Zaccavello got him at 20s.
Wow, very nice indeed. Very nice.
Yeah, 20s for Span as well. And Ewan, top pair, top kicker. It's been the FT, a top pair, top kickers for Ewan. Been flopping very well. And Maxime here with the King Queen after opening. I think he can definitely continue this one. However, Ewan's range in the cut-off will contain plenty of Jack X, King Queen, Jack Queen, Jack 10, even Jack 9 suited with Ewan's stack size, as well as Ace Jack that doesn't elect a free bet, which he does have on this occasion. But Maxime the King Queen on the Jack High board is a very nice barrel, for the reason being removal to the King Jack and Queen Jack, some of the top pairs.
Password is Red Rum. If you want to be playing the live stream free roll, Red Rum the horse.
No, Jack Oliver finished in 11th. Had him in the booth with me last session. Come and done some comms, did Jack?
Indeed.
Threw a spades on the turn. And this is where I expect Maxime to slow down tower. Once we go 3-way to this turn, it'll take a brave man to be double barrel in this spot, especially with Ewan and Jamie both having us covered here. Like Jamie can still have 6-4, he can have ace-4 in this spot as well as some turn 2 pairs, even flopped 2 pairs that elect to play it slow. And now checked over to Ewan, who probably happy to barrel here. We're not too worried about Maxime's range here. Expecting to continue firing with Queens, Kings, Aces a fair amount of the time, so only really worried about Jamie here in the big, who still can have some 6-4, Ace-4, as well as some 2-pair possibilities. Obviously sets as well, 5s and deuces Jamie could have in this spot, but then he can have a whole host of everything else, 3-4, Ace-3, 5x, deuce x, some weaker Jack X. You know, firing for 2, 3, 5 into 4, 6, 5. So finds half on the turn. What's Jamie thinking about here, tower? I think it's just got to be fold for us here as Jamie. He's going to use his time bank.
Yeah, I think he's eventually going to come to the decision that we're going to be folding this. You on the top.
You got to remember Ewan's called flop here. I guess Jamie think Ewan can have some like suited Broadway, some Queen 10, King Queen with backdoor flush draw in there that would probably float with position versus the size that Maxime elected for on the flop. However, it's just oh wow,
Oh wow, he's gonna choose to raise, and just saying. And there's a snap fold from Ewan with the ace jack. Jamie's just got all the strong hands there and shows the ace 3. He's got the 4-6, he's got the ace 4. Ewan can have ace 4 suited only, and obviously can have a lot more 2 pairs there. So Jamie finding the bluff there into the chip leader. Brave man.
And that is what we're playing for. Not a money involved.
Yeah, just with the snap fold. Jamie has come to play today.
The free roll is, it should be in the lobby. It should be in the lobby, the free roll. It really should. Grosvenor Poker started at 6 o'clock. Started at 6. Free roll password is red rum. (2-1) Manchester United winning at Fulham. Wonder Kid strikes again. Garnacho. There you go. Thanks for our intrepid sports reporters.
Yeah, it does look strong as well when someone uses a time bank and raise, but people should be balanced in those spots anyway. Like there'll be some value that they use a time bank with, and then bluffs as well. As Jamie just going after it now after winning that pot. King Queen of Hearts choosing to 3-bet this one from the small. Really amped up the aggression tower since we come back from the break. 3-bet the ace 8 of clubs in back-to-back hands. Then obviously just ran it there versus Ewan with the check raise, and now just going after it as Jamie.
Password for the free roll is red rum.
Suited King for Ewan, still has the chip lead even after losing that one to Jamie, so happy to open here with the Suited King, and Alex out the way in the hijack. Trig does the same. The cut off, and all the way around to Josh in the big blind, who is just going to let it go, not defending the Queen 4 off, so raise and take there for Ewan.
8 left, Blackpool. London on its way. There we go, that's the first weekend. Don't forget the Wednesday's missing, but that's the cash. There's no actual festival going there. That's the cash on the 30th, sorry. Then we do day 1 AB 2 and the final day of the 1250. And then the week after we're back on the Wednesday for more cash. And then Thursday the high roller PLO day 2. Excuse me, day 2, and then grand final day 1B. Day 2, and the final day of the year is the final and crowning the champion of the said grand final. Looking forward to it all. 2 more live streams in 2022.
Pocket 7s for Trig. Should be opening. Just makes it 60. And Jamie here with 10s. This is an interesting one. We're sitting second in chips now as Jamie, and obviously have Trig covered, so he's going to take the aggressive route here with the 10s.
If we go back 15 minutes ago when Trig, I think, slightly had Jamie covered, he might just choose to flat this one from the cut-off. Josh in the small is out the way, and Maxime with the Jack-9 won't be cold calling the free bet. Tricky spot here for Trig with the 7s, 3-1 on our money, but we are out of position versus an opponent that does have us covered. And how are we proceeding on boards that don't contain a 7? And we just go in set mining and check folding most boards. So Trig does choose to make the call here.
Queen, 6-3, all hearts, and they've both got one.
No, I didn't fizz, not today.
No.
All I've had today
Proper food, ladies and gentlemen.
Lovely roast dinner. Nice little roast dinner. That will sort me out for the rest of the day. It was really good. Credit to the chefs here in Blackpool. As we see Jamie continue very small, as he should be on this mono board in a free bet pot here, 85k size of choice. And an 8 of hearts on the turn, so both players turning flushes here. And quickly goes check, check, Jack of spades on the river. And Trig leading very small for 55, goes for the 10%, and Jamie's never folding here, tower versus 10%. This is just an easy call for us.
Yep, always calling. So they've got a 7 of hearts, and he says, no, I got a 10 of hearts. Trig down to 1.2. Another juicy pot for Jamie Classic. He's playing well.
Yeah, if you want to eat, come and get some, Mark, because we got it all just sitting here.
Yes.
No one's having any of it.
Yeah, you can have anybody in the seniors that need help.
We got eclairs, we got fresh cream cakes, we got cupcakes with cream in them, we got a chocolate sponge cake.
Yeah,
we've got Jaffa cake donuts, we got hobnobs. So if anyone,
them Jaffa cake donuts are the winner, by the way.
Are they? I don't.
Never seen them.
I don't like Jaffa cakes.
Never seen. Pardon?
I'm not a fan of Jaffa cakes.
What?
I'm not. I won't be having one of them donuts.
We have. I could open a shop with the stuff we got here. Any one of the old people fancies a cake, we're available.
Or anyone playing the turbo. If you're watching the stream and you're in the turbo,
we'll end up with 40 people running through the door.
I'll tell you what. If you're watching the stream and you're playing the turbo or you're playing the seniors, put it in the chat and tell me what table number and what seat you are, and I'll rung you out.
No way.
I'll rung you out an eclair or I'll rung you
each.
out a cream cake.
There you go. Bob, come on. Jaffa cake donuts are great. In fact, when you bought the Sunday roast today, there was actually a free dessert as well.
Yeah, it was nice. I didn't have the dessert.
No, I didn't have the
nice.
dessert.
Chocolate cake.
I did not have the dessert. There you go.
Table
Chase,
7,
Chase,
seat
Twitch.
4.
Chase, Twitch. On its way. Only one. And table 13, seat 8. Jack Oliver. One each. In fact, we've got 3. Neil Rawnsley, table 16, seat 3. You might have to that's it then.
Yep.
Right, have you got them wrote down? Do you need a pen?
I'll remember it, Tower.
Are you sure? We've got 4 now.
7, 4, 16, 3, 13, 8.
No, and 15, 6. Do you want me to write them down?
Yeah. What was the last one?
15, 6. 7, 4, 16, 3, 13, 8, and 15, 6. Here we go. How many cakes is there?
4.
4. There you go. There's the 4. Sold. Ah, what a team. What a team. I think by the time you come back, that cream donut might have gone. We have shot clocks for day 2 and the final day. And Fizz says 55 Queens Road, Southport. Love it. Love it. Yeah, the time banks come in on day 2s and the final days. As Alex looks down at the boots, Mr. Alex Montgomery from Manchester.
Attention, all players to be on 52 events after the 100 progress. You will be on a 15-minute break. That is all dealers and players in the 2 events. You will be on a 15-minute break. Anybody wishing to enter, you have 15 minutes to do so. Please come see us at the poker desk.
Local lad Josh Musson, 10s. So Josh, and you want to see a flop? Ace-high flop as well. Ace-high flop for him.
Try and be nice, Tower, and you just can't in this
What
game,
happened
can
now?
you?
Don't tell me somebody said I don't like him.
I go to 2 of the numbers that were posted in the chat to their seats. I'm like, you alright, you want to declare? They're like, no. I was like, you watching the stream? They're like, no. 2 people in the chat must have put random seats out there, and I'm trying to give out eclairs.
Oh my days.
Chase Twitch, we're going to have a problem.
Oh, I love it.
So if you would like an eclair, I'm going to say you have to come to the comms booth now. I was running around trying to find the table numbers. Neil Rawnsley was the only legitimate seat, and Jack Oliver was on an empty dead spread and was in seat 8, table 13.
Oh, what they're doing to you, pal, what they're doing to you. Not having that. Oh. So anyway, Fizz wants his at 55 Queens Road, Southport. Oh. Now there's one left. Yeah, that's it, there's one left to go to Southport now. Oh dear.
Ace deuce for sub 10, good enough for Tom in the cut-off, any ace will do.
Gee, you must feel the right Jaff.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, he was trying to be nice. He went running out. Shocking. 8 players in the final in Blackpool.
Terrible behaviour.
That's shocking. We try and be nice.
It was played in the town by the enemy level, 4 by 600 by 12 engines and 12 engines by 6 12 12 in.
So Alex off of sub 15 here with the ace 5 off. Could just see him take this one. Obviously you've got Tom there sitting with 12 bigs, so that will be in his mind, but does just choose to let it go. Could have seen him move in there. Just going to take the tighter approach here as Alex wait for a better spot, and Trig with the 8 deuce here in the small. Going to be raise or fold here, Tower. Like these offsuit trash holdings, you're just going to either fold or you're going to raise some of the time. Always about being very polarised in these spots. The bag of bones, bottom end, and the top end is what we want. And 8-3 off definitely falls into the bag of bones. And Trig getting it through with the race. Should we have a look who's still in the GUKPT Cup?
And what we're down to?
Let's have a look.
How many are we down to? How many's in the bounty? How many's in the turbo? How many's in the seniors? There's plenty going on.
Seniors got 140 total, and there's 49 left. The GUKPT Cup has 13 players remaining, and Wendy was last out in 14th. Good run from our Wendy. And still in the cup. Let's have a look at some names. Ben Teague, Tan Lee, who won Luton last leg. Matt Davenport, of course he's still in.
Tom's in.
Ian Swan, Dan Plum, Navas Robles, Neil Wolfrey, Barry Grime, Majid Nadeem. Some names still left in the cup as well.
How many's left in?
13.
13. 13. They'll be hitting the final soon.
Yeah, Ben Teague still in the cup.
Nice. So we have an all-in. Tom with his short stack. Jamie with the lot. Queen, Jack, 5. Running spades, 9.
5.
Sweats for the straight.
5.
Not a bad flop with the ace 9.
I know, 5 would chop it as well.
Oh, just offsuit 9.
Yeah, it's still fading 10s, kings, and 8s.
Yeah, 8s, 10s, kings, and does Tom doubles. No emotion, no looking. There we go. Thank you very much.
No fizz. He didn't even make the money in the cup, Mike. Wasn't even in the money.
Yeah, he was one of the cheap leaders, wasn't he? He was one of the cheap leaders and bust.
Yeah, Ben Teague still in, Matt Davenport still in the cup. I told him the other night, I said, you're gonna win something. Told him I had a dream that he won something, and he's gonna win something soon. It's gonna come true. Thought it was gonna be the main, but it might have been the cup.
You did.
So Tom gets a much needed double. Everyone was looking for that ladder at 9 on the turn. Saves Tom's tournament. Yes, Jack, you can come and do some comms, you're more than welcome. Always nice to have your insight on FTs.
If I feel alive again later.
Didn't fancy the day 2 buy-in for the cup.
Jamie on the button. 2.5x with the 8-3 of diamonds hit into Josh's big blind, and Josh been fairly quiet, hasn't really been dealt any hands this FT that I can remember. Sometimes you just got to sit there and fold. Is going to defend the Queen 9 here versus the button open from Jamie.
King out flop, King 2-6.
And this is just Jamie's board tower, so it's going to be Jamie's pot. Small C bet here. So up to 55. It'll be less than 30%.
Jack says Nando's has been ordered to the room.
Is there even a Nando's?
It's make or break.
Is there a Nando's in Blackpool?
There's 3.
What? I thought it was...
one north, one central, one south.
Oh, okay. The thing is, I forget that Blackpool's a bigger place than what it is. I just think it's the seafront.
Yeah,
that's like what I imagine it to be, just the seafront. When someone says Blackpool, well, obviously it's a lot bigger. So it's been a while since we lost Mr. Dyson, lost Mark Dyson at 10 past 4.
Wow.
2.5 hours ago was when Mark Dyson exited the field.
Wow. Well, it was a 2 AM finish last year in Blackpool. Wouldn't put it past it again this year.
Yeah, I think that Tom's now doubled up. Yeah, Josh could jam this tower. I could be wrong, but less than 20 bigs. Louis been fairly wide this FT. I think Josh is now the short stack, or it's very close between him and Alex Montgomery after the double from Tom. All 3 of them are actually in the same sort of remit here, so maybe Josh just flattened for them purposes.
Jack high flop, Jack 4-7.
So got a shot here for Louis. And Maxim gets a beautiful flop after defending the Jack 4 of diamonds, flopping top and bottom here. And a board that Louis might want to continue on with his gut shot to the nuts. But Maxim gonna donk here on the Jack 7-4 for a little bit more than third, 80 into 225.
Louis gets out of the way.
Yeah, Josh will do the same tower. It's a frustrating one, but I'm just going to have to fold here. I'm not sure as the short stack if we are supposed to shove that King Queen for that amount of big blinds on an FT. And ladders are starting to get a lot more significant. Oh, there you go, Alex and Josh, identical stacks.
14 bigs.
Yeah, I think personally, like, as the short stack there, button open, I've got King Queen, 15 big blinds. In it goes.
There's nothing wrong than playing a free roll and learning how to play. That's the best thing about free rolls. It costs you nothing.
They help with your 5 and 6 way spots, free rolls, post flop. If you want to work on your 5, 6, even 7 way post, that's the place to learn.
Boys are off. See you later.
See you later. Alright, Sean, well done. Congratulations on a fantastic week, young man. You've been a gem.
Thank you very much.
Sean,
See you later,
one of the dealers, part of the floor. Worked his socks off, he's now off. I love cider, but I've never tried that one. I had some Old Rosa the other day. 7.4% it is. It went down lovely. Ice, ice, baby. Ewan 3.1, Jamie Classic 2.3. Blinds 15,000, 30,000.
Yeah, Maxim here in the cut-off. Going to open with the ace-9 off. And over to Alex in the big blind. So let's go the 9-6.
12 bigs for Alex and for Josh. Yeah, sometimes it is what you get dealt.
There's always going to be one though.
Yep. Password for the free roll is red rum.
Queen Tower diamonds for Jamie, raises to 60. Blind's going to be going up in 10 minutes time, moving us into the 20k, 40k level. Trig, lovely little one to defend in the big blind. King 10 of clubs.
King 8-8. There's the flop.
Yeah, and board Jamie could go as small as one big blind here, tower. The King 8-8 rainbow versus big blind could just go with a 30k sizing. We're going to go slightly bigger. Opts for 50 into 165. And Trig just got a clear check call, as he does.
Seven of clubs turn.
Things getting better for Trig, and Jamie has to slow down now. Like, this is a board here that we just expect to get so many folds on as Jamie with our C-bet. So once Trig calls on the King 8-8 rainbow, I think we just have to be done with a hand like 8x, King X, obviously the main part of his range. That's just going to check call flop. I guess he might have some smaller pairs that call once in here, but they might even just elect to fold with Jamie having him covered. And now Trig going for value here, 75k on the end, and Jamie just going to have to toss his hand into the muck.
Correct fold.
Yeah, well, he's not calling with Queen
No,
Eye. Like,
and a time
what's
bank as well.
Trig supposed to have there?
Yeah.
Like, once he check calls that flop, like a board that just expect Trig to fold so often on once we continue.
Ain't left in Blackpool. Next year. Shall we do it again?
We can do. We'll try and do it again, Tower.
We'll do it again. Give you more information regarding those. Well, take a screenshot. Please take screenshots. While the cards are out, take a screenshot of next year and we'll show you straight after this hand again. Password for the free roll is Red Rum. He was a horse that won the Grand National 3 times. And I think it was runner-up as well. Monker's horse. Alex in 4. Time bank. King 8 on the button.
So Alex here looks down at King 8 and decides to fold after using the time bank. He's thinking about ripping that one for 12 and just walk for Jamie.
Eight left at Blackpool. 8 left. 13 left in the 500 GUKPT Cup.
How does Matt Davenport do it, Tower?
Final 13.
How? It's just incredible.
Yeah.
It's not even like it's a small field side event. It's a 300 runner plus fight side event, 320 or whatever it was.
It's like an old main event.
Yeah, literally. And he sat there.
In fact, it's bigger than an old main event.
He sat there in the final 12.
Yeah. 125 in the seniors the last time I saw on a Sunday. And then there's a turbo. Not even mentioned the turbo.
Alex showing the Queen Jack of Diamonds, gets it through. Any locals left in the cup? I will read you through the remaining 11 players that are left in the GUKPT Cup. On table 8 is Tan Lee, also known as Jamie, Ben Teague, Neil Wolfrey, Dan Plum, Dominic Mahoney and Matt Davenport. And on table 9 is Kenan Faziliev, Navas Robles, Charles Chattuck, Barry Grime and Majid Nadeem. And there's 1 GDPR on that table as well. So 12 left in the cup.
Navas Robles in Blackpool.
He didn't play the main. I think he just come down for the cup. I can't remember seeing his name ever in the bust out list for the cup for the main. So maybe he couldn't make the Friday and just turn up on the Saturday a bit later. Yep, it's Red Rum, the free roll password, all lowercase, but you've got 4 minutes to get in.
Red Rum. Don't know if it's uppercase, lowercase, any case, your case, head case, I'm not sure. Just check.
Mike T, I don't know how many chips Ben's got in the cup. He's destined to win it though. He's destined to win.
Who's that?
Benteague in the cup.
Yes.
I thought it was the main event with premonition, but must have been for the cup. I know I shouldn't be dreaming about Benteague, but it was just one of them vivid dreams. Ben won a tournament. I was like, you're going to win the Blackpool main event, and then he busted that. I thought, well, it must have been the GUKPT Cup I was dreaming about.
Like it. So next year, they're the dates. The Vic, leg 1 as always. Berryhill Road in Manchester a little bit early. Blackpool, back again. Blackpool in March. But before March, before Blackpool, Millball, £1 million guarantee. Boom. Plenty about that over the course of the next few hours, and in London twice.
Ewan here opens to 60, and Trick with ace queen here. Probably just wants the flat a lot of the time here, Tower, but is going to free bet from the looks of things. The Trigger's going to free bet this time, makes it 170. I guess it's better to free bet this one than like 9s or 10s, with obviously some blockers to Ewan's 4-bet range and calling range in here. Seen the situation last session where Ewan opened a couple of times from EP and Trig had to flat 9s and 10s. It does choose to free bet the ace queen on this occasion, and Maxim here can't see him doing anything but fold, and there is the fold from him, and Ewan will have to do the same with the a7. He's out the way, the coat's off. Serious business for Ewan in seat 3.
Serious.
Still with 100 bigs, plenty.
Can it be the seniors if you're 29? No. 50 and above. But feel 60. Love it.
Queen 9 of hearts this time for Ewan, raises to 60k, and Jamie with ace 10 here in the hijack. Ewan the only player at the table that's got us covered, so wouldn't even mind seeing fold here from Jamie, but he's just been playing so aggro Tower. Oh, there we go, there is the fold, just lets it go. Don't mind that at all from him. We're second in chips, no need to tangle with Ewan. Only player at the table that could send us home at the moment. And it's just going to be raise and take for Mr. McNicholas, going for his second GUKPT title in the space of 18 months. And Trig going for his third in the space of 18 months, and fourth in total. What was his first one, Trig? Was it 2013, 2012?
Yeah, Blackpool.
Blackpool. Oh, was it Blackpool?
Yeah, former champion here in Blackpool. The claim.
King Queen for Alex under the gun. Makes it 60k.
anything can happen in this game, Joey. It's hard to predict who are going to be heads up. Not really a likely scenario. I reckon if you guessed any pair in here, I reckon even Jamie and Ewan heads up with 8 left now would probably still be like well over 16, something like that. Maybe a little less because they're both first and second inches. I reckon at least over 10 to 1. I don't think there's no likely situation who we could guess would end up heads up here. Things can change so quickly at a poker table. How are we doing, Talia? Good evening.
Good evening, Talia. How are you? Hope things are good.
Blinds going up after this hand, guys. And then we will be playing 20k, 40k.
Ace, King, 8. 2 spades. Alex, second pair and the back door. Second pair and the same for Maxine, but no draw.
It's a board we're going to have plenty of bets on as Alex. Ace, King, 8 as the under the gun opener. It's just our board, however, he is going to choose to check on this occasion with his second pair. Like when the King is the second pair, they are really nice checks. They don't need no protection from overcards. It's one of those situations in terms of equity where we've got a decent amount of equity or very little when we're up against an ace-x, or lots when we're up against 2 random undercards or even like an 8. That's why they do become very nice checks, these kings, when they are second pair, just because of how the equity should fare. And Alex now going for value on the turn for 125.
Talia's watching the live stream after being shopping all day. Love it. Hope things are good, Talia. And I'm sure we'll see you in Luton next year.
So next I'm just calling.
6 of diamonds. River.
Yeah, no, it's just an easy jam for Alex Montgomery here. Especially, like I said, when Jack Oliver was in here, how much Maxine's been doing checks with top pair. Like, he could definitely have ace jack, ace 10 in this scenario, maybe an ace x suited, but it seems to lean to check with a lot of his top pairs, and Alex doesn't go for it all here, goes for a smaller size, 150k, and Maxine's not folding king queen.
Ewan's still on 3 mil, Jamie on 2.2, not much changed. Alex has moved up slightly to 21 bigs, Josh is down to 10.
Sounds like my kind of night, Ricky. Just changed the wine for the beer.
No, it should never go from wine to beer. It should always be beer to wine.
I don't drink wine. That's what I'm saying, change the wine for beer and I'll be...
Oh, right.
He's online grind. Couple of bottles of wine.
That's alright. I thought you meant he'd gone from wine to beer. No.
Why don't you go from wine to beer out of interest?
Because it does things to your head.
What about?
The other way around is different.
Is it?
Yeah, don't know why, but it is. A bit bizarre, but it's true. Well, it is with me, anyway.
You usually go from beer to cider to whiskey to short cider.
What should we have?
Give it a few years, Jay, the wine taste buds soon develop. Yes, still 8 left. Mark Dyson busted at 10 past 4. So
3 hours ago.
3 hours ago, coming up to 10 past 4 is when we lost Mark Dyson. That is
a fair amount of time to be
That's a long
handed.
time. 3 hours to lose nobody is a long, long time.
Jamie, 3x open here. First time we've seen one of these all day, Tower. Jamie going for the full 3x here from under the gun +1 with the pocket jacks. And just doesn't get any action. Raise and take. Yeah, there's been a couple of all-ins, 2 short stack double ups. Tom was nearly out the door but found a 3-outer on the turn. And Alex doubled as well. But other than that, it's just been fairly cagey. Yeah. Jamie's tried being aggressive in a lot of spots. He's been probably the most aggressive at the table, which you probably would expect it to be Ewan with the chip lead, but Jamie just seems undeterred and happy to just be firing in spots that he believes are going to be good for him. Ewan on the button with the Queen Jack. Easy open for him. Raises to 80 and Alex in the small blind here. And just with the 14 big blinds now.
Not in.
And does choose to move all in.
They are in. We don't know what the holdings are at the minute, but it's sweat with Alex Montgomery, but he gets it through.
Yeah, you can't call the Queen Jack. Oh, okay, yeah, cheers Fizz, of course. It still said at the graphic at the bottom right of the screen that it was 30k, that's why, but yeah, the blinds were up that hand, that makes a lot more sense. So wasn't the full 3x from Jamie, was just the, just north of 2, which makes a lot more sense. Thanks for that. We're playing 2040 now. Ace Queen for Maxim.
So Maxime raises to 80. Alex got his stack up to 20 bigs, just shy off.
Yeah, getting on all right now, Alex. Doubled, won a few small ones. Now not so much in the danger zone as he was. Ace 10 here on the button. Facing this Maxim open. I think we could even see him let this one go, the way Alex has been playing Tower. There is the fold from him, very good laydown, sir. Was in a dominated spot. Makes a very good laydown. And over to Jamie, who defends in the big.
Five, 5, 7.
Yeah, so fairly dry. Obviously plenty of straight draws out there, but paired board rainbow. Can see Maxim continue here. Obviously rainbow paired boards. Hard for our opponent to connect. There is the C-bet, goes for 60 into 220. A little bit more than third. And I can't see Jamie continuing here with the a6, but he is going to make the call here. We do have backdoor straight possibilities. Prefer to see one heart on the board at least.
5 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, now I think this is probably going to be a check from Maxim, like Jamie's range on the flop, obviously 7x, 5x, and then he's got loads of 8, 9, 8, 6, 6, 4, these type of hands, all the straights, gut shots, which we are actually ahead of anyway with the ace queen, so we're going to fold those out with a bet anyway, and he is actually going to fire the ace queen here, so trying to rep the overpair, obviously going to have them all in his range on this board. 125k size of choice. Eventually does let it go. Maxim double barrel did have the best hand, but got Jamie out of there.
So the GUKPT Cup is heading towards the final. We're on the final 8 here in Blackpool. The final 8 will be in 8-handed 3 hours. 3 hours, man!
Alex here, one we will definitely be opening.
Yeah.
Off of 18 big blinds.
Makes it 100. Or is that 80?
80.
80. Nice for Jamie. Could be a race for Alex's tournament life.
Yeah, and could just, I think Louis now got around 1 million here, so like 25 behind, so I think Jamie can just shove here tower with the 9s, 25 behind us, and Alex with sub 20, but he's going to choose the 3-bet call off. It's going to be the same scenario.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one for Alex, obviously. You got little Josh sitting there with 7 big blinds now, I believe. You got Tom, who hasn't won a hand since his double up, so he's shorter than us as well, but Jamie has been so aggressive this final table. He's put so many 3-bets in light, and I think we could see Alex just go with this one here. I think the thing that will be going through Alex's head, like once Jamie 3-bets to 250k and we're playing 655, maybe he doesn't think that Jamie's going to have too many folds here in this spot. We jam for 655 plus 1.1 million the pot. Jamie's then got a call for 325. Yeah, like Jamie's going to be getting 3.5 to 1 million calls.
Well,
so.
they're in. We're going to get a call. It is the race that's going to happen for Alex's tournament life.
Yeah, and there we go. Does just go in. This is a big flip, because if Alex wins this tower,
yeah,
he's gone from shorty to 3rd in chips in the space of about 20 minutes. So this is a huge flip. He'd actually go 2nd in chips because Jamie would be shorter. And there it is.
Beautiful flop for.
Oh no!
I was just about to say, beautiful flop for Alex.
9-ball corner pocket on the turn.
That was like right the name of classic on that trump.
And a 10 of spades on the river. That is a ill one. Can't just put out brick, 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 brick. Has to come ace, queen and 9 on the turn, doesn't it? It's just brutal fashion when you lose it in that way.
Ouch.
Obviously, it's obviously all 5 cards, but why does it have to come like that? Flop top 2 pair, and then Jamie just pings the set on the turn. It's an ill game, isn't it, sometimes?
It absolutely is. Well done, Alex. Great effort.
Yeah, 5-figure payday, £10,610. What a turn card.
Wowzers. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. We are on 7. Trish says, get that chair away from me. Well done, Alex. Great, great effort. Great effort. £10,610 for Alex. Well played, sir. So Jamie takes over the lead from your mate Nicholas. Josh is down to 5 bigs in seat number 8. Can't do anything. He has certainly not had the rub of the green. So Josh with 5 big blinds.
Everybody want a nice water? Yes, please. Get one for everyone. Warm up here. Any other?
You're with Jack 8. Gets out of the way. Trig with 9-6 +1. Also folding. Jamie shouldn't be playing 9 deuce. But he's got all the chips. King high flop, king 2-3. First bet. Louis getting involved as he dropped down to 1.1 mil. Not had the chance on the FT. Neither has Josh. Tom doubled and then is slowly dropping down again with the lines at 40k. Going to take an effort from the rest of the players to get Ewan and Jamie Klossick off this. It really is. Here's the water boy.
The water boy.
You saw the hole of the moon. Ah, you understand that if you know what the water boy is.
Yeah, anyway, about if Alex shoves pre, would Jamie do with 9-9? Easy call. Alex can't shove pre. It would be for that amount of big blinds, just sub 20, just to open rip there. I just think it would be a bit too optimistic. So that's probably a scenario that wasn't happen. But if it did, usually this range does contain like some 8, 7, 6s, this type of stuff, and we don't ever expect him to just open rip like aces, kings, or queens for that amount. So, meaning that we would probably call the 9s, but it's a situation that would never happen. I don't think Alex is going to have any open rips for 20 bigs at this stage of the tournament unless it's blind on blind. Or if there's like a situation where it's folded to us, we got both blinds covered, we got like a suited wheel ace in there and we just rip against 220 big blind stack, something like that, but we're not going to be ripping the ace queen. And Ewan finds the boots in the small blind. Blind on blind versus trig. But it was 3 hours after Mark busted before we lost another player.
It was, that's exactly true.
No action for Ewan with the boots. If you were a better man, who would your money be on? Well, the best pick would obviously be Ewan. He's chip leader and probably one of the best at the table, so he'd obviously be favourite in the betting. Unfortunately, I'm not a betting man. Only on days that end in the letter Y.
Not at 25 past 7 on a Sunday.
Yeah, nothing on, is there, Tower? Nothing on to have a little punt on now. Unless I want to have a flutter on the Belgium Pro League. I think that's running at the moment.
He only needs a double, does Josh? That's all he needs.
Said I'm going to keep calling until I win a pot against you. It kills me. Probably won't kill me.
Maxim with the ace queen makes it 80k and gets a lovely flop. Ace 6 3 2 clubs. Is he going to bet this one? Should be a bet on the ace high board here for us as Maxim. 2 clubs. However, I don't think I've seen a better top pair yet, Tower. I think every single time he's had top pair in a spot, he's decided to check, and he is this time. going to be firing, and Jamie just nothing going on here for him. Yeah, we got some nice backdoors with a 5-9 of diamonds. But can't see him continuing here versus Maxim. Did see him float the A6 of hearts though in the hand before, and this one with more backdoors than the A6 previously, but this time does just let it go.
Oh no.
3.2 and 3 mil, Newman, Nicholas, Jamie Classic. Going to take a big effort for it not to be one of those two.
And in just over 30 minutes time, guys, we've got another break. We're losing one player on average a session at the moment, Tower. So, in my calculations,
we'll be done Tuesday morning.
Well, we could just start the March leg. Go straight to that at this rate. We always knew it was going to be a long day. We knew that on Friday when we saw the runners that were coming through the door.
Absolutely.
Knew that it was going to be a long slog Sunday evening, but I don't mind when it's this type of table and we've got a lot of notable names, very good players on here, and good to learn, good to watch.
Can't believe you folded toes up. I mean, I have all the strong hands, but just discipline.
Very disciplined player.
I noticed. I've seen what you've been raising under the gun.
Please, I can't do that anymore. Not now you got it.
I know, yeah, but you've got more than 3.2, don't you? You got more than me. I got 3.2.
I've got what?
You've got about the same, haven't you?
This is 2.5.
Ah, yeah, you got more than me. 3.5.
What are the odds of one table having aces, free hands on the trot, which has happened on my table in the free roll? Well, it's not actually that astronomical. What is it, 221 to get dealt aces, divide that by 9, about 24 times 24 times 24. Just under 14,000 to 1.
There you go.
Dave, something like that. Assuming you're 9-handed. It's not actually as big as you think it would be. Obviously it's 221 for one specific player to get dealt aces, but then you divide that obviously by the amount of players at the table for aces to come out across every player.
So you won your first one, right? I mean, 87 or something. 9 years ago today. Really?
And Tom, been patient.
He has indeed.
And he's found the ladies.
10 bigs. They're going in. He says, I'm all in. Have some of that, he says.
Gets it through, and Josh just can't do anything but fold at the moment. Down to 5 big blinds.
Can't do anything at the moment.
And in 30 minutes time, guys, we'll be heading out on a break. Hopefully it's only 15 minutes.
Fingers crossed.
Pocket sevens for Ewan. We'll be opening. Raises to 80. Trigs out the weight. Jamie does the same. And all the way around to the big blind. Maxim not defending the Queen 6, so just raising take there for Ewan.
So still on 7, Blackpool final. Plenty going on for the rest of the year, especially 2 weeks for us in London. We're there for 2 weekends out of the 3. Certainly looking forward to that.
Ace 2 suited for Jamie, who I think has slightly got Ewan out chip now.
Yes.
Ewan with 3.1, Jamie with 3.2 to start the hand. Yeah, Ewan was 20 to 1 this morning. Nigel's got £20 on
Ewan, Jamie and Trig. Flipping heck.
£20 on Ewan, £20 on Jamie, £30 on Trig. Not a bad spot to be in.
Josh is in. He's got the ace, the fist bump, 2 local lads. Josh from Blackpool, Jamie from just round the corner. Big chance of doubling now with lower cards. That 8's going to play most of the time.
Yeah, it will tower. However, we do need to fade additional outs. 5's now working as well. So Josh needing to fade 5s and deuces. 7 as clean as it comes.
Yep.
This will not be a chop now. So 5s and deuces to fade for the double.
Yes!
4 of spades on the end. And Josh back to 520. 13 bigs, a lot more room for manoeuvre now. Josh mustn't double it up.
He wins it now. Well, he's still in.
And Jamie with aces. Raises from +1. Makes it 90. And Maxim out the way. Tom out the way. And Ewan in the big blind. 2 chip leaders. Ewan with pocket 5s, so Ewan's going to be calling.
Jack, King 3, 2 spades.
Jamie firing for 100k into 240, and we just lose Ewan with the pocket 5s.
Ace 9 for Jamie. 3 million in chips, the classic gets out of the way. 100k bet from Louis. Raises to 85. Chucks what, 1 black chip in. Make the mod still in the free roll. How's that happen? Go on, make the mod.
A nice flop here for Louis. 10 deuce 3 rainbow. Just going to be continuing, and that will be the end of trig with the Queen 9.
What is it?
There was a delay for the server. Yellow level 4 line 1500, big line 3000, 3000 big line.
I ain't got my charge on this.
Level 15, 3000.
They still on 7. Oh, Joel's out. Jacks versus 9s, 9 on the flop. Unlucky. A 20-minute break at the end of this level in about 25 minutes time. 7 players left. We've been on the final 3.5 hours. Former champion Rick Trigg, former champion Ewan McNicholas, Jamie Klossick on his first final, Josh Musson on his first main final, so to Tom. Don't know much about Tom, do we? Young lad, sits pretty well, very quiet, gets it quietly, definitely.
Good table presence as well, Tal.
Yeah,
just the
very
way
good.
he sits up straight and just...
Yeah. I like the new kids that put their hands down on the lap, with their arms down by the side. They don't lean forward, they don't put their arms on the table.
And Tom, Queen Jack suited here, deciding to open this one off of 10 big blinds. And could have just seen him open rip off of 10, but deciding to click it up here, and Trig makes it 200. And now potentially going to save our tournament as Tom from deciding to open off of 10. Yeah, we do, Steve. Sometimes it happens. It's just a bug in the system. We'll have to get PK to sort it out and put it back to normal.
Yeah.
We got people coming in and out the room all the time. And have to mute it sometimes when we know the door's going to bang. Sometimes
yeah, when they
we
nick his
miss it.
donuts,
Yeah.
you have to beat them up. You don't want to hear it.
Someone's shouting help and the mic's muted, then no one else is going to know, are they?
We've got cake if you want it, and you're in the room. Jail running for you.
So Tom with the Queen Jack of Spades. Either way, it was getting in the middle. Grabs his bag.
Whoa!
Are you kidding me?
Flop.
Oh
my
word!
worked? Wow!
Flop the nuts. I've still got to fade at least 30% equity here. Fading at board pairs, and Tom Aravara is going to get a double, courtesy of Rick Trigg.
Wow!
And does fade the board pair. Queen of Diamonds on the river. Tom doubling up. What a flop that was. And now Tom to just shy of $1 million. I think that's his peak tower. And Trigg down to 710. What can you do?
Just wow. What a double that was. What a flop.
Yeah, we're just on it now, guys. Working on the audio for the table.
What a flop. Just like, what a flop. Ah, brilliant.
Yeah, ping the 9 on the turn, the 3 outer, and then obviously just cracks kings with Queen Jack. And very unfortunate for Trig and Jamie. Aces.
Nice.
Makes it 2-2-5. Jamie as the chip leader, him and Ewan very similar in stacks. Maxim not wanting to tangle with him out of position. Yeah, he has, I don't know, it's 3 times, he's had him twice this orbit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Had him when Ewan had the 5s and then just had him then. Just getting a dealt with aces on the final table once is a dream, let alone twice. It's hard to get dealt once in 221 hands. Just 3 times. Zacabello had a little punt on Tom after the little tip last night. Good luck. Aces 3 times in one orbit. Give that man the money. As Ewan with the Queen Jack raises to 80 and Maxim in the big just going to defend with the pocket 8s as he should be.
789 flop, 2 clubs.
Yeah, and a board that Ewan going to have a fair amount of checks on as the +1 opener here, tower, and Maxime has actually flopped the set. Obviously we've got the jack of clubs in here and equity to the nuts in form of a 10. One that he is going to choose the lead on. Looks small as well, 60k. And as well we can apply a lot of pressure to Maxim. We've got Josh sitting there really short. We've got a Trig sitting there fairly short now as well, sub 20, so Maxim sitting 4 of 7. Not going to be wanting to bust, but does just come straight in for the check raise here with the pocket 8s. Makes it 185. Guess this is a board Ewan will have the nuts as much as Maxim will. I expect Ewan as the second in chips to still be opening Jack 10. All 16 combos of it. Ewan does make the call with his 2 overcards and gut shot and backdoor club possibilities.
Sets in the order of the day at the minute. Queen of spades on the turn. Oh.
Yeah, this
Ewan. Ewan's going to do a few more chips here.
Yeah, this is a bad turn for us here as Ewan turning top pair here now, and I think Maxim just going to be happy to go for another street of value here. So sizing up here, Maxim on the turn. Makes it 4.75 to go. And obviously here, just talking about value and bluffs that Maxim has. The thing is Maxim going to run it against the chip leader when he's fourth in chips? Like in these spots on a final table, I do think he's going to be weighted so much more towards value, and Ewan agrees with that as well. Just because, like, if he does have like a club draw or like a 10x of clubs, some sort of combo draw, he's more inclined to just check call, simply because he doesn't want to get it in and potentially bust when he's sitting third in chips. And Ewan aware out the big blind he can have Jack 10, 5-6, 10-6 suited, and then all the two pair combinations and sets as well. So although Ewan just turns top pair there, makes a very nice laydown, calls with queen high and turns top pair, and then just lets it go. Fair play, nice fold set.
Indeed, and this is when we do crown a champion. We will be live streaming all the way through until we actually crown a champion. We've worked till 5:40 before in the morning. Jay's thankful that that wasn't when he was with us. That was back in the early days, and that was actually when casinos closed at 6 AM. We were heading towards a chip count, and we got a winner in Newcastle.
Then Trig opens the ace-3 hit from +1. Louis just flatted in the cutoff, and Tom not defending the 9-5 off.
How many are left? This is the final 7. We are on 7. We've lost 2 players in 3.5 hours. Mr. Alex Montgomery, who's just bust, and first out today on the final was Mark Dyson.
And when we do return, it's going to be the 25k, 50k level. So stack's going to get even shallower.
So just over 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. Over £142,000 to the winner. Scrolling across the bottom.
And I can also tell you, Tower.
Yeah.
The GUKPT Cup is at a final table.
Is it?
Tan Lee, Matt Davenport, Ben Teague, Neil Wolfrey, Dan Plum, GDPR, Navas Robles, Barry Grime, and Charles Chatter. They are the final 9 in the GUKPT Cup. Matt Davenport does it again.
Yeah.
Another final table for him this week.
Danny Plum, local Blackpool player and Blackpool fan. He's Danny. Matt Davenport, just wow.
Blind hit, Ewan in the small. That makes it 100. There's a smaller size in here. Blind on blind, normal stage of the tournament. We'll choose a bigger size in here, between 3 and 3.5x. Now, with Trick's stack size being sub 15, just opt in for the 2.5x, just as a function of what Trig is playing in front of him, and Ewan gets it through with a 6-3 off.
10 minutes to go, guys.
10 minutes.
And then it will be a 20-minute break for us.
I might have a cup of tea next. I might have my final donut in Blackpool.
And we'll be back at 20 past 8 for the remainder of the final table.
Who's still in the free roll? Anybody still watching, still in the free roll? Give us a wave.
Come on, Josh.
Josh finds a hand to get his 10 bigs in with. Shoves the ace 10 from +1, and Jamie not going to be able to call this off in the big. Not going to call it off with a Jack 9 of hearts. Pretty looking hand, but be a mistake to call. And there is the fold. So back to 520 for Josh.
Go on, the Josh.
King 10 for Ewan in the cutoff. Opens.
Oh, I know you're on about the one who killed the husband. Yeah. Something O'Neill. Something. I just watched it today. It's Sarah O'Neill, Sarah McNeil. Sally McNeil.
Nigel Brampton's 5 of 15 in the free roll, and Sabri Abbas is 1 of 15. Go on, young man. Go, go, go. Do the Grosvenor Pros get free buy-ins? What they do is they end up get budget for the year, and then they're allowed to use it how they want to. Any re-entries or anything like that comes out of their own pocket. They're allowed to use a certain amount of money, and that is it.
Fat Boy Finn. Who? Fat Boy Finn on Twitch is 13 of 13. Fat Boy Finn.
Fat Boy Finn, I love it.
That's a funny looking alias. Annette. So it's 20k, 40k, and 40k big blind means big blind ante. So the big blind has to post 40k for the big blind, and it also has to post 40k for the rest of the table ante. Hopefully that makes sense to you. So they're putting in 80k total when they're in the big blind, not 40. Big blind ante's been in play now for a long time. I reckon at least 3 years. So all it does, it just speeds up the game, makes it so much quicker. Dealers not asking around for change, people putting in their running antes, which is basically paying the ante for the whole table.
Yep.
I can't wait for you to win this and take me to Plans Fishing, mate. Oh, good cat, good friend. Good cat. Very good. Sing that song that everyone keeps singing.
The seniors are back from their 3-hour nap break.
I just called them back and said you have 12 minutes remaining on your break.
Oh, love it. Love it. So under 10 minutes to go until the end of this session, then a 20-minute break. The password is red rum. I don't know if you can still get in.
Yeah, 58 minutes late, Mr. P-Man.
Yeah, we're an hour late. Red rum. An hour late. I think there's about 13 left in the free roll. If you want to try and get in.
Yeah, Maxim, haven't seen much of this at all for him. Now he's got chips, and after Jamie folds, he's obviously got everyone else covered. So maybe just applying some pressure to Louis here in the cut-off. And Louis gets out of the way with the ace-10. Fair play to Maxim. Offsuit king, just mixing in the blocker effect and getting it through. 6 PM start. It was 6 PM start.
Tom built his stack up to 740. Pretty short all day long, but we'll go up to 740. We're looking forward to the break, I'm sure. Good friends with Ewan.
Ewan here in the big, defended. King deuce of clubs. And flops best on queen 4 deuce. Rainbow hit. And Maxim should be c-betting this one with this particular hand. Got some really nice backdoors here, and just sitting with jack high on the queen high rainbow board. And there is the c-bet. And Ewan with a pair won't be going anywhere. Backdoor clubs as well, and an overcard to the queen. Facing 65k. So 30% from Maxim. And there is the call.
Turn three of spades.
Like a card that we'd usually check, as Maxim here, like Ewan in the big blind. Obviously he can have the 5-6, he can have the ace-5. We can still have the ace-5 on the button as well though. And also you've got some 2-pair type holdings as well. Ewan can have
a lot more than us, but Maxim, after picking up equity, just decides to double barrel 250 here into 350, and Ewan just sitting here with bottom pair, can't really continue, and there's the fold.
5 minutes to go. Less than 5 minutes. There's Vinny. Fist bumping little lad. Vinny chopped it last year for 80,000. And that is it. We're now on a 20-minute break with full chip counts on its way. We'll see you back.
20 past.
Yeah, we'll be back at 20 past. The remaining 7, the final 7 here in Blackpool. See you 20.
Ian can decide to make a decent sized raise here against a pretty tight player in the big blind, or he can decide to call. Either's fine. Just decides to call. Anthony check his option. It's fine. Whoa, this might be bad news for Ian because he's got the nut low, and he's going to decide to barrel this at least one street, and let's see if Anthony just decides to call. Good trap from Anthony here. I half expected him to raise it tower, but he's playing it well. Now this is a spot where if I am Ian, I'm betting pretty big now. About pot 50,000. He goes for 27,000. Again, Anthony, if I'm Anthony, I'm just calling.
Yeah, me too.
Got such a disguised hand tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just calls again.
Yeah,
great play from
any
Anthony.
low sets really disguised, aren't they?
Yeah.
And now a queen. Queen of spades on the river. Are we going to rep the king? Are we going to rep something like ace, king, king, jack, king, queen?
I'm betting massive here, tower. At least pot, maybe pot and a half. We've got the nut low. Anthony can't have many kings in his hand. What can he really have? He can't have ace kings. He just defended pre without squeezing it up. Wow, I like this play. I really like this play. I really like this play. And if Anthony finds the call, good luck to him. But I really like this play. There's not. Let's think about it. Ace king. He can't have ace king. He can have king jack. Anthony can and make a pretty tight check back on the flop before the flop. But what other kings can he have, tower? He's got to have something to call the flop with. So he's got to have a king to call the flop with. So king 10 he could have. That's reasonable. Turns a pair, calls the bet. Queen king, possibly. But then that's about it, tower. He can't have ace king. He can't have two kings. And whereas Ian, we could have any king. We could be bluffing in the pot there. We could have. He's decided to call, and that's pretty sick. And I think it's really unlucky for Ian. I think he played the hand really, really, really well, and just got unlucky that Anthony had a set. I mean, how can he have a set? That set of fours is kind of like the only really strong non-king hand he can have, tower. And obviously he can have a hand like ace six. He's got to call twice and fold. There's just so many hands that he's got to fold. And although Ian did come in, didn't he, tower? And Ian did come in and try and ask if he could explain his decision, but I thought he played the hand well.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't need to go quite all in. Maybe pot and a half, something would suffice. But I said as soon as I saw the river bet that I'd go over pot.
Yeah.
And I think it's a fine play. He just ran into someone who had a set and wasn't in the mood for folding it, tower.
Yeah.
But if you think about the actual king x combos, it's not that many, tower. It's not that many at all. Ian's got way more king x combos. If Anthony just had an ace, for example, he has to call the flop, he has to call the turn, and he has to just immediately fold the river.
Yeah.
same with his 2-pair combos, but he had a set and he could have folded the set. He had a long tank about it. I think he played that hand well.
So Carl, Queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with 1 suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5 3 3 closing the action. Oh no, he's not, he's got nil on the 50 behind him, my mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? He's just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9 6 deuce makes it 1.2, and Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7 8 8 9 10 queen,
and Gary good enough to fold kings now tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
Double suited?
Yeah, they're double suited, but the thing is, like against ace X of spades, ace X of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically, call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush. But maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil, not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch
scenario,
has put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called. Neil's never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen Jack 10 9 8 7 rundowns unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. Because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all-in?
He's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flatting the kings. We're not closing the action behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on a call.
Absolutely, 5 all-ins.
6 to 1.
We're talking a 15k pot going on.
It's going to be a biggie tower, I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. pray for the dealer tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, I'd still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. We'll go with that.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10.
I'm going on the dead cards tower, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often. Yeah. So Carl and Gary both just getting the lot in.
Well, he can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, Queen.
You could have jacks.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. Something like that for Mitch.
Spread him, Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the King, Queen, Jack, 10,
Queen,
6, 7.
There we go. 6, 7, 10, Jack, Queen, King.
Having a little gamble. Neither his suits lives. Heart's not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the Shablammer.
The Shlabama, I don't like that word. So we have a 5-way all-in, 15k pot, and it's 4, 5, 9. There is side betting, because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. 9 on the
tens?
river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Someone have 10s? Carl's got
10-9
10-9 for Carl Shaw.
Carl Shaw, baby, the gentleman.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table, but Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
He's felted everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, turning river. Wow. What a game. Well done to the dealer. Big round of applause, please.
It's just
for Sean.
Kelly and Mark weren't in that one. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, Tao, because I think Carl's got everyone covered. So it's not. It's just everyone give Carl their chips, I think. I think that's how this is going to go. I think everyone's just going to be giving Carl Shaw money. And we got day 1G tomorrow, which is now an ordinary flight, and then the turbo kicks off at 6 p.m.
And then Saturday for day 2, get down to about 60 players, and then the final on the Sunday.
You're spot on, Donna. You are spot on. Too many. That's how many days. I'll make you right.
Ace 5 for Danny in the big after an initial raise from Keith in seat number 1.
A nice 3-bet spot, I think, Tower here. We got Keith covered. Keith's third in chips. He's not really going to want to get involved too much. Definitely one we could be mixing in a 3-bet here as Dan Gormley. And on FTs, we don't have to go as big as usual, the normal 4x size, because of ICM. We can choose like 3x, 3.5x here as Dan, so make it somewhere around 700-800k. That's what I'd like to see, and he is going to take the spot tower. Very nice from Dan, just recognising the situation and recognising where Keith is in chips and how he has to play tighter here because we have him covered, so this should do the trick a lot of the time. Back over to Keith here, and personally could go either way. I think Keith is probably more tight to let this one go. Oh, he's just going to quickly call tower here, so Keith happy to go float post flop here with the King Jack.
Off to the flop, another pot brewing. Queen 2-3.
Yeah, so this is a big pot tower already. 1.6 milli in the middle here, and Danny does flop a wheel draw here with the ace 5. So probably one we're probably going to continue small, 400k, 500k, something like that. Somewhere between the quarter pot and third remit is the size I'd like to see here from Dan. As always in these 3-bet situations, can go a lot smaller. So it does choose the 350 sizing, goes even smaller than the 400. So south of quarter, between fifth and quarter pot from Dan Gormley and Keith here with the King Jacks. Jack of diamonds working, getting this price. Is he thinking about pulling out the float with this candidate? It's probably, if we are going to float the King Jack, it's probably one of the better combinations we can have. King of spades, Jack of diamonds. Let's see what Keith does. Like folding would be fine here as well. Just because tangling with Danny, who's got us covered, could put us in a world of hurt. It would be a disaster for us to come 8 from this FT when we go in with the chip lead. But big pot brewing here on the FT, guys. Oh, and there's the call from Keith. He does pull out the float, and pot has got 2.3 million here, working with 1.25 SPR behind. Effective stack of Keith.
Whoa, King of diamonds. Brings in the flush draw top pair.
Yeah, so Keith loves to see this tower. And now Dan, what's the play on the turn here? Obviously this King's supposed to be a lot better for the R range here. Does Danny ever expect Keith to be floating? That's the question. Does he expect Keith to have some floats with some King Jack here, some Jack 10 suited with backdoor spades, hands like that? That's the question Danny's got to ask himself. Because from a range perspective here, this King of diamonds rolling off, he shouldn't really have any kings here, Keith, other than King Queen specifically. Ace King's going to 3-bet pre, King Queen's going to call flop and then turn 2 pair. So it should only really be from our perspective as Danny, King Queen, the hand that Keith has here, and Danny goes for the second barrel here. So maybe going after some force through jacks, these type of holdings, although jacks or tens might choose to 4-bet pre, but also perhaps going after some queen jack, ace queen that didn't 4-bet, as well as some queen 10 suited that could be in there, queen jack, queen 10 suited. So really nice bet that targets that proportion of Keith's range. The pocket pairs, the queen x, these type of hands are going to be in a really tough spot now faced with this double barrel. However, Keith has the one hand that he has pulled the float out with and does contain a king, so Keith's going to have to call once more with the second nut flush draw as backup. So should just be an easy call here from Keith, and we're going to take a river tower.
Off to the river. Fourth diamond.
So over to Danny here. We'll know that he's never going to be good here with the ace-5, but has he got the shove in the locker here? We're probably going to have more bare ace of diamonds than Keith in this spot. Like, Keith shouldn't really have too many flushes once the king and 10 of diamonds run out. I guess he's going to have like some 7-8 of diamonds, 8-9 of diamonds, ace jack of diamonds, jack 9 of diamonds, but with these particular diamonds on the board, the king 10 and the queen, those being higher diamonds, hands that Keith will probably peel a free bet with, let's say for example king queen suited, king 10 suited, these aren't a thing, and Danny does go for it. He does find the
Max, 700. Such a nice man. No, sir, if you want to drink, you can have it. Either you or Josh. No, team Blackpool. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I've seen teams before. If any of you have any more chips, just give me a wink now so I can meet your drink and make sure you got it. It's a long way from home since 17, but yeah.
Josh, you know you've got a lot of your dad, right? That's it. You need those bragging rights.
Top 3, that's the one. Yeah, exactly. Do you know what you was this morning? Jordan just told me you were 14 to 1 goal winning. I know why now. Show them why you called a big hooligan. That's it, I jumped up and put the table. That's his online name. Big hooligan. Is it? Yeah, but I know why he was 14. Look at his chip start. Did you hear what's going on?
Just over 1 minute remaining in break. Once again, that's all the event finalists. Just over 1 minute remaining on your break. Please do take your seat.
Yeah. Well, we'll let Josh in. It's always
You've got a chance of laddering at least, because I'm not bothered about it.
That was the only thing I was thinking when I free bet the nights against him. 2 cents short, including you really short. I was happy second out 3 with the nights. I made it an amount where he knows after the course, so he's got no problem. Too short stacks is. I don't know if you were really short, what's that worth? £5. Straight buy into it. No, I was on about Alex. Alex pulled off 2 short stacks, that's why I made it size like this, so it's not a hold up. Right. ICM says you should pass it to me.
You beat the 9 earlier as well, the 2 hour, because he folded an hour. Sometimes it's, you beat the 6 9 this weekend as well.
Yeah. When 4-bet out, you don't know exactly too.
No, when he had the ace 9 in the hour, he picked his 2 hours.
Oh, yeah.
I said to my mate today, I don't mind getting a 6 or a 7. I don't have to be ill or nothing. So I'm going
take, say?
25,000, 50,000, 50,000 empty.
Yeah, you think you might.
Tom finally sat down.
Look how many
I know, yeah, Tom. They've got 400 the game.
For the win. Still, somehow. Although if you want to give it third now, obviously.
Would you?
Maybe. Yeah, I'd have to.
Fucking, that's like 20k more than you stacks worth. You can't turn that down.
I would have been the first to get forward.
It's still favourite, right?
We're back.
Let's do it again.
Right on time. First hand underway. We have 7 players remaining. If you are just joining us for the first time after the break, I've run you through who we've got. In 2 is Tom Aravara. In 3, Ewan McNicholas. 4 is Rick Trigg. 5 is Jamie Klossick. 6 is Louis Lambert. 7, Josh Musson. And in the 8 seat is Maxim. Maxim chipped up a little the last session.
He did.
And now chooses to open the King Deuce here from the cutoff. And Ace, Queen 8, all club board. Could see the 1 big blind bet here from Maxim. That's his trick stack size here. I think we should just be betting 50k. Really small sizing choice on the Ace, Queen 8, 3 to a flush board. Go slightly bigger, odds for 75. And Trigg just gets out of the way.
What time are we expecting?
I reckon 12, half 12. That's my prediction this morning.
With you on that one.
I'm going to stick by it.
Crazy, man. Crazy, crazy, man. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us all the way through until the end of Blackpool. It has been amazing. Numbers have been unbelievable. And don't forget, Maxim chopped the mini. Chopped the mini. Could he win the main? Just would be so good. So good. Just shows the likes of Spand, Maxime, you know, just form is massive in this game.
All for Jamie with the King 10, and yes, still 7 left. Get your fingers out, Eddie. Count the men around the table.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Eddie. 4 or 5 hours, I reckon, to close this one off.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, Queen Jack of clubs under the gun, off of 8 big blinds. This is a shove.
All in they are.
And we got Tom here.
Well then, Tom.
With 8 bigs.
Turning against it.
Yeah, facing an 8 big blind jam. Tom sitting there with around 15 bigs, over half his stack to call, ace 10 off. Just lets it go.
I still think John Virgo's commentating sounds so alike. Where's the white ball going? Oh, be a big break on a Saturday afternoon.
There's actually a compilation of John Virgo's Where the Cue Ball going on YouTube. Every single one, yeah.
Is it? Where's the cue ball going?
Best of John Virgo.
He's retiring this year. His final World Championships is next year in Sheffield.
This is a customer announcement, and can all players remaining in the seniors please start resetting your seats as all players in our seniors tournament. You have less than 3 minutes remaining on your break. You will now start resetting
Maxim
your
under the
seats.
gun. Opens the Queen Jack. Makes it 100. And Tom with the free bet makes it 225. Whatever Tom's got here, good to see the sizing choice with stack sizes in question. Just opted into free bet small here. So they're going to have some nutted hands, aces, kings, queens maybe. And then we'll have some bluffs in there. Daz, we will show you now.
Go on then.
There it is. That
Go
was
on
the
then.
big announcement you missed yesterday. UK Poker
I knew nothing
Open.
about it. It was him. Everything. Yeah, me telling you about this.
Million guaranteed prize pool, first one ever by Grosvenor. That's going to be at the CBS Arena, 25th to the 5th of March. Obviously going to be a full schedule, not just...
Do we know what we're doing? Are we going to do a cash and then all the day ones and day 2 and day 3? Is there
Probably.
4 days?
Well, there's 5.
How long is it?
There's 5. We know there's 5 day 1 flights. So there's 5 day 1 flights, then probably day 2, then day 3, then day 4 probably. There might even be a day 4 on this
I'm
one.
bringing the clubs to Coventry. I mean, I'm there forever.
So that's what we got coming up, guys. 25th Ali of February through to the 5th of March. Really great news. The UK Poker Open, and obviously if it's successful, we'll be doing that every year. Yes, Brad, it's just in the main casino at Coventry.
Yeah.
They've sorted all the logistics already. They've told me, I was speaking to Jim Second Man yesterday about the event, and he said that for the tournament they will have 32 tables, which is great. So that means 288 players per flight, potentially all in at once. Only need around 700-800 to break the guarantee with 5 flights. I think it will be smashed.
Yeah, Josh is still in there. He is in seat number 8. Short stacked. Triggs all in. With Jack, Queen.
Yeah, 7 bigs. Queen Jack.
This could be a call with the stack he's got. Maxine, he says I call. Triggs got a big chance if Tom gets out of the way. Queen Jack against Queen 10. 66% of the time Triggs going to double. Wow, unlucky at the wrong time for Trig.
We do have some backdoors though, Tower, or just a jack directly. And that kills the backdoors, so Trig down to 2 outs because we saw the King Jack marked. Gonna need a jack on the river to stay alive, Rick Trig. And it's the 2 of diamonds, so great run from Rick.
Well done, Trig.
And
taking home
£12,320.
Decent payday, but that's a 5k ladder for everyone now. 17.5k locked up for each of the remaining 6 players. Trig, our 7th place finisher.
Well played, Trig. Well played, Trig.
I beat him also.
Proper turning into a battle.
Yeah, Josh just been laddering. He's been short the whole FT and now laddered up to 6th place. An extra 10k in his pocket since he comes to
Same
the
as
final.
Tom as well. He's just sat there all Tom and Josh, and he's sat there and he's had him in the middle as Tom, and then he doubles up, and then he goes back down again, and then doubles up a bit more, and you know it's you just got to pick your spots. And both young lads have acquitted themselves very nicely at the tables, getting it quietly.
Yeah, I think you find that with pretty much everyone in the younger generation of poker player tower. They know how to handle themselves, take it in good spirit, whether they win a pot or lose a pot. Like it's rare I see it with the younger generation. Anyone like under the age of 30 now, they just know etiquette at the table. They just understand how the game works. Sometimes you're going to get unlucky. You just get on with it and move on.
Yeah.
There's Maxim, 2.5 million for him now, raises to 100 with the 10-8. Got a lot more chips to work with.
The full schedule will be released when we're in London. In
December, start of December.
Yeah, 2.5 weeks' time. We're going to London for the first week of 3. We're going to be there for the first weekend and the final weekend, and the first weekend is when the schedule will be released.
And this is just going to be Maxim's pot, double Broadway Rainbow, small bet around 3rd, and Ewan will have to get out of the way. Yeah, exactly, Brad. Like, you never see anyone get angry like when they lose a pot or get unlucky, the youngsters.
Nope.
Saying that, Brad, though, when they win a pot, you never see them run round the table screaming and shouting either.
Yeah, win a pot in day 1 here.
So there is the C-bet and take it down. I know Ewan's only 23. Tom, I'm guessing is younger. I'm not sure how old Josh is. Yeah, I know. I know. It was advertising for your stream, Brad, I know. Using our stream to advertise yourself.
No way. No way would anybody wear jumpers with their own name and face on it. That never happens.
Not in the real world anyway,
No, that's never going to happen.
So Josh here finds an ace in the hijack, 8 big blinds, just lets it go.
Carlo Citroni though. Oh, brilliant.
And Maxim in the cut-off, opening again, this time ace-9 of spades, raises to 100. Just raise and take it. I think we have a new chip leader after that raise and take.
Look at that.
There we go.
Look at them 3 there.
Yeah, and Louis got to do a lot of folding now, tower. Really doesn't want to be getting involved at all, Louis, unless he's obviously got a nutted hand. You got an 8 and a 13 big blind stack. We're sitting on 26, and then you got 3 between 50 and 60 at the top. So, like Louis' strategy here now, sitting 4 of 6 when we're laddering a chunk each time a bust out comes now. Just wants to keep tight, keep snug, and just see what happens with the 2 shorties, Josh and Tom.
Tom's 19, says Fraser Lang.
Well, Maxime, 7-6 off now. He's just going through the gears, and this is the first one that's a bit dubious to open, maybe suited. And Tom having none of it with the free bet.
Makes it 2-2-5. Now we have to get out of the way here as Maxim. Like, we've got good opponents at this table as well. Yes, we got the chip lead slightly, but can't just open any two. And maybe Tom just attacking that, and if this is a bluff from Tom, fair play. Really nice spot to do it, potentially for a small free bet size at an FT. Payouts are across the bottom of your screen, Alex. Scrolling across. Jack 8 suited for Ewan in the cut-off here. Knows that Josh is fairly short. I'm still expecting to open this one, sitting second in chips. Yeah, and opts for the 3x sizing, and that's just to do with Josh's stack size in the big blind here. Prevents him from calling for one big blind more and going for the old stop and go. Like here, 6 deuce of spades, probably going to fold, but maybe versus a min click might have flicked in a big blind to see if he could catch a decent enough piece to go with. So you're just adjusting opening size for that reason. But he is still going to defend here, Josh.
He is.
With the 6 deuce suited. Leaving himself.
He hasn't folded. He 100% has not folded. There we go. Jack, Queen, King flop. Not the best flop for 6 deuce. Ewan who opened. Down to 4 bigs.
And then Anthony, Saliba, Lambuna.
Any bonus about?
You're in now with 10s. Wow, and Jamie with the ladies here in the cut-off. Ewan has him slightly covered. But Jamie looks like he's cutting out free bet chips here. Queen 6-handed, just such a strong hand, and makes it 240 to go. And Maxim here. Annoying for us. King Jack of diamonds in the big and having to fold it. Very frustrating, but just going to let this one go after a little bit of deliberation. But there's been an open and a free bet from the two players that have us covered once again, sitting with 2.6 mil. He's going to use a time bank on this one tower. And there is the fold eventually, and Ewan will not be folding. Ewan just got a clear call here, never ever 4-bet in this spot tower. It's just going to be a call. Two chip leaders colliding. There's the call. And it's heads up between Ewan and Jamie.
Ace 7-7.
Neither player is going to like that flop. Ace 7-7 rainbow. And it does go check, check. Queen on the turn. Jamie's going to love to see that. He hates the flop, but he's in love with that turn card. And Ewan checking once more. Now Jamie going to bet really small. 1, 2, 5. Josh with 3 big blinds tower.
Yeah.
Like Tom and Louis just can't do anything at the moment. They just have to fold, fold. They literally cannot get involved until Josh's hands in. Obviously, if they get dealt aces, kings, they're going to be continuing, but no need to start trying to force action and play pots as Louis or Tom. Really important that they make that ladder to 5th place. Obviously Josh can still spin up, but need to wait and see what happens with Josh first, whether he does get the double or does end up busting out. Ewan opens to 100k.
Four of 4 in the free roll. Nigel Bampton. Good on you. Come on, Josh. Come on to Josh.
And Ewan's about to see that Jamie's free bet him.
Three bets. What you got?
Queen 5.
Queen 5. What?
And Josh with the ace king. Oh, it's not what we love to see as Josh. We prefer our opponents to be drawing to 3 outs, but Jamie just deciding to free bet the Queen 5. And this is fine for Josh. No runners here for the Queen 5, so just fading queens and 5s on turn.
Come on, do him one favour.
8 of hearts on the turn.
Do him one favour.
And a 9 on the river.
Oi, oi, the comeback is real.
It's back to 6.15. Now 12 big blinds. Tom and Louis hate to see that. Josh loves to see it. And ace king for Jamie here. Oh, he has to be massive here. Louis to wow. Jamie's asking for a count. He's not snap call because Louis needs to be in Jamie's size so nutted here because Josh has still got 10 bigs even though he just doubled, but Louis just takes it with the ace 10 for 24 bigs, shoves over Jamie's open. 24 big blinds, ace 10 off versus gun.
And not much else to say, just get to the flop. Can still get there, can find a 10 as Louis. No help. Still no help. So we're going to need one of them 10s to survive, otherwise we lose Louis in 6th.
Oh, we have
4 of clubs.
Whoa.
Louis Lambert.
Josh has sat there and we just landed up an extra 10k.
7k, another 7k in Josh's pocket tower. Up to 5th.
Wow.
Louis.
£17,490. And next down is 24,000. You got to be thinking, Josh, 7k, buys for next year. Well, what can you do when your boots let watering?
You were doing it on the bubble without the big circle. Nobody really had a big circle. I didn't get away with this. I've got as many zeros. Fearless. Oh, no, probably that. Josh did tell me about 3 betting light and I'll stick it in on Ace King. It's Team Blackpool there.
Yeah, it's just one of them situations. That's why Jamie didn't snap. Like, I'm assuming Jamie was thinking about the ranges himself and knowing how tight he's supposed to be there, Louis, and just 1.2 million, yeah, 24 bigs. It's too much to be shoving in this situation on a final table when ladders are getting hefty and you've still got 2 players shorter than you. Tom was slightly shorter than him and Josh was obviously sitting with, I think, just sub 12 big blinds, but would have had his reasons, I'm sure. Maybe just saw a nice hand, hadn't been dealt a decent one in a while and just wanted to go with it. That could have always been the thought process. Josh laddering. Yeah, that's a good point, Dan. Dan makes a very good point on Twitch. The hand before, he's seen him 3-bet Queen 5 suited. Maybe that is a factor in that. That's a very good point to make. He's probably seen that and thought, you know what, this guy's full of it, I'm just going to rip it in.
He's got 9.
Oh, then Nixon, Jamie Nixon in the chat. Yeah, could have seen Jamie on the FT, got very unlucky yesterday, last hand of the day. Yeah, Josh's biggest cash was last year here in Blackpool. He ended up scooping the 30-30 when we held them events during the GUKPT. So if he ladders one more spot though, that will surpass the cash that he got for winning that last year, as we see Tom under the gun with the pocket 7s. Makes it 100. And Josh finds aces now. And Maxim's definitely not all in. But what's Jamie up to on the button with the King 4? Just fancy flattening the old King 4 off on the button there to Tom's under the gun open. And Josh just finds the dream spot and now up to 940k. Look at him go. He's not even bottom of the pack anymore. Tom Aravara now our short stack.
Yeah, Tom Bacon as well makes a very good point. And if he thinks he's really light, you can, obviously why not free bet to just 225k like Tom's been doing, and then it's going to get the same result, isn't it?
I did 3 times.
Joshy got the Mickey Blacks. Oops. Ah.
This is awkward for Josh.
Yeah. Is that because we've just doubled up?
No, not because we just doubled up, Tower. We obviously just won a nice hand of aces, but
yeah.
Like Tom here, when he shoves like sixes, Tom's going to have some deuces through five. There we go, all in it. Cool. Deuces,
yeah.
Fives. Yeah, so just there we go, Tower. Like I say, you can have a lot of pocket pairs. You might even have some suited wheel aces in there, and that is the worst possible flop to see for Josh. He's now down to just 1 6 in the deck. 6 of hearts is the requisite to stay alive. 10 of hearts not doing anything. So Josh, who did just double and win a nice pot with aces, getting the shove through, could be out the door. It's a 10 on the river. Boat for both players. Tom Aravara with the queens and Josh with the sixes. Well, he's not out the door. He's back down to 3 big blinds. 150k. We're just going to get clarification of stack sizes. Yeah, I think he does. I think he does 2 call. Whether it be a click or a 3x open or somewhere in between, I think he still jams all these hands slightly shorter than Josh, and as well as that, like Josh has got the pressure back on him, then we might even sometimes get better to fold. We shove like deuces, threes, might be folding 4s, 5s, or probably not because he snapped 6s, but good to see from Josh. Actually, he knew exactly what he was doing. Facing a jam, he'd already made his mind up. Jamie makes it 110 and just 4 bets the 9-8 off versus Maxim. Maxim with the tiny 3 bet there, and Jamie just snapped 4 bets the 9-8 off. Why not? We got the chip lead now, and literally Maxim cannot do anything unless he's got the nuts. Unless he's got aces, he's just got to fold. We've got Josh there with 3 bigs again. Like, I'm surprised Maxim actually decided to 3 bet Jamie there, because surely he knew he was going to get it stuck back in his eye, because Jamie can just go after it with any 2 at the moment. He can literally just play pots versus you and Tom, and Maxim knowing that they have to be folding. Well, Josh is in now anyway, so may not be 5-handed for much longer. Cheers, Montanam. Didn't know Jamie opened. It was a misclick. And Jamie obviously knew that, so just went after it. So here we go, and no help for Josh. Finds his ace, but ace not what we're looking for. King or a queen's not a bad card to bring in a lot of chop out. It's about 8 of clubs, not helping us. Can Josh find a 5 to stay alive? And it's the 7 of clubs. Great run from Josh Musson. £24,000 and a bit of change in his back pocket. 5th for him, and just like that, down to 4. We've lost 2 in 10 minutes. Well, we've lost 3 in half an hour. Losing Trig, then Louis, now losing Josh. £24,090, and he's played great, really, hasn't he, Tao? He's really hasn't got many hands, and he's just been sitting there laddering up. And I know you're from Blackpool, you know, Ron and Josh quite well.
It's hard. It's when you want to run well, you just need the cards. You need to do things. You need to be able to play your own game. We all know what Josh can do with chips. He's an absolute maniac, and he's controlled, and he can play the game. We know he plays a lot online, and he does all kinds of things. But it's just, honestly, just an absolute pleasure to watch him. He just got very unfortunate, card dead. A couple of spots where he lost, but a great result, and he's ended up with what, £24,090. Absolutely amazing. So well done, Josh. Well done. How old is the oldest winner of a GUKPT? I think it's either Albert Sapiano.
That's got to be Albert.
Who won Thanet, or David Smith, who won Brighton. But I'm pretty sure it's Albert.
Albert's nearly 90 now. What year did he win it?
2010 or 11.
Okay, so 12 years ago, probably mid-70s. Jack 8-3. So top pair, top kick up for Tom. And Jamie going to be check calling here with his middle pair. No, a woman has never won the main.
Not yet. Bixie said last night she'll be the first.
Is that what she said?
After she's up in a 4th espresso martini. That's what she said.
You say stuff like that after a few bevies, yeah. But she could be. She's always running deep.
Yep.
We've had a few close calls over the years.
That's what she said. After the 4th espresso martini, it's going to be me.
Oh wow, I've just seen Jamie's raised here. He hasn't even check called the 10-8, and Tom just moves all in with the ace-jack, and this is the problem. I think we've got to put our check call shoes on there as Jamie, but has been amping up the aggression. So maybe just thought that was the better way to proceed, and Tom just sticks it straight back in his face. So everyone's now locked tower after the Josh bust. £37,840.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. Would Tom be the youngest GUKPT main event winner if he won?
No, I don't know how
he's only 19.
Oh, he is.
Tom's 19.
It'd be level then, wouldn't it? When was it? 2014, 8 years ago. I think he's 28 now. Okay, yeah, he would be. Carell was 20 when he won the grand final, weren't he? Charlie Carell.
Yes.
Yeah, so he would be. Charlie Carell back in 2014 shipped the grand final. Jamie with the king 9 on the button. Makes it 1-2-5. We have Tom here in the big blind with the king deuce off. That's his button open. He'd be happy to defend king high. Tom's chipped up really well, up to 2.1 million now. I think getting fairly close to you in stack size. Obviously Jamie with all the chips at the moment.
Sevens for Maxime. Ace 3, 8, 2 club flop.
Yeah, so Maxime, ace high board. Expect him to be continuing this one fairly often. And Ewan just out the way with the jack 9.
$80 bigs for Jamie, Maxime, Ewan and Tom. That's how close it is. 40 bigs short stack. 40 bigs shorty.
Cheers, Paul. Paul Hamlin.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you very much indeed.
Glad you enjoy watching the streams. We're here to entertain and hopefully teach you a thing or two.
Absolutely.
I'll
do the teaching.
I met a lovely lady in the bar earlier.
Did you?
Who wanted a picture with me, and her husband was taking it. She goes, "Your analysis is so much better than Towers."
Did you say what analysis? Is that what you said? Did you say what analysis?
She was lovely. She was she
on the red wine?
Time. No, I don't think she was.
No,
yeah,
she was on the third bottle or the fourth.
She goes, "I love you too." You say, like,
oh, well, brilliant.
Watch you all the time.
She was definitely on the red wine then. Brilliant. Brilliant. Is that your first selfie?
I reckon I'm up to double figures now,
Oh,
Tal.
there you go.
I reckon I'm up to good double figures. I've had two, that's only my second selfie outside of the Goliath, though.
Oh, right.
It's only my second one outside the Goliath.
There you go.
So, going to jump back into things here. Jamie firing for 200k after Ewan limp called the ace jack suited. And going to be check calling on the king queen 3 board. And Jamie just pings off the 4 on the turn. 7 of hearts on the river here, and Ewan with the nut high hand might just be happy to try and show this one down. Maxime is from Moldova.
Moldova.
Great shout, Sprite, on YouTube. Very similar to the Romanian flag, Tom. Romanian flag's pretty much the Moldovan, but the Moldovan has a little emblem in the middle. As Jamie, I think, probably turning this 4 into a bluff here. Goes for 600k. Maybe trying to blast Ewan off a queen. Ewan, heroes here with ace jack. He will not be happy. You get the read right, but the 4 actually out in front here. And the time banks are going to be needed. I don't think we've seen Ewan use 1 yet on this final table, so could potentially be thinking here for a few minutes. And this is the thing, like, Ewan's staring him down, and if he picks up on something or thinks that Jamie looks really uncomfortable and that he doesn't want to get a call, he might flick it in, but then he's going to get shown a bluff. But this is a bluff that we're not beating. Maybe Ewan just expects Jamie to take all showdown with any pair here, 3x, 4x, these type of hands.
Does he make the call?
Please. 20 seconds. What are you doing then? What do you want? What do you want me to do?
I think he'd be ill if he made the call. Get the read right, but you're wrong because you're going to get shown a bluff, but it's a bluff that... Oh, he's told him I got a 4. There we go. Jamie did think he was bluffing and Ewan's called with worse. There we go. Ewan does make the call. Reed was right, but Jamie had a bluff, which was a pair that he turned into a bluff. I guess Ewan just thinks that Jamie's going to show down any 3x, 4x, 7x there and would never bet it, especially for that size. Is Facebook stream on Ask Mick the Mod? I'm not sure, Mick. It sometimes goes off.
Yeah, we have an 8-hour window via Facebook. If it's off, then it's just one of those things, unfortunately.
Ewan takes you in good spirit. The old value bluff. Jamie knew he was beat as well. He said he didn't turn his cards over straight away. He thought he was beat. He goes, I got a 4, and Ewan just shakes his head. And straight after, next hand, Ewan wakes up with ace king on the button. And now the shorty at the table coming with the chip lead. Short stack with 4 left now. Makes it 100k, and Jamie here in the small blind with the ace-3. Looks like he is going to choose to 3-bet bluff this one. Don't need to go too large here. 350. Fairly large size in here. Making a standard point of the tournament, yep, 3.5x versus button from small, perfectly fine, but when we're 4-handed here and obviously ICM implications, want to probably be choosing slightly smaller sizes, Jamie, but Maxim just wakes up with queens behind here in the big blind and not going to be folding this one. This is a pretty sick caller, 4-handed tower, ace king into queens. But Ewan, if he does win the flip, could potentially be back to where he was before that Jamie hand.
Indeedy, indeedy.
Next break's going to be in around an hour and 10 minutes.
Yep.
So there's the 4-bet.
Yeah, this is coming back to Ewan.
Yeah, Ewan's always putting it in here, Tower.
Yeah, he is indeed.
Short stack at the table, 4-handed ace king. Can't see how we're ever going to fold.
So they're in, and it's the amazing classic race 400 at the GUKPT Blackpool final. Unbelievable.
You needs help. I can find a queen now as well. Picked up 2 additional. 6 of spades, no help on the turn. So Ewan down to ace, king or queen.
An ace, a king or a queen, and it's not, it's paint, but it's a jack. Which means we lose Ewan McNicholas, eliminated in 4th for £37,840. The race of all races, as it happens. Well done, Ewan. He'll be a little bit upset that he's not closed it out. You know, he had the chip lead for a while, and just one of them. You win that race, and it's obviously the other way around.
Yeah, the ace jack.
But Maxime, who chopped the mini 300, is now 300 for the main. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just absolutely amazing.
So Jamie's going to have the chip lead free-handed.
Yep.
Maxime only slightly behind, only 6 bigs behind Jamie, and then Tom is going to be our short stack here in the free-handed situation.
Whoa! Can we have a look at ICM? What's the shout? That's what Frankie's just said. That's what Frankie's just said.
Well done to Spade Sweet, who won the free roll.
Well done.
Oh,
well done, Spade Sweet 22.
This might take a while, Tower. Shall we see what's going on next month?
Where are we going
have a
next
look?
month? We'll have a wait. We'll keep his earphones in just to hear Frankie chatting at the table. Let's have a chat.
This is where we're off to next.
30th of November, we'll be down there for the cash. We'll be there. We will see you there. Then it's day 1 AB, 2 and day 3. So basically a GUKPT for the first weekend. The boys will be down there. I know Jay's might be. What are you thinking of playing, Jay?
I am going to be playing on the Monday. I'll probably play
Day 1B.
mini, day 1B.
Yeah.
On the Wednesday, I'll probably play the high roller.
Yeah.
On the Thursday, hopefully, I'll be in the day 2 of the high roller.
Yeah.
Friday and Saturday, I'm going to be firing countless bullets at the mystery bounty.
Lovely, lovely.
Sunday, hopefully, I'll be in day 2 of the mystery bounty. And then on the Monday, I'm going to be playing the new comp, the 100k guarantee.
100k guarantee.
And then Tuesday, hopefully, will be day 2 of that for me.
Yeah,
so going to be a decent few comps I get to play at the end of the year at the grand final. So going to be looking forward to that.
And then we're back down on the Wednesday for cash. Oh, what's on in? Frankie's talking.
Do you reckon he's showing them at the back of his head on his phone? Amount of times we've seen it this week.
He's just said 109 to Classic, I think. 85 and whatever Maxime was. I didn't hear that bit. $106. If you chop it now, you don't carry on. If you leave 10%, you have to play on for the trophy. You have 2 choices. So that's what they're looking at.
Yeah, so I'm happy with these numbers because of that.
So Classic's happy with them numbers. 109, 106, 85. If they chop it now, it's done. And I'm off out.
Mark Ellis?
Well,
there we
it's
go.
done!
Handshakes.
It is done!
So
it is done, it is done, it is done.
Confirmed numbers for you guys. Jamie Klossik taking 109,000, Maxime Fana taking 106,290, and Tom Aravara with 85,420 pounds. That is it. I can't remember us ever ending like this, Tower.
No, if they leave 10%, they play on for the trophy, and 10% and they carry on. If they want to do an exact chop and finish how it is, that is what they've ended up with. And that's what they have to do.
And if you got a bet on the sports book, Jamie Klossik will go down as the winner. It's the player
what
that
price
lifts
was he?
the trophy. I don't know what price he was, Tower.
What price was the class?
He come in as chip leader though, didn't he? He had heaps to start the day. Him and I think it was Kiefer at the top. So I'm guessing he was pretty short.
Yeah.
But great effort from all three of them. We still doing interviews?
Yes.
Yes.
We are indeed. So,
what do we do now?
What do we do now? I think we'll go out and speak to the winner. We'll have a quick word with Kloss. I think he's gone.
When you come back, do you want to bring a cup of tea?
Why? Why?
I'd like to get one this weekend.
It's always one, isn't it? We always have to finish that. Pick up tea. I haven't fetched one all week. Yeah, go on then. I'll bring the teas in. All right. I'll bring the teas. They've chopped it. As you can see, we saw the things. We're ready to go. Let's go. I'm off. See you in 2 minutes.
Yeah, so what an event, guys. 543 entries total. It surpassed last year. That had 533. We never thought we were going to beat that. And this year, bigger numbers again, creating a huge prize pool of £573,000. A huge first place prize as well, was up top, 142k. I know they've chopped it, but still 2 six-figure scores going the way of Maxime and Jamie. And shout out to Tom as well. He was short pretty much all day long, and somehow he's taking home £85,000. He played very solid on the final table, but it's been a great event, and we're off to the grand final not long, couple of weeks times, kicking off with a cash game that's got some schedule as well. There's plenty going on. The mystery bounty could potentially see a 50k bounty there, but it's just been a week of fun here in Blackpool. I understand now why everyone always wants to come here, why we've got another leg on here next year. 2 legs in Blackpool, March and November. Just seems everyone from UK poker, no matter where they're from, wants to come to this leg, and atmosphere at the bar throughout, just even in the card room, everyone's having a good time, and prize pools that are being created left, right and centre is just crazy. And you can see Tower out there on the floor now, so we will head over very shortly, but that will probably be it from me. We might get Tower back in the booth after, we'll see what we're doing, but it's been a great event, and thanks to you guys in the chat boxes that have been tuned in throughout. There's been plenty of giveaways, and there'll be a lot more to come at the grand final. But that's it for Blackpool. The main event done. I said 12 o'clock at the start of the day. Look at it, it's not even 9:30 yet. We're going to be at the bar by 11. But just getting everything set and ready for the interview with Jamie. Trophy presentation as well. GUKPT champion. He's a local to Blackpool as well, so think a lot of people will be happy with that result. We're short on the book this morning, 6-1, but if you did have some money on Jamie, well done. And obviously big news next year as well. We'll be hammering that at the grand final. UK Poker Open, 25th of February till the 5th of March. Grosvenor Poker are guaranteeing a £1 million prize pool. 5-day one flights for that. Might even be a 4-day event. We're not sure regarding structure or anything like that yet, but that's going to be a good one, so keep your eyes out for that. I do know as well there's going to be satellites running in the Midlands throughout to get into that for a fraction of the buy-in, as well as that the online will probably put plenty of sats on. But just waiting for Jamie. I don't know if he's gone straight to the bar, but I can't see Jamie anywhere. We're just getting everything set and ready, and then hopefully we can go over to the floor with the tower for the winners interview. Trophies off the table. There's the tower left of your screen. So just waiting on Mr. Jamie Klossik now. But thanks again, guys. Cheers everyone in the chat. How we doing, Lee? Who won? The winner was Jamie Klossik. They chopped it three-way. Jamie taking home 109,000, Maxime Fanna taking home 106,290, and Tom Aravara taking home 85,450. And we are going to head over to the tower with Jamie now.
Come here. I might go start crying.
Well, an abrupt end, but steady final table. But congratulations, Mr. Jamie Klossik.
Thank you.
You've supported Blackpool Poker, Northwest Poker for years and years and years, and now we've got a trophy in the biggest Blackpool event ever. How's it feel, man?
This is my dream. I learned to play poker. Sorry, man.
Hey, it means a hell of a lot, man. It's just amazing. It really is.
I learned to play in here.
Yeah.
The trophy was as important as any money.
Yeah.
I got an opportunity to chop it in first place, and I was like, I don't care if I'm giving up some money. I'm probably the worst player out of them three. I'm the only recreational. Don't get me wrong. Like, I tried. I wanted to win. Winning was important. I'm not daft with the money. You know, I don't think I took any stupid risks ICM wise, but I didn't. You know, Ewan is a fantastic player. He's won it before. When he had chips, I did not want to be in the middle of the pack when the big pay jumps come, so I did take a few spots just to keep ahead of the rest of the people, but because I wanted to fight for the trophy. I wasn't here to make the numbers up. I wanted the trophy, and to get an opportunity to chop in first place and take that trophy in my home casino, where I learned to play nearly 10 years ago, is massive. And
I think people have watched you, and I think people are pretty impressed with what you've done, because I think people already know at home that you've been learning, you've been practicing, you've been playing online, and I think you've just improved so much.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I haven't actually studied a minute's poker for 5 years. Like I did,
What
but
did you do in lockdown?
no, I played, but you know, I've never looked at a solver or anything like that. You know, so it's probably very unconventional. The wizards are looking at me, probably going, "How's he done that?" But I'd rather be looking in good. You
Absolutely.
know.
C9's chop the mini, chop the main.
Yeah,
Maxime, absolutely fantastic. We've got Josh. A little word for Josh. Never got going on the final.
He didn't. No, I kept trying to give him chips, but he couldn't do anything with him. But I wanted it to be Blackpool. You know, Josh is a top kid, and you know, I'd have been happy with either taking it. Obviously, this is my absolute dream, and I've had a tough 2 years, you know, pandemic and everything. All my work stopped. I work in events and music and
fishing.
Fishing events. Everything stopped. I've had the hardest couple of years. I'm not going to lie. I've struggled mentally badly. I've been in some dark places, and it means so much. It couldn't have come at a more perfect time.
Well, it means so much to us as well, because we're a local winner and the biggest one we've ever had. We're going to get Frankie to hand over the trophy. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for the winner in Blackpool, Mr. Jamie Klossik! Come here. It means a lot to us. We've been friends a long time, absolutely. It means a lot to this guy. You can tell emotionally and everything else. That trophy's forever. The money might not last forever. That will.
Money won't last more than a
Jamie,
week.
we're gonna get a few pictures. We're gonna get this, but thanks for entertaining us. That was an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
We're back in a couple of weeks. But Jay, take it away for us. Finish it off.
And that's it, guys. That is us done for Blackpool. What a lovely interview with Jamie there. Seems like an unbelievable bloke, and even more chuff for him after watching that back. And cheers, Sour.
Cup of tea, son. Cup of tea.
Only took 5 days, but we got one.
You want a cup of tea? Hey, oh my days, have a cup of tea, son.
So that's a wrap.
That's a wrap. That was an emotional guy, by the way. That was an emotional guy, and obviously, when we come back, and it was tearful, but just so down to earth. And I don't think he was the worst player on the table. I don't think, he's recreational, but don't make him the worst player on the table, because he
played well, Tara, in a lot of spots what I've seen the last couple of days. He did play well, and he was fearless as well. Like, he was willing to put chips in.
He played very, very well, he really did, and it was great to watch, great to see. Great final. Yes, it was a little bit slower than normal, and these guys are playing for a lot of money, the ladders and the next pay jumps, and we saw the one with Josh where he got the extras for next year or whatever it is, but that was awesome. The other two guys just disappeared, so we couldn't get a chance to speak with those, but Jamie came back and had a few words, which was really, really nice. Thanks to everybody in the chat, as always. You have been amazing. Blackpool's been busy.
It has been very busy. We'll be back in March, though. Haven't got to wait 12 months.
We'll be back in March, but we'll be back on the 30th of November in London for the cash, and then a GUKPT, and then the third week in London while the festival's going on, we'll be doing the grand final to finish off another hugely successful GUKPT season. So join us in London in a couple of weeks' time. Thanks to everybody. You've been amazing in there. Thanks to everybody in the back, because they've been amazing as well. PK and Dave and Andy's turned up for all the glory. And, you know, it's just one of those things. It is what it is. And I got him a tea in the end.
Finally got one.
got him a tea in the end. We will see you. Thanks to that. But Jamie Klossick, champion in Blackpool of the biggest GUKPT ever. And one last mention to all the floor and all the valets and everybody in the club. It's been an amazing event from start to finish, the busiest ever. See you in London in 2.5 weeks.
See you in London, guys.
Ta-ta.
Good night.
Beautiful.
But I don't play these all the time, 3 or 4 main events, I think. When I win a tea, of all the ones, this is one.
The biggest one they would have as well.